Yeah, yeah,
You don't really need. Okay,
right,
we are
right.
live stream now.
Yeah, yeah, he's super generous. I think he'll be great.
Yeah. So Grace, we are now on live or?
Yeah, we're now on live, and I think I should be giving hosting abilities back to you.
Yeah, please. So we have to watch what we say now.
Yeah, so as a reminder, this is live streaming on YouTube. It is public. It will be recorded and posted on YouTube. So Arena, you're the host now, I see. And when new people come on, they should receive a notification that the Zoom is also live streamed. So it's also up in the corner. But I think when people log into this, they should also get that notification.
Okay. So where would I see it? I don't. Oh, live on YouTube, top left. Yeah. Okay.
And then if you click on that, you can also copy the streaming link. So if any students want to copy the link and send it to friends, family.
So where should I do this?
No. If I'm just saying, if a student wants to know where the YouTube is, they can copy the streaming link by clicking on that icon in the upper left corner.
I also will record it on Zoom.
Yeah.
So I will just hit, I turn it off, but I will hopefully remember to turn on recording. Yeah.
And the Zoom has Zoom and YouTube, the settings have improved this semester where if Grace or I aren't here, you don't have to turn off the YouTube and turn off the Zoom. If you just end the Zoom, it will also end the YouTube. So you don't have to worry about that.
Okay. Yeah, we have a very short break, so I just leave it on for the whole
Yes,
afternoon.
please leave it on. Please leave the Zoom on.
Okay. Okay, great.
All right. Well, I'm gonna hop off.
Thank you so much.
Grace is gonna stay on and take screenshots. And Grace, you might want to also write a reminder in the chat to everybody once more people come on that this is being live streamed and that we're taking screenshots for social media.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Good luck. Good luck, everyone.
Yeah, thanks, Naomi. We do the same on Friday, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks.
Hi, Sensalis.
Hey,
Hi, Omar. Hi, Irene.
How was your trip?
Fantastic.
Oh, sorry. We are live on YouTube now. So.
Oh, that's right.
Fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah. So it was good.
It was perfect.
Great.
It looks like it's cold in Spain.
Yeah, a little bit cold. Yeah.
Judging by your sweater.
Yeah, not as in New Orleans.
Oh, we have like another heat wave here. Yeah, kind of. So I think once our reviewers are here, we should just start. So we're not waiting for, I don't know, we should be 38, but we should just go ahead.
Irene, are you going to give an introduction first of the studio? Like, what's the order of things?
I sent them the recording, so I'm not really talking about the studio anymore.
So no intro. Got it.
So do you want to just start the whole session?
Sure. That's fine.
How are you, Fiona?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine. Willing to hear your presentation.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see everybody's.
You ready, William? Feeling good?
Oh, yeah.
Are you nervous?
No.
Even if you are, we wouldn't know.
Yeah. Good to know, I guess.
You're an expert by now, right?
So who is our timekeeper? It's Sari, right? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
So Omar, are you at home or at school?
I'm at home.
Uh-huh.
I came up to school to do Carrie's review the other day, and the internet was just so bad that I
Uh-huh.
just decided I'll just stay home.
Oh, gosh, I'm at the LBC. I hope it's going to be okay.
Yeah, I think it was where I was. I'm not sure what was going
Mhm.
on.
Mhm.
Everyone turned in their stuff for pencils down, I hope.
Yeah, I think that's most of them.
Yeah, great.
So Omar, I can say like a sentence to the studio and
Yeah, yeah,
introduce us and say that you will do the introduction and then you can
yeah.
take
I think
over.
that's great.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
William, I guess you're glad that you just get to get this over with. And then you get to sit back, put your legs up,
That's one way of looking at it.
get some popcorn. What time is it, Sensolis?
Seven.
Oh, dinner time. Not in Spain. Dinner is at 10.
No, in 3 hours.
Yeah, yeah, 10.
For our
Night
break.
owls. Mhm, mhm. So Anna Katrin, if Sari doesn't show up in time, can you be the timekeeper for the first one? Is she here? I saw her name. Anna Katrin?
Mm,
Hey, sorry. Sari's here. She's coming.
Oh, she's here? Okay, great.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
just yell across the hallway or whatever.
Oh,
Good.
yeah, you have a better view of all of this than I do.
Hey, sorry.
Oh, there's John.
Hi.
Hi, John.
Hi, John.
Hi, everybody.
to
Hey,
meet
Omar,
you.
how are you, buddy?
Great. The beard's in full swing.
Yeah.
It's been a long COVID,
Oh,
long COVID
oh,
beard.
cool. Yeah, let me make you a co-host so you're on top. Okay. Yep. So you were on thesis reviews at Tulane, right, John?
Last year,
Last
yeah, for
semester. Yeah,
thesis.
yeah. I saw you there. I was there too, yeah. But
Uh,
no official introduction.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
have
think so.
one warning about today. I have a COVID dog who barks.
Uh-huh.
I'll try to
Uh-huh.
mute when he's barking.
Uh-huh.
If he just goes crazy and I run off, it's because he's broke the TV or something. But
Okay.
try to keep him under control.
Will he
I
make
can
an
hear him,
appearance?
yeah.
What's that?
Will he make an appearance?
He could. Maybe after the break, I'll bring him down for a quick hello.
Isn't-
He's a bulldog beagle mix. He's pretty cute.
Yeah. And the name is like Bagel, right? Or
Bagel.
something? That's a
Yeah.
great name.
My son named him. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
He's high carb.
Yeah. I have a puppy. She has to go to daycare because if she was here, I wouldn't be able to sit here.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah. I'm going to be out of town on tomorrow, and Julie's going to like come home from reviews to like entertain him for an hour. So yeah, these COVID dogs are spoiled.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
I had just one question, Irene, because I'd looked at all the material. Are we going to cover the master plan at all or see it?
Yeah, but
Okay, good.
the focus is on the building.
No, I
because
understand.
They had a review of the master plan, but they should present the master plan as the base.
Okay, so we'll get a sense of, and will they
Yeah.
have multiple locations, or does the master plan specify where their building goes? And always the same?
It's not always the same. They
Not
have to
always the
pick a
same.
site. So their site should be geared to what the concept for the master plan is.
And there were
also what
multiple,
their f-
there were
what their
multiples for the
focus is.
studio. Yeah.
So everyone probably has a different site.
Okay,
Almost
okay,
everyone.
Okay. Okay.
And
Sounds good.
we scheduled the teams apart from each other because initially they were a
Right.
team making the master plan. So you wouldn't see two of the same kind of master plans, one after the other.
Okay.
So
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
we separated them into the 2 different days. So you would probably not see the same master plan
Okay.
again. Also, once they do a building and they rework it a little bit, it's 2 different projects often.
Right.
And also their program is different. So I think it's a big variety throughout the
And the master
semester.
plans were done in groups of 2 then?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a tough site. I've been there. That's a lot of asphalt and
Yeah.
that's it.
You're
And
probably
the back door to a federal plaza.
yeah.
So Omar will
Tough.
actually introduce you, and students, he will tell you something about John.
Other than he has
Some
a dog that
knowledge,
likes to talk.
some knowledge that John has about our project that I didn't know was a happy coincidence. So Margarita, we're still waiting for Margarita.
John, are you teaching studio this semester or thesis?
No, I'm actually on sabbatical this year.
Oh.
Julie and I are teaching at UIC.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So
yeah.
we finished a seminar workshop, which was on Zoom. And then in the winter, the only studio we'll be doing is the UIC studio, which is their sort of like grad thesis studio,
Man,
which is
that's
fun,
great.
fun. Yeah. no,
Yeah,
it's-
yeah.
So we're going
I
to go
wish-
once a week and alternate trips.
Yeah, I wish I was in Chicago. I could stop by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a lot of students in Chicago. It sort of absorbs a lot of this
Oh yeah, there's a ton.
region.
Yeah.
So Margarita's not here yet, right? No. I hope she didn't forget. Sansolis, can you text Margarita?
I'm doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, she has so much on her plate. I'm afraid she forgot.
Is there a Miro board or anything that you guys will share, or will it all be a screen share on Zoom?
It's all screen share
Okay.
on Zoom. We have
That's
actually, we don't use Miro, we use a concept board,
Oh, okay.
which is similar to Miro. But it gets so confusing in a review. to
Yeah,
have
no, I
so-
think it's perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, so as I'm getting older, I cannot handle all of this. So, yeah.
Yeah, I just helped my wife's review, Julia, who one of our knows. She's
Uh-huh.
trying to do hybrid, which is so tough. So there's like live critics, 2 computers, audio feedback. It was a mess.
Oh my God.
Wow, I don't think I would try that. Like, it just seems like
I don't know why she did it. She did it, but it worked, but not
Yeah.
great. And
Uh-huh.
also live with masks. So it's just like
Yeah,
crazy.
wow, it's crazy. Yeah.
How is UIC handling review? Did they do something?
So
similar?
they did live reviews with
Okay.
masks, not so much distancing. And they did, but they, I mean, I was there as a visiting critic only in name since I was on faculty there. So they didn't really have guests.
Mhm.
And then we had one student who was in Korea for different reasons. But that was just like one person on a monitor. So it was in person.
Wow. That's nice.
Yeah, and I think we're mostly in person, although I don't think guests are coming in
Okay.
at
got it,
Michigan.
Mm.
got it.
Yeah, I don't
Next
know.
semester will be interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I think there's been some Omicron cases here, so I don't know what's gonna happen.
Really?
Yeah.
That's exciting.
It's coming,
Yeah.
Irene.
Okay, great.
She thought that it was at 1 p.m.,
Mhm.
but she said that it's coming.
Okay.
Have you met Iñaki, John?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah. I think he's joining later on too.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. It's Margarita. No, so
I don't think I've met Margarita actually, but yeah, Nyaki, yes.
Mhm, mhm.
mhm.
It's a really good lineup, I think.
Yeah, we kept it to 2 reviewers, so because it's pretty
That's
short
right.
time,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
otherwise, students get little sound bites, and we thought it should be better than that.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
How's your first semester at Tulane, Omar?
Well,
That was
that's
great.
Margarita. Okay.
Yeah.
You got a
Margarita, you're
hurricane
here, right?
already?
Yeah. Hi, Margarita.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Hey,
Sorry,
Margarita. Okay, that's
Wes.
okay. Yeah. So we are on live on YouTube. That's okay, right? So you're aware of that, everyone. So welcome to the final review, first section of the 3rd year fall studio. We made a pre-recorded introduction to the project. So because otherwise we would have to do it 4 times with our 4 sessions. So the reviewers know about the project. So we are not doing this right now, but we're going to introduce the reviewers and Omar is going to do that for this session. And then we will have, and we start with the first student. They have about 8 minutes. Total, we have 20 minutes for the review. So that means about 10, 12 minutes for comments. And we have timekeepers, a student who will gently tell the student and also the reviewer kind of at a certain point how much time they've left. Okay, Omar. Oh,
Yeah.
the instructors for this semester, sorry, is myself, coordinator, instructor, and Omar Ali and Sonsoles Vela are the instructors for the other 2 sessions. So we had 3 sections, 33 students, undergraduate students.
Mhm.
Okay, Omar.
Yeah. Thanks, Serena. It's
Yeah.
kind of a dream team of co-instructors, I have to say. I think it's really been a great semester. I think the students are really lucky to have two very, very esteemed colleagues joining us for this review. And usually you only get like one, out of two people, like one is really a star. But in this case, I think both are going to be excellent on the review. John McMurrow is joining us from University of Michigan, Taubman College, where he's an associate professor of architecture and was the previous chair under Monica Ponce de Leon when I was at school there. He's a researcher of contemporary architectural practices and really an expert on, I think, contemporary building and the field at whole. He's the founder of Studio Apt with Julia McMurrow. And as an architect, he worked at OMA and AMO as a researcher for two buildings, I think, that we looked a lot at this semester, the Seattle Public Library and the Whitney expansion project. So I think he's going to offer some great insights on designing kind of big social buildings. He's taught all over. I won't give you the list. It's all the good schools in the Northeast and a bunch of the good ones in the Midwest. And as a kind of added bonus, John, are you from Kansas? I know you went to undergraduate. Yeah.
Not from Kansas, but
Yeah.
went to school there and worked there right after undergraduate.
Yeah. And he actually worked on a site, maybe just neighboring our site for the master plan, which is really, really exciting. So maybe like the foremost expert that we hear from for these 2 days. So really excited to have John. And of course, everyone knows Margarita, but really more for John. Margarita is really is really the urban expert here at the school, and an expert in architecture, urbanism, landscape ecology, and we're really lucky to have her. She started the firm Alde Jover with Iñaki Alde, and she's taught before here. She was at UVA for many years, and before that in Spain. And it's kind of like a really nice bonus. John is really a mentor to me. We met almost 10 years ago now, and Margarita is really like one of my mentors here at the school. So I'm really excited to have both, and I think it's going to be a great conversation.
So Margarita was also at the master plan review. So she will see projects developed now, which is also exciting, I think. Yeah. Okay, so William Trotter, first one.
Ready to get started?
Yeah.
Okay. Can everyone see my screen and hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes, but we still see your toolbar.
Oh, sorry, this toolbar?
Yeah. It's not
You want to go full screen?
Oh, okay. Here, I'll stop share. See if that works.
Okay, great.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks to our reviewers for joining us this afternoon. My name is William Trotter, and this is my proposal for a community center in downtown Kansas City entitled Here KC. Looking first at the master plan developed with my studio partner, Lexi Sager, the project consists of a series of public bar buildings running north and south, with residential bar buildings running east-west resting atop these. The site was developed from a series of 8 blocks currently dedicated almost exclusively to parking and extends beyond these boundaries to connect to existing buildings and program. Popular pedestrian streets 8th and 12th run from the heart of downtown across the divisive highway loop toward the east. The project seeks to engage and connect these public experiences. Further connection was implemented by the prospect of linking existing green spaces together. All of these links take part in an effort to mend the east-west boundary imposed by the interstate. The master plan abides by 3 objectives. The first utilizes a block and street scale grid for the massing to be arranged within. The second uses a winding urban park that acts as both leisure and circulation, as well as a connection across the east and west. It also calls for a third landscape condition to be formed along the boundary of the highway. And last, the edges of the site, touching 8th and 12th, should engage with public community spaces to draw them into the heart of the project. This ground floor drawing of the master plan paints a clear picture of how those objectives work together. A major aspect of the aforementioned third landscape condition is its floodability. The rainwater is sourced from runoff systems stemming from the 4 major streets interacting with the site, each with their own sectional condition and access options. These access options include a streetcar line extension that reinvigorates the currently lackluster system and restores the once flourishing network of embedded public transportation. These east-west connections throughout the city are part of an effort to dissolve the longstanding racial and economic boundary imposed by Truce Avenue. Last, the green space of the urban park is lifted above ground through private residential green system on the rooftops of the vertical public buildings. So here we see the entry from east across the land bridge, the central urban park experience, and lastly, the private rooftop residential experience. So to define a site for this community center, I looked to the four major community spaces determined by our master plan. Focusing on the southernmost site, this proposed community center celebrates the culture of Kansas City through music and art galleries and programs, as well as performance centers and a fine art school. Local food will also be celebrated through restaurants, cafes, and community cooking classes. The community center will engage with existing private and public organizations dedicated to serving the community, especially the artists and musicians within that community. The site for this specific program needs to engage with its relevant connections. The southernmost community center touching 12th Street is able to engage with all of the program the street connects to, most of which stems from the Power and Light District, an entertainment and arts focused area. From these master plan investigations, three major themes arose from the community center sites. The first is to densify the grid from the street scale to the human scale. The second is to regularize the green space as it stems from the grid for a more homogeneous transition into the organic central system. And the third is to reinforce the aforementioned grid and guide circulation by connecting runoff canals through community blocks. And here we see how those contrasting yet controlled systems work in harmony on the master plan. Moving on to the proposal itself, this explorative half-scale section model acted as an initial investigation of the building's threshold. It starts to poke at the idea of creating multiple layers of entry and access across multiple floors. This 16th scale site model assisted in investigating the scale and relationship of the massing relative to its context. Ideas of a ramped system and how to address the street began to take shape. These investigations led me to three major conclusions. The project would contain a ramped or slow circulation system that is activated with program. The project should also be arranged so that it can be entered from many points on the site, while still clearly guiding visitors to its most exciting spaces. And last, the form or forms should create a feeling of protection within an open central space. The massing begins with a podium on the corner of Locust Street to the west and 12th to the south. The podium is protected by a bar of program that addresses the street. These are then dissolved for greater access. The podium is ramped to elevate the green space and invite visitors to the north. The major bar of program is then placed atop these ramps, and the lower portion of the bar is displaced toward the street to rest on top of the lower spaces. And this leaves a clear relationship in which program can be fluidly arranged. The site capitalizes on the ramps as a means of regularizing and extending the urban park all the way to the street. The green space does not share one program, however, as outdoor program spaces all link to each other as well as the buildings they address. This action diagram abstracts the experiential conditions of the site based on location and activity. This creates a clearer picture of what happens where. The ground floor is full of access and engagement. The protected promenade running between the two major forms help connect the ground floor spaces with a sort of interior plaza condition where the program can extend from interior space. Exhibit spaces are carved into the lower portions of the green ramp that leads to the second floor. On floor 2, we see the spaces begin to link using outdoor skywalks. Interior volumes to the north are recessed to create a public porch condition, while the southern practice spaces reinforce protection from 12th Street. On the third floor, the continuous bar of program takes full form. It connects to the rooftop of the practice spaces to the south and is mainly occupied by the music and art school. Some spaces dissolve to the exterior while being cloaked by a horizontal louver system. The fourth floor concludes the vertical art gallery, which acts as the main interior circulatory experience. More engaging spaces such as a performance hall and band room encourage public circulation throughout the entire building. The circulation acts on 4 coexisting systems. The first, of course, is the ramp system that creates 2 levels of public entry. The next is the standard core, each containing a fire stair and 2 elevators. Next, we have the monumental stair, a larger stairwell that acts as part of the gallery. And last, a series of bridges that link the volumes on upper floors. And in combination, these 4 means of circulations homogenize into one fluid system. Moving into section, this north-south cut clearly depicts how the building addresses and links these 2 directions. The monumental stair takes center stage here and can be accessed from atop the ramp or by following the protected promenade sunken just below ground. Here we see the bar in full form. Program floats neatly above the glass lobby spaces on the ramps. The slope of the 4th floor performance hall pushes the above volume through the roof, creating an exciting clerestory condition. Looking at the programmatic area distribution floor by floor, we can see how program space shares a direct relationship with the circulatory systems of the building. And now we see how those programs and relationships come to life in this section perspective. This view exploits all of the different experiential conditions provided by the built form, such as the ramped amphitheater, performance hall, practice spaces, and reflection pools that double as skylights from underneath. Despite its shifting volumes, the project utilizes a system of clear enfilades to direct visitors across different spaces. These systems become more regularized as the bar solidifies itself in the upper floors and resolves completely horizontally by floor 4. Moving into the facade, the sectional condition of the windows respond to the intended lighting conditions at different times of day or year. We can see in the section that a sloped upper window allows for more light during the summer months, and plan sloping the wall toward the west opens the window up to more light for longer in the evenings. This approach, facing east down 12th Street, depicts the building as a place open for public investigation and interaction. From the arcade extending from the overhanging practice spaces to the offset of the massing visually re-emphasized by material elements, this really shows the life of the building. And lastly, moving interior, we get a view looking up the monumental stair from the ground floor. Light spills in from the glass lobby above, inviting people at all times to continue exploring all the way up the building. Thank you.
So I'm just going to jump in because it doesn't seem like there's a ton of time. I think it's a really impressively considered effort, William. Like it just sort of unfolds in its logic in a really clear way. So I think my initial questions or query are more like qualifications of how it relates to the master plan, which goes by so quickly. Is there a skywalk system in the master plan? Is there a second level connection throughout the site? And does this touch that in a way? Because it seems like it makes a really nice gateway to the site, like coming from where most people are going to come from. It seems like it brings you up and does something with the porosity. Then there's a ramping back into the convention and to the community center, but I don't see where it like stays at that level and connects to other buildings. Or am I misreading that master plan?
No, you're correct in the fact that this doesn't directly link on upper floors to any buildings in the master plan. However, that system, there is like a bridge system being the rooftop spaces of the buildings.
But not connected to this.
But it's not correct.
But what is it? What are the other ones connect? Like what would precipitate connection versus not being part of that system?
I could scroll up to my.
You can just tell me. I mean, I have to trust you.
Yeah, it's just the connections are for the rooftop bridge system. That was the goal there, is that those.
So the residences connect, but the community center is not considered residential. So it's a separate. And then I guess the one thing, this is more like a comment than a question. I think you think Kansas City is more tropical maybe than it is. It sort of gets the classic 4 seasons, and like most places, the summer and the winter kind of are tough. Like it gets real snow and snow loads, and the summer can get really humid and sort of oppressive. And so I just wonder about like the degree of moving in and out of the spaces and how that would function climactically with use. I don't think it really, I just wonder about that. I don't.
Yeah, that's definitely.
If you've thought about that.
No, yeah, that's definitely something I was trying to consider, and at least having a southern facade really address the light as opposed to how the other facade conditions are treated. So, and then thinking about overhang and arcade for shade, kind of porch conditions. So I was thinking about climate and about seasonality, maybe not super critically and resolution for this scene.
I think the only pushback would be like the point at which you put the dividing line between inside and outside. So like what you consider that space that you bridge over might become an interiorized arcade as opposed to an outside hall. So, so I don't think it like changes your massing scheme, but I do think it might be slightly different than you envision. And just one more point of clarification: the ramps are berms into which there are rooms that have no windows. Am I reading that right?
Like they're exhibit spaces that have
Skylights. Right. You gonna go back to the building? I'm not seeing it yet.
He may
Did
be
we lose
frozen.
William?
Yeah, he might be frozen.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Margarita, don't let me manipulate the conversation. I just talk when there's any free space. So feel free to interrupt me.
Oh, no,
and
no, no, no.
Make your own.
Guests first.
William, if you're back, can you go back to that program diagram? It's so dense and it go by so fast. What are the difference between the two bars?
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, it was just a way of clarifying like kind of space as like a system of circulation versus a system of like, programmatic arrangement, and how those kind of align with each other.
But how do we read these two lines? Are they represent square footages? Do they represent like what is the horizontal correlation between these things? I need a key.
Yeah, so all of these spaces from this program, the gallery sits within.
I see.
Program circulation, the monumental stair. Yeah, interior and exterior circulation fall within the horizontal circulation. So it's like a left-right kind of reading.
I see. And do they represent the relative percentages of each?
Yes,
Okay.
It's to scale in terms of area actually, relative to the. Oh, I guess not. I guess it's a scaleless drawing, but
Proportional.
yes, correct.
Proportional, not scalar. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's really like, I think impressively conceived. I don't know. I feel like manipulating conversation a bit.
Mhm. So in my view, maybe I jump in or.
Yeah, please.
Sorry. Yeah, I think so, William. I mean, I think it's an overwhelmingly cohesive and complex proposal in the sense that it is clear, but it has so many layers that you have managed to compress at different scales. No, to be more clear, I think I'm impressed by the way you have managed the systems thinking from the green infrastructure, from the third landscape to the terrace, from the outdoor master plan to the building scale in a kind of consistent way, as well as the water system, where I see even the section, a small section where you have the gutters, and then at the building scale and the street scale, and at the master plan scale, and the same thing with the circulation. So that, and then you add another like continuous idea, which is this idea of the threshold that is also done at the building or the master plan scale on the way you lay out your buildings, both in vertical and horizontal, in podium and in vertical, forming always these thresholds at the building scale and also at the window scale, etc. No, so you have these three, the green infrastructure, water, circulation, and threshold, all of them through scales. No, so I think with that, your brain is working, I would say, as an architect with the ecological view in a way. And I think the more in the future, the more themes you add to that multiscalar thinking, the more rich you will get your architecture. For example, materiality or climate, microclimate, or form, the procession of form, and all these themes that can be loading into the proposal. No, as long as you're able to have a cohesion or a synthesis, that is good. So yeah, congratulations. I would say that I enjoy that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
maybe I
mean,
can say,
yeah,
oh,
please.
no, go ahead, John. No.
No. It's hard to navigate the time on Zoom, I have to say. But William, I think it's great. I think the thing also, following all of Margarita's comments, the thing I'm most intrigued by is your site selection and how you take advantage of it. You said this one moment of like addressing the street. I do think it's a kind of frontage project. And I think it like handles that really well. I think the things I'm most excited about are the gaps between the buildings in the north-south as opposed to the east-west. And because I think that could lead people up and through the project. I think and I appreciate that glass on the base. And I don't know, I just wonder about the facade treatment versus like at other levels, if it's might be, I don't know, more severe than it wants to be, but maybe not. That's more a preference thing. But I'm most excited about that front plane and how it might bring people into your site as a mode of address. Because it's the interesting thing about this site is like it's next door to this like federal swath that's pretty developed and pretty big and is not really offering a lot of lateral opportunities. So I think you're right to bring up people through the sort of art center to the south. They're going to be coming here first. So I think the corner is super important, but I also think that porosity, and I think you're starting to really address that in a fantastic way.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the goal for that studio is also that students develop a building going into the integrated studio next semester. So it's kind of a step towards designing a building, a functional building with circulation and facade and material. I mean, as far as they can get. So I think William really took it on.
Yeah,
they also enjoyed it. Yeah.
Yeah, in that sense, I think an important thing in moving forward is to think materiality within your way of thinking. So integrated into the logics of your building, the logic of the master plan and the building. So don't stop here and then plug in whatever cool material look, taken from a magazine, blah, 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 because then you will do banal architecture. It's about extracting from the laws you have created to have that. So thinking about materiality from bottom up or from north south or from east west or from with a certain logic that it's applied to reinforce either threshold or water system, vegetation system, and other systems that you might think are convenient. I think that's a really important.
Yeah, absolutely. That would definitely be the next step, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a great comment, Margarita, because we're not decorating the building.
Exactly.
But but it's developed simultaneously. But it's a big challenge for this semester. So there was a lot.
Yeah. I mean, congratulations. That's crazy. Even though I mean, that's a personal thing about the views, the less realistic, the better. But that's me. Because you close the door too much.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great.
Thank you.
You put in handrails.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, William.
Okay, are we seeing it full screen or do I have to reshare?
Now it's full screen, yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Fiona Alcandri, and this is the proposal for a community center in downtown Kansas City with special programs focused on technology and innovation. After researching and analyzing the current condition of Kansas City, the discovery was made that the district division of the city was extremely rigid and created an impermeable and disjointed city condition. Our site resides in the center of the government district as shown and fails to incorporate any of the surrounding contexts such as the art, financial, and Paseo districts. The driving theme behind the master plan was to create a hybrid of these districts to meld into the site and have the programs that geared to all surrounding areas. We started with a simple grid, removing all of the existing context except 3 historic and vital buildings to which to find and identify this area. Added massings distributed evenly but sporadically throughout the site, designating certain massings per their adjacent districts. Next, created voids within those massings to establish a hierarchy of private and public open space, and then added minimal connection between them so as not to take away from the vertical orientation of the project and to maintain the various hierarchies and scales of the open space. As you can see in the figure ground, the scheme begins to establish a strong vertical circulation between the pockets of open space. Circulation was an important aspect of this project and helped to inform the circulation exploration in the specific building proposal. Additionally, you can see the canopy condition that was applied to the open spaces for eco-friendly, sustainable practices such as water collection and redistribution, as well as solar conservation. The spine was further identified within the scheme, connecting the district hubs throughout the site. The detailed master plan was then established, which begged the question of which open space hub would be best suited to house the community center. With efforts of bringing the technology and innovation of Kansas City, which is primarily sourced in the western side of the loop, the decision was made to choose the hub with the open face towards the west, as to not disrupt the flow of the spine, but rather serve as a guiding mass to complement the implied movement throughout the entire site. Similarly to the master plan, the scheme began with a grid, and then a massing of desired ground square footage to which 4 general massings of the buildings would be derived from. The first mass was the central courtyard and lobby space, which served as the connection to the 3 various programmatic offshoots and acted as the main circulatory system. Then the first of the 3 masses was designed to house the administration and educational facilities, including classrooms, offices, and co-working meeting rooms, which worked in coordination with the business buildings surrounding the hub in the master plan. The second mass was designed as the most public in programming, including an auditorium and a 2-story library. Finally, the third mass housed the special program of this center, which evolved in technology and innovation. Additionally, you can see the courtyard take shape in relation to the central mass, using the surrounding open space as a circulatory experience. With these sliding masses, adjacent outdoor space was created and defined based on the program from within they were most connected to. Along the building's eastern face remained the outdoor space along the circulation of the entire master plan, which we didn't want to lose with the addition of this building. As you can see, there is still plenty of space to reinforce that spine and leave the vertical dominance of the project and master plan intact. Finally, after rearranging a few of the PV panel canopies, the buildings took form in the master plan. Within the scheme, the system of creating important and functional vertical elements in the building seemed natural, as the master plan also dealt with the strong vertical relationships. These elements came in form of the building's floors, which housed facilities such as storage and stairwells. This language was then echoed throughout all of the plans and helped to inform the pitches of the roof. The balconies were added as an outdoor circulation, as well as to counteract those floors and complete the massing shape, which maintained a sense of consistency between the constructs. That emphasis was further made important through sketch model exploration, with those floors and their edge conditions lined the central circulatory gallery. The balconies, as you can see in this perspective, are similar to a feel of a brise-soleil condition, showing the large massings. The ground floor was meant to act as a place of rest within the courtyard and have a sense of permeability through the central zone, and emphasize the indoor-outdoor condition and nature of the master plan, which you can better understand here with the clear visualization of that central courtyard. The second floor starts to play with the addition of courtyards at levels other than the ground floor, as seen in the leftmost mass, whose program is a library with an outdoor reading courtyard. Here you can better understand the circulatory system, as well as how the floors may have opportunities to work in conjunction with each other through this main connection. The third floor plays with the double height spaces in the library and demonstration classrooms, as well as the vaulted ceilings of the Western Gallery. Here we start to see the program distribution with primarily technology geared programs on the ground floor, as well as the auditorium with opportunities to open those walls to adjacent courtyards. Being located in the initial technology hub, it was important to the scheme to have programs geared towards the technological advances of the people of Kansas City. Some of those programs distributed throughout the floors include fabrication labs, scientific exploration labs, competition spaces, and tech galleries. The second floor starts to incorporate more education and learning with the library and technology galleries, as well as some administrative spaces. And finally, the third floor offers exhibition and community spaces to the vaulted ceilings and has opportunities to utilize the natural light in these areas. Then came the opportunity to articulate the outdoor program with those large open plazas. As for the outdoor hubs, the scheme starts to speculate with the idea of having an exterior theater and performance spaces, as it lies adjacent to the auditorium. potentially using those canopies and shaded areas for technology competition spaces and pavilions, and then re-implementing the program from the original tech hub in the master plan with co-working spaces and meeting areas. In section, you can start to see those courtyard spaces take shape, as well as understand the language of the dramatic vaulted ceiling pitches. Additionally, you start to see how courtyards and double height spaces are distributed in section as well as in plan. Here you can see a simple section of the building in context and understand its relationship to the surrounding buildings. As for how the canopies can be utilized and further developed, their eco-friendly goals would mimic the innovation echoed from the building program and offer additional shading to parts of the outdoor hubs. In the future, one potential vision is to utilize these canopies to create a consistent form throughout the city and plan and take back some of the vacant lots to create more communal spaces to bring the city together. The project is meant to offer a place for co-working and ideating while not getting in the way of the implied flow of the master plan. Thank you.
I think I got it at the end. Can you just explain in the master plan? I don't want to relitigate the master plan, but it seemed to be a checkerboard scheme between two L-shaped buildings that form a courtyard, which is I thought what the buildings were. But then you put your building in what I thought were green spaces. How are those other ones? What are the two parts of the master plan?
Right. So I can go back, but also
I know the figures. They just tell me like, what are the L's?
Yeah,
What are
so
the other
those
things?
are the buildings, and then I placed my building within one of the hubs. So the hubs, which were the checkered open space, those were green space or like hardscape plaza conditions, depending on what their program was. So each of the hubs were dedicated to their adjacent district. So for example, there was green space on the bottom hub because that was more art and it had like a sculpture garden. And
Right.
then the one that I placed this building in was hardscape, and it was the technology hub, which had co-working space and pavilions.
And what were the L-shaped buildings to be in the master
Those
plan?
were the master plan buildings that had hotels. They had residential spaces.
I see. So the L's were residences of one kind or another, domestic spaces, and
Yes.
the hubs would all get, because in the description that Irene provided, it was like, oh, well, these are supposed to be not standalone buildings, but somehow integrated into the context. But by placing these in the hubs, they're not standalone because you make sort of site connections, but the hubs are envisioned to be the repository of unique buildings on your site. Is that fair?
Yeah, they were meant to, the plazas and open spaces were meant to complement the adjacent building.
Yeah, I think that part's really successful. I mean, I like the pinwheeling and the courtyard and the thinking through those adjacencies. Again, I'm just going to say, I think you guys overestimate the tropicality of America north of your home, because I think there's a lot of like outdoor space in a way and a lot of like public stuff pushed up to the top. So I might qualify the section a little bit. Like I almost would flip a lot of those things. So I think there's the general idea of it. I really appreciate it, like this sort of interiorized courtyard and the way those programs like have their own sort of plazas in different orientations. But I'm just not sure they would be all outside at the base quite as much as they are. And I will just say, I think there's a issue with the way on the lower levels that because I really love the idea of the two cores coming up and defining the program in between. But because the core acts as a wall between your shared court space and the program beyond, it creates a pinch point. Especially in those lower levels, there's just really a door between one side and the other. And I just wonder about like how to think through that relationship. Does the core need to be a little more porous? How to do that? Because I like the idea of that central space. I also kind of feel like it's missing a stair. I see that there's like you've absorbed all the circulation into those cores, but I'm trying to get my sense of like, well, what is that center space? Is it a shared space? Is it an active space? Or is it it is a lobby, or is it just a lobby? It has these multiple levels. So I guess I'm trying to see like, how can you get more, the same thing you're doing with the building massing to your plaza, which I think is a great relationship. I think there's your building frontage into your atrium space, for lack of a better term, that could be more public or more frontal and like maybe some kind of stair going up through there that might bring people together. Does that make sense in a way? Like
Yeah.
there's a kind of vertical zoning as well as the planometric zoning that I would encourage.
Yeah, we a later addition was the staircase, like the spiraling stair that's inside of the courtyard and the main courtyard, which I don't know if,
I'm gonna bring that up.
yeah.
I don't see it.
Yeah, so you can see it in this perspective,
I see.
but in plan, maybe it's easier.
It didn't show up, did it? Oh, I see it. But that's
Oh,
an
yeah.
outside stair, right?
Right, yeah. So they're the only interiors were the ones in the cores, you're right.
Again, this is my same comment that I made to William, that I feel like I'm not sure where your perimeter is. Like,
Mhm.
is that courtyard its own kind of perimeter with an open courtyard in between? Or is it like the whole thing like a kind of atrium, which the glass is to the perimeter, that inside is an interiorized garden, so you're sort of moving through it. I'm like, it's about the borders. Maybe I'm just fixated on it, but I feel like they're all so much more tropical than I could imagine working.
Right.
But I also think there's opportunities. I think yours is also more diversely programmed than the first one. Is that fair? You have like a tech thing and
Yeah, there were a few different avenues for the tech program that I decided to go down.
yeah, no, that's cool. But do you think these are three autonomous things or three things that have internalized connections or like, natural connectivities?
I
Neither
would
answer is
say-
fine.
Yeah, I would say the latter. But when it came to program, I initially was looking at it from floor to floor. And then I started, when I was going over how I actually broke up the massings, I realized that it was a lot more the three distinct massings with the
Right.
lobby connecting it. So it made more sense to me to have the program be individualized to those massings. So the tech was more towards the west. But yeah, they were all interconnected.
I think that's, I mean, for my sensibility, I like that. I like the sort of modernist clarity of the way those slabs interface to your core. I think that's great. I think there's an intelligence of the plan where you have what I understand to be 3 or 4 discrete plazas that are really affiliate to those massings laterally. And I just think there's a sectional thinking through that shared courtyard in relation to those slabs that hasn't happened yet. Because I think that has to do with like those tight doors through the cores and how those apparatus walls. I just think if they're in the same building and they connect in that thing, then they have to do something together.
Okay.
Or else we don't need that courtyard. We'll just have 3 slab buildings and it'll be this sort of beautiful, weird micro Mesian plaza.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like the courtyard demands interface.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Extent of its existence.
Mhm.
How's that?
Yeah, it's really intriguing, really interesting, Fiona, the project, and super well drawn, explained as well. So can I see the section, the long section?
Yes.
This super nice urban
Yeah.
context where you have a master plan, if I understand well, that has maybe that one, yeah.
Oh,
That-
wait. There you go.
The master plan has 2 artifacts, no? That I think John was mentioning, the housing, which is the black double L, etc., and the other artifacts that changes from place to place, right?
Mhm.
I think this artifact or the system of artifacts might want to work perhaps more tighter to the green infrastructure of the forest that crosses the whole city and connects with the whole city. It looks to me that maybe there's a missing set of rules for these different artifacts to be perhaps more horizontal than vertical, so they can really be read as a canopy, as
Okay.
with the huge forest, because I see that your building has these pitches on top and these screens and things that are really appealing. If you push them forward, they can be almost like a artificial tree in the metaphoric sense, like something that is inside outside or with this courtyard, etc. So I think looking at the plan, for example, the idea that the way you put the cores, this black, I think is really intelligent. If we can see a plan, a ground floor plan of this block,
Yeah.
where maybe something that can be, in my view, can be stretched, it's to have more white space. So to stretch these spaces in a way that they gain horizontality. So the white is bigger and so and flatter in height. So this building in your views, if we can come back to the views, that it's not competing with the black boxes of housing. Right? It's a little bit less folie and it's more horizontally distributed into the canopy. I think these trees need to really have, I mean, the local species in Kansas, which I don't know where they are, but I think that needs to be really in the section with more presence and get the architecture a reflection of that interaction with the canopy. So in further, I think steps with the same system, I think the screen can gain a lot of role and the courtyard as part of this outdoor. So the courtyard can be part of this forest as well, the exterior forest, less than an interior garden.
The only other point I would make would just be about the facade treatment. I think the vertical window has a kind of graphic quality that I like. I'm just not sure about the relationship between those striations in the vertical and what you're calling, what did you call the ceiling? You call the roof line. I don't know, the sort of jagged line. I feel like there's some resolution, just the way those go all the way up to the top seems unresolved to me. I don't have a better suggestion for you, but I feel like there might be some point at which the striations operate as a datum, and then there's a kind of like clear story logic that could take up the what did you call your roof line? Your pitches, but it was a sort of like, it's not like a roof pitch, it's actually like a graphic line that you're drawing across the building elevation, which is sort of different than everything else you've done. I like that, but I feel like the striations take the windows and make them into a stripe, and then the roof line takes a roof and makes it a graphic, like a stock exchange chart. You know what I mean? And I think those two graphic things, like I think you do one or the other. Like when they come together, you can just see at the thinness of where the stripes hit the roof line. It's like both tectonically thin, but I also think graphically, I don't know, maybe there's a different way of resolving those two things.
Okay.
That's a sensibility thing. That's not a theory. That's just like what I like.
For the pitches, I think in that view with the trees, it's really, it has, it fits on the site, and it fits on the idea of the canopy with the verticality and all that. So I think developing that with the trees in section would be, the screen, maybe some operability. Beautiful.
You're very
Awesome.
nice.
Thank
Congratulations.
Okay, Brandon is next.
John, you might see a lot of tropical projects.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll make a
afraid
point of
so,
it
yeah.
one more time, and then I'll save it for my concluding comments.
Yep.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon. Thank you, reviewers, for coming in today. My name is Brandon Israel, and this is my proposal for the Kansas City Community Center titled Outside In. During the first phase of the project, my partner Will and I first looked at the tightest frame that we had to work with, which is the 8 blocks in a row in this clipping from a map of Kansas City. Because both of our original precedents focused on sustainable living and the outdoor experience, we decided to combine blocks together to create super blocks that could reduce the amount of car traffic and encourage people to interact with the outdoor urban environment around their homes. One of the first priorities was figuring out ways to get people outside. The solution we came up with was the idea of an eco boulevard that stretched through the site and connected to parks on each side of the frame we were working within. This slide shows how we connected the blocks and stretched the main east-west road to create a wide, completely walkable eco boulevard sliding through the site and extending into downtown Kansas City. We came up with 6 different types of boulevard modules to use, depending on if it was a section of the site that was completely closed off to car traffic or not. Module C shows 2/3 of the block used as walkable space and 1/3 for cars, and D is an idea to use for an intersection between the two boulevards. In the final scheme, module E was used for the east-west widened boulevard and F for the skinnier north-south boulevard that we ended up with. Here's an early circulation diagram that mapped out different areas for the boulevards before it was narrowed down to just the east-west and north-south spines. As mentioned earlier, the boulevard also served the purpose of connecting green spaces within our site and into the urban core. Green roofs were placed atop the residential spaces on the upper floors, and we started to develop an urban catalyst system marked by the circles on each side and the middle of the boulevard that could serve as a community environmental service hubs and places to learn. Because of this idea developed in the master plan, the circular shape was the initial thought for the shape of the new community center building. Instead of building a circular building, the circle shape became a void in the middle that would serve a unique purpose to the boulevard below. The building punctures into the build blocks of the master plan and gains more connection to the living communities on the site. This axon shows the master plan without the new community center. Here's the new community center placed in the middle. Its corners erode away a bit of the original master plan and add more porosity to the site. The buildings in the master plan were already porous on the ground floor, and the community center sticks with that theme, allowing the Eco Boulevard to pass under while the main entrance replaces the area of a former building in the master plan. To push forward the themes of an outdoor lifestyle and engagement with the environment and natural elements, this community center needed to give the feeling of being outdoors while providing closed spaces for environmental education and other gathering spaces for community engagement. The building started with 4 basic floor plates with a circular void punching a hole through the middle. To allow for circulation and unique double height spaces, the pinwheeling voids were created spiraling up to the roof level. Ramps were added to travel through the voids and circle around the void up to the top of the community center. Program elements were then added to fit within the circulation and complement the pinwheeling arrangement of the 4 floor plates. This first floor axonometric view shows the main entrance at the bottom that acts as a green hill and a means for entering the building through the underbelly. It also shows the open plan auditorium and performance space that welcomes visitors upon entering. The second, third, and fourth floors, based around a feeling of being outside and connected with nature, the primary program in the building revolves around environmental education and a space to enjoy nature while being in the built environment. Once again, this floor 1 plan emphasizes the main entrance as well as the cafeteria in the top left corner and first level of the education core at the bottom left. The second floor houses a 2-story office space used for academic administration and rentable for teams, startups, and small companies or groups that need long-term meeting spaces. In the bottom left is the first level of the education core, which features classrooms and outdoor space. The third floor houses the first floor of the studio space that is a double height room that pierces onto the roof level. The purpose of this space is to have an open space for experimenting, designing, and working on various projects. Its glass walls supported by metal allow for natural sunlight or gloomy conditions to pierce through the space, providing an airy atmosphere during a workday. The roof level is a mainly open plan that allows the life in the void to access sunlight and rainwater. The top level of the education core houses a library that sits on this level. This is a section cut in the north-south direction of the building, slicing through the void and showing the floor plates' relationship to each other. It highlights the double-heighted studio space as well. This section, cutting on the east-west axis, slices through the stairs in the education core of the building, and it shows the office spaces to the left and classrooms with outdoor spaces to the right. Here's another north-south section that exposes the auditorium seating, as well as a ramp from the first floor up until the second through the void in the floor plates. Highlighted here is the biodome that the void can become. Completely open at the top and the bottom, the idea for the void is to become a biosphere through the building in which rain, sunlight, and plant life can all interact and mingle straight through the center of the building. Wrapped in glass and steel, standing in the building offers different levels of light exposure and plant views depending on a visitor's perspective while being protected from the elements. The skin of the building has 2 components. First is glass windows supported by metal mullions wrapped around. Attached to that, extending from the floor plates, is a series of metal louvers that can be shifted to different angles depending on how much sunlight is wanted in certain areas of the building. This perspective from the ground level illuminates the metal louvers, showing how they can blend together to create the illusion of solid metal sheet wrapping around the building, creating the appearance of privacy while allowing for light beams and shadows to play throughout the building during the day. The green ramp under the building is a space for people to gather and relax while serving as the main entrance into the underbelly of the building. Illuminating the ramps to the second and third floor, This perspective also shows how the void interacts with the floor plates on each level. Here in the studio, artists, freelancers, and environmentalists have free space to create as they please while soaking up whatever sunlight the Kansas City has to offer that day. Lastly, the roof perspective exposes this lush green space resting on top of the Pinwheeling Community Center. Topping the building off with a green space provides access to a breath of fresh air for anyone interacting with the community center. Thank you so much.
Brandon, a question about the master plan. Was the
Sure.
community center located where it was, where you put it in the master plan? Was it always there?
No, so originally this is the master plan with all of our
Yep.
The original, and then that's where it's placed. So it's kind of placed right on top of that boulevard, and it
No, I
eroded away.
understand. No, I very much understand where it is. And when you say boulevard, but you, as I see in your plan, it's a path, it's a zone. It's not, is it vehicular as well as pedestrian, or is it all pedestrian, what you're calling that
It's
east-west?
yeah, it's all pedestrian. So we widened the original street, and basically, it's kind of this wooden path with grass below it. That it's a full pedestrian kind of walkway through the site.
So I'm just going to make a comment to not belabor, but I thought when
Sure.
you presented the master plan, it was kind of like, oh, well, that's sort of interesting. They're going to take out the north-south. They're going to make these super blocks. They're going to introduce this new boulevard. And when I heard boulevard, I assumed like pedestrian and vehicular. I'm going to create a new axis. It's going to connect through to the government district over to the Paseo. Like that seemed like a big move, but like a super clear move. And then in the development of it, like it's not vehicular. So then I don't think it's a boulevard. And then you sort of occupy the center. And I'm just not sure that's what it does is it takes it from being a boulevard to making it into, like at some readings, the kind of like grand axis. So it's like you put your community center at the end of the Champs-Élysées where the Arc de Triomphe is. Like it's a kind of, for me, a kind of weird mixing of frontal metaphors to like locate it there. That said, like when you get to the building itself, if I like understand this as like a building in the center of the site, I think it operates differently, but I just wanted to note the sort of position of the building in relationship to the idea of a master plan with a boulevard. It's a kind of a weird, for me, a weird fit. Does that make sense? Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't have to accept it. I'm just trying to make a point.
No, I really appreciate all the feedback. The kind of thought process was, and I don't know if I did a good enough job explaining this, but when we were developing the master plan, we kind of placed these three ideas for an urban catalyst in the middle and on the two ends of the boulevards. And so when I first started thinking about the actual design of the community center, I was like, oh, obviously I'll just make this circular building like we sort of talked about.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm just saying it became.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, please go ahead. I'm sorry. Zoom's hard. There's a lag.
Yeah. No, so just like I was saying, like obviously I thought about making that circular building right there smack in the middle. And then I started thinking about how could I kind of extend it into the blocks. And then the circular shape that was originally thought of as the structure for the building became the actual void in the middle. And then just like you were saying, the first thing I thought of is like, well, that's going to completely like topple the middle of the boulevard. And so that's why the bottom is porous. And I wanted to have kind of this biodome in the actual circle of it that you can just walk under the building and through it if you don't want to interact with it at all.
No, I understand. I guess to my sensibility, I would have placed your building here on the site, exactly the same building, because what you did is you closed down this street, which I thought was pretty smart, but you left it open. Your same formation, like you're walking through the building on the minor cross axis of the boulevard, I think would be really great urbanistically. Sitting it in the dead center of it for me is like overwhelming. So that's just a kind of like sensibility about the thing. And I think actually that as a southern front as opposed to a western front might let you have some of the optical, you might have to change your louvering system, but like you seem like the view you take is of like the afternoon. So like this raking light onto the stair ramp condition and having it face south, I think would let you have that more often in a way and would give you a kind of mode of address to this street. Because I think what's interesting about your master plan massing is you get rid of a street, but then you obey the ghost of that street in the massing. So there's no longer vehicles
Got
on
it.
it, but you keep it. So I just think that street is a stronger street to make your sort of like pedestrian nature street than what you're calling the boulevard. Like I think the boulevard, if you got it out of the way, you could still have traffic and bring people through. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Sorry, that is an offensive way to say it.
No,
That's my
I
opinion.
appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. No, thank you so much.
I think there's a tension. I can see that from the master plan, you have been dealing with this these circular buildings, no, at the beginning as monuments, and it seems that you still have a little bit of doubt or indecision between what is a monument that is this circular piece that is vertical and an Arc de Triomphe, no, like, which is this kind of a rectangular thing that allow the boulevard to move through and has also a presence that can be a building. So there's a tension between these two paradigms. And I think you might have to choose between one or the other, or be perhaps, in my view, one solution can be that this building that you have designed has perhaps more span in the middle, and it resembles more of an Arc de Triomphe, really allowing this boulevard to move through more spatially. Or you have a donut and you emphasize this donut across, like a floating donut on legs with vertical thing, and then you move into the geometry of the circle. So it's either keeping the monument, or it's one or the other, but now it's a building in the middle with certain degree of porosity across. So if we look at the plan, to me, the easier way to perhaps address the confrontation between the master plan and the building scale will be to transform this more in an Arc de Triomphe and into an Arc de Triomphe with its own attributes and open spaces. And then playing with these holes you have in the master plan, in the massing, the windows of the urban blocks, the kind of language you have here to be back into your three-dimensional Arc de Triomphe. The Arc de Triomphe has one direction only, typically, but if you have one that has two directions, so something that is a massing that has one direction in one and some porosity on the other, then you have a two-directional Arc de Triomphe, which I think will serve best your building scale. So moving into the plan, perhaps you can move into the one plan. Yeah, here, any of those, but so that one, for example, no, you have these, and then you have perhaps another level where this pink thing, let's say orange, is leveled this way, and then the blue is this other way. So more porosity in the two direction in terms of massing to recover the idea of the monument. That is.
Yeah. No, I'm just gonna like counterpoint. I just don't feel like the community center should aspire to the level of the monument. I think there's a kind of like decorum problem. Like for me, it just like it can't hold the center because it's not a memorial and it's public but not civic. I just think that for me it's a kind of like it's a problem to have it be dead center. Like it's a kind of hierarchy issue, but that's just a differing of opinion. I think also this circle that you have, I don't know what a biodome is, but it sounds very exciting. I assume it involves things related to, growing stuff. I think that's also an opportunity to like get, I think the circle fixates you, and the circle with all of its hierarchical demands of a center point of perfection of all those things. I think your biodome is a chance to like warp that circle into some other figure that might take advantage of like the sun angle, because it's actually quite deep and it's actually quite narrow, and you're pretty high up from the equator. And so I think there could be both planimetric and sectional distortions to your biodome that would just make like the plan read in interesting ways. So this sort of like dealing with the specifics of light penetration and trying to get it down to the floor might make it like much thinner towards the front, or you know what I mean? Like it would change its relationship to the perimeter, it would change its relationship to its own section. Because I think the general massing of the building, you know, it's a rectangle, but I think the fenestration or the treatment is like really nice. I think like as you go through the lobby, it's like very like open and spacious. I think the location of all the things in the building, quad building, I'm like totally on board with. I think in the section, it's just such a, it's like more like a light well. It reads as a light well than it as a sort of like big open space. And I just wonder, like, because there's these sort of like, not in this view, but in other views, it has qualities similar to like Sterling's project in Stuttgart, you know, when you have that big circle space. Like there's that sort of classicizing element that only appears in that plan. And I just wonder if you like dealt with how to actually grow that tree or preserve that tree, or like, you know what I mean? Like it
Yeah,
would
no,
change certain dimensions, and then you'd have a more amorphous figure in the center that wouldn't be part of its centrality and would make new demands on its rectilinear perimeter.
got it. Yeah, no, that's definitely something I would want to keep researching and continue to develop. Absolutely, yeah.
To me, the circle, it's a ghost of the previous scheme of the monuments, and I would kill it. I think if you can work with the orthogonal geometry and then take the idea of the emptiness and it's in its core, but with the orthogonal geometry, it will give you less problems. I think whatever, you know, because it's one or the other, but two of them, they're fighting one against the other. So you have the ghost of the monument and the arch, and it's not that big. So I think it's too many things. I would kill the circle in my personally.
Got it.
It's interesting, Brandon. We've been fighting through all these comments for the last 6 weeks or so. So I think you heard exactly what you needed to hear in some ways. I just wish we had John and Margarita on your review for the master plan.
Yeah.
And then we could have nailed that down. And because I really think, John, your drawing on the master plan would have been perfect, actually. It didn't need to be central. It just needed to access that boulevard, and would have been great to hear that at that point. But I think, Brendan, you've done a wonderful job. The building is great. It's really exciting. And the views that you took, I think, show it really well. It's very dynamic, I think, in section and volumetrically. Very well done. I think we have to move on.
Congratulations.
Really appreciate you guys' comments. Thank you so much.
I see that Iñaki joined us. Hi, Iñaki.
Hello, thank
Hi,
you.
Iñaki.
Hi.
You coming in from the tent? That's very impressive tent.
Yep.
You guys said tent. I thought it was going to be more.
It's not a
I don't know,
tent, John.
like an igloo or something.
It's a pavilion.
Ah, I see. Yeah, yes.
We call it pavilion.
I see. Very nice.
Yeah, language. Okay, Max.
Hi, my name is Max South, and this is my master plan and community center proposal, the Kansas City Twist. The massing weaves from 8th Street down to 12th Street, creating large courtyard spaces and cohesion across the board while maintaining street routes from west to east. The Kansas City site was composed of 3 zones, which we could designate our project site. The master plan is developed mostly in Zone A, but extends over the freeway. This is the project site for the proposal with the existing structures in the area. The project extends over the highway to create a greenway bridge that connects to Margaret Kemp Park. The project calls for the removal of several structures within the site project boundary. This consists of a parking garage, 14, an apartment building labeled 19, an elementary charter, 21, and a wellness center, 39, and an annex, 18. Here's the master plan with context to the surrounding area. The freeway creates a very strong divide between the east and west and creates less traffic across the bridge into the project site, mostly vacant and parking lot space at the moment. This infrastructure is a large obstacle towards uniting two divided communities. The meander massing opens towards existing program that adds value to the site and is closed off to parts that aren't necessarily big contributors to the overall dynamic of the site. The massing is closed off to two parking lot structures and a bank that borders the freeway. The meanders open towards a church, a shopping area, and several city programming, like the municipal court. The large courtyard spaces are created by the meander that are surrounded by public commercial program that will see lots of pedestrian foot traffic. The site will have two streetcar routes that run from east to west, which do not exist at the moment, to provide greater access to the neighborhoods east of the freeway system. The streetcar routes would provide access to the main courtyard. The addition of a linear park that stretches along the side of 9th Street from Margaret Kemp Park to a proposed green space will be more of an inviting means to travel by foot across the highways. The linear park, Margaret Kemp Park, and the proposed green space would be bordered by the proposed streetcar lines. The community center will be located across the street from the proposed green space and linear park. The community center is positioned towards people coming from the east. The location of the community center allows for the structure to stand out, but also become a part of the meandering. The total height of the master plan structure is 105 feet, while the community center height is 65 feet. The community center extends across Charlotte Street, which engages with proposed green space that connects to the linear park. These are images of a 32nd scale model. The proposed streetcar lines on 9th and 10th Street are represented in red. The image on the bottom right shows the courtyard that leads the community center from the west. The first two floors consist of commercial program that face the interior courtyards and street. The ground floor preserves the existing street level condition and provides passageways to allow access through the project site. The next layer consists of a terrace that provides access to mixed program and creates a breezeway in the structure. The top layer consists of 3 residential floors that are strictly private and create micro communities within the master plan. The residential massing does not continuously flow, but has breaks in between sections. This adds porosity so that the structure does not feel like it's so restrictive. The winding massing recedes from Charlotte Street and the community center becomes a buffer between the courtyard space beyond and the linear park. The orientation faces east to hopefully spur more public interaction around the freeway. At the most conceptual level, the community center massing is 2 forms, an extension and connection over Charlotte Street nestled into the primary program. The structure consists of 3 floors with a double height ceiling for the auditorium on the 3rd floor. There's a grand passageway between 2 forms on the ground level to create access to the primary courtyard from the sidewalk. There's a platform stage in the courtyard that is a representative extension of the performance spine that is created by the auditorium that extends over Charlotte Street. The angle of the building facade is directed towards this spine to draw importance to its alignment. The massing that extends across Charlotte Street meets a boardwalk at ground level that interacts with the structure and streetcar lines on either end. The gridded hardscape in the courtyard becomes an extension of the structure subdivision. The roof plan of the community center can be more closely seen as an entryway to the courtyard. The first floor consists of a lobby to the community center, a library, an exhibition space, and an entryway and cafe on the boardwalk across Charlotte Street. The second floor has a communal game room above the lobby, community spaces, public study, and workspaces. Kansas City is deemed a city of music by UNESCO, and so the 3rd floor is dedicated to special program geared towards music studies and training. The auditorium is located above Charlotte Street. This is the first floor plan with context to the site. The first floor lobby has seating looking out towards the courtyard, a reading lounge room and an after-school classroom, a meeting room, and restrooms. The library has study rooms, computer stations, and seating. The exhibition space has a meeting room, an administration office, and restrooms near the stairs. The second floor has a game room, classroom, meeting rooms, communal spaces, and a music history exhibit. The third floor consists of the special program for the community center. Spaces dedicated to a music space for inner city kids to teach them roots of Kansas City music culture. The space has classrooms, music studio rooms, teacher offices, and an auditorium that is elevated and extends across Charlotte Street. The auditorium is twofold, can serve community-oriented discussions and performances. An axon of the community center, and there are 3 circulation rooms, each with an elevator and staircase. They're all facing the sidewalks for easy access. Here's a rendering of the community center from above. This is a view from above the courtyard with the outdoor platform stage. These 2 sections give context to the building's relation to the street and interior spaces. Cut A is north-south and cut B is west-east. These 2 sections are cut west-east. Section D shows the boardwalk across Charlotte Street. Here's a section perspective. An exterior view of the boardwalk. Another view of the boardwalk from the left to the left side. The outdoor stage platform. Community center view from the courtyard. A lecture hall located on the 3rd floor. The game room on the 2nd floor. And the library on the 1st floor looking out to the primary courtyard. Thank you.
Max, maybe you could pull up one of the axons that show the overall scheme. And I have a first question that's specifically, why bridge over Charlotte? And then just more generally, what is it about bridging? Because it happens actually, I would say, 2.5 times in the building. You bridge over Charlotte, you bridge over paths. Like, what does it mean to bridge something, or what is its value to you generally?
So to me, I'm gonna go back to these diagrams. This one in the center, this is that linear park that runs on 9th Street and connects this green space that I'm proposing that would be on the east of Charlotte Street. Like the bridge across would connect this space, which is then connected to the linear park and Margaret Kemp Park. And I was trying to bridge this kind of, I was trying to connect these communities on the east and west of the freeway, because I felt like the freeway was creating this big divide.
Yeah.
And that's kind of generally where the bridging came from. And I like the idea that I kind of, in a way, created these 2 entry points into the community center on either side of Charlotte Street. So,
sure, maybe that's right. I just like now I'd introduce like the green figure in that as another bridging in plan, where you're trying to connect the Kemper Park to your park. I'm just wondering, like, because you could have put everything on the east of Charlotte and made that, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of times you can move up and over, and then also on the other part of the building, you bridge from one part of the building to another. So do you feel like just bridging became a kind of motif, or? You know, bridging from one side of the highway to another is one kind of bridging. Going up 3 stories to take a bridge over in the same building, I would say, is another. What does it set up for you? I guess I'm just like, because it could all just be east of Charlotte. You would still be able to connect to Kemper.
Yeah, so I mean, part of the reason why the structure was located on, why I located it on the west of Charlotte Street, was because I wanted to contain this like 4-block, which was originally 8-block grid for my master plan, in order to like almost complete the form, this meandering form. And so I felt like originally it was the meandering was kind of complete in that it basically crossed over 10th Street and those two meandering forms connected. And then
Right.
I reseeded the form and placed the community center there.
So you have this bridging, you have this bridging, and then I can't even get small enough. You have another bridging that's like, I don't have a good color, here. You know what I mean? Like there's a bridge right in there too.
Yeah, yes, definitely.
And what does that bridge do?
Are you talking about the form?
Can you
Or-
zoom in a little bit on that third plan?
Here, I'm gonna go.
Oh,
to
never
a-
mind.
a
Sorry,
plan.
I'm making this too complicated.
Yeah,
Let me
I can
let me
just
see
go
if I can
to
just draw a
plan
super
draw.
fat line. Right there, there's another bridge like in the mid length of your building.
Here, I'm gonna
It's
go
fine.
to
Yeah,
a
that's
plan
good. That's
drawing.
good. That's good.
Here, like this.
No, because your building's not on it. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah. So you have a bridge here. You have a bridge here. Oh, you changed it again. You have a bridge over to here, and then you bridge again there, right? You're bridging across the highway here. You're bridging across Charlotte here. You bridge a path through there, right? And then there's like another kind of like implied bridge between this feature and the rest of the building. Is that fair?
I guess I'm not understanding this bridge.
Well, you've thrown some of your building to the other side of this path, even though it's an outside space. So I'll
Oh,
take away
okay.
that one.
Okay.
Maybe that one's not fair.
And this is on the ground floor. This is a roof plan.
No, I know, but if we go to the ground floor plan, there's a gap between those two parts of the building, right?
Yes, there is.
And to go over it, you bridge.
Yep,
That's all.
that's true.
Look, I feel like I'm manipulating this conversation with a fascination on bridging. I feel like the building right now operates by like exacerbated intentionality to like touch everything. And I'm just wondering if like the figure, you know, I appreciate like all your answers are good. Like you want to create the meandering figure, you want to bridge over to the other thing. So all of your motivations are good and true, Max, I agree. But I think in the end, the building becomes sort of like separated out from itself such that you have the lobby to the auditorium on the east of Charlotte, and then your auditoriums on the west of Charlotte. Is that right?
It's actually over Charlotte, but I do understand your point.
So I just think things get really like drawn apart from each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe I don't have an opinion of it that's good or bad. To me, it seems like it's always jumping over itself, and maybe that's its strength. I'm pausing for someone else to clarify my mess I've made with this project.
I don't know if Iñaki, you want to jump or you jump? Okay. Yeah, so interesting this discussion on bridging. I think it's a strength actually, the idea, I don't know the scale of it, but it's a strength, but it's also a added complexity to it, no? Especially when you are bridging with the auditorium that is flat in reality. No, it could. I think it's great. So I really appreciate, I really appreciate the tensions that happen outside the building. No? Not only with a series of thresholds that it seems that in the studio there is this obsession or theme. No? That space in between the two, that space between the two, that space here. This I don't know if we'll call it bridge or threshold between elements that create outdoor space of transition between the indoor and the outdoor. No? So I think that is a strength. And in addition to that, what you have, I think is really interesting, this gesture you've made here, this gesture. I think it's really interesting, and perhaps this gesture can also happen in the section. When you see the section and the auditorium, this bridge is flat, and I wonder if it can also be, inclined if the auditorium is, if we can see that section,
Yeah.
the section through. Let me clear this mess. I don't know how. Okay. Yeah, here. Oh, on the previous one. Yeah, here. Yeah. So the auditorium. I wonder if that can be this way or not. I mean, maybe not. But thinking that the transition between one level and another might be more complex if you have a slope, so you can access from this level or from this level. The bridge is less demanding. That perhaps that way, and it would resonate perhaps with the facade. In any case, I think the bonds are there. I think it's a cohesive proposal in terms of program and in terms of outdoor indoor scheme. So I'm just curious about that form, if that can be repeated or not, will be my question. If that is here or it's also in the roofscape somewhere here, so it's not as
yeah, that's a really interesting point. I guess I only thought of it on the courtyard side, and I didn't really think of it like from the street position. So
because I think there's a feeling of separating elements, that you've done to create this threshold in between, but then there's this thing about the facade that is like having inspiration to get space outside. I think that gesture to me is really intriguing in the facade, and I wonder if it's a membrane that moves. Maybe that can be repeated at different scales. It also happens in the section of the highway, right? So you're bridging on top the highway, and the highway is slightly in a depression. It has this movement of a bowl that collects water. So I think these two things of the site at large can be reverberating in the building, perhaps more.
I have a comment, Max, following this John and Margarita's, that this building is looking like if it was part of a larger complex, but is represented like if it is an object that is placed like a table on a place, no? And I'm imagining that what Margarita was saying, no? Maybe in the opposite direction, that the auditorium is doing something like this, and this is because you want the auditorium to have some connection with the outdoor, so it's another entrance which has another connection with what's going on here, and this is never ending here, but this is the stage that is here, and this whole thing is part of the space of the building. That gets into here, enters, goes, and so that the building is the part that emerge from something that is much larger, as opposed to be an object that is placed like a nice table on top of that. No? That would be in section. And if you go to the plan, to a general plan, 1 second. Yeah, something that gives us some context, because all these representations, yeah, well, maybe not that much. Well, this is okay. There. Yeah, but this is actually creating all this, and this is all cohesive. There are no like two strange paths here, but all this is the outdoor, and the geometry is already suggesting this, no? And you have kind of the side walls of this external auditorium that maybe it's a very strong double lines of trees, no? So you are extending your building that is here. The background of this exterior space is extended in the sides with vegetation or with whatever. Then you have the bridge. Then all this is also part of your project, no? That comes here and reaches there and there, as opposed to be like pieces that are one and there. That would be my suggestion of reinterpreting something that the building has, like is giving you all the clues, but it's not. It's just deposited. In your section, you need to have the trees with the roots, with the excavation, with the connection to all this outside as well. Hope this helps.
Okay.
Yeah, in a way, it's like your ideas are coming from the site, and if you draw the site at large, these will look more cohesive. No?
Yeah, no, that's a great point.
It's a great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I also just along there's a minor point along those great insights. I think drawing the rest of the site, but also even in the plan form, I think you could more aggressively come up closer to those parts of the meander that it wants to connect with, like the little polite row of trees. I might break some streetscape decorums to really make that plan figure feel like it's part of that aspect. So the curve is great, but maybe it comes back to like realign. So certain sort of like indexical markers of its fitting into the site in that way, which I think you do really successfully in the cross axis. But I think in its ends, it could feel like it's part of the meander, even if it doesn't touch. It could, you know what I mean? Like more, aggressively try to like fulfill the massing diagram of the meander, even in the plan.
Yeah, no, I think that's
No
a great
side
point.
trees is what I'm saying. That's a long way of saying no side trees. Move it over 10 feet so it like really feel it.
I
Cool.
posted on
Thank
the
you.
chat. The Fondation Cartier with this facade that is really curved and intriguing for you, perhaps to look at and distance yourself or embrace it either way. Okay.
Okay, thanks,
Okay,
Max.
thank you very much.
Yep. So Cole,
Yes, let me share. All right, can we see in full screen?
no, we see your, now it's full screen. Okay.
So hello everyone, my name is Cole Aronson. The project title is Pocket Park Community Center. So when beginning to lay out the site, we first brought the idea of a spine. The original context of Kansas City, one of the main things that we looked at was the highway loop and how this divided the downtown into various districts inside and outside the loop. So one of the main goals for the project was to figure out a way to reconnect these different districts by making the site a connection point for reestablishing those connections. And another goal that we had was to create a site in which we could bring a little bit of every district into the project while at the same time creating its own identity. So when we lay out the site, we first brought the idea of a spine, which allowed us to create these north, south, east, and west connections. The spine then started to transform into a wave, which we allowed for movement throughout the site to be less linear and create a variety of different experiences. Placing the massing on the outer edges of the site allowed us to create plazas in which people could relax, eat, or listen to live music. Each of these buildings contains programs from a range of different districts from all around the downtown area. I then wanted to create a park that bridges over the highway in order to create an east-west connection. And this is where the grid layout for the park began. The vertical grid allows for the north-south connection from the residential areas of the site. The 5 zones were then laid out, each with their own specific program, and small forests were placed in the spaces between. These zones then took the shape of bubbles in which they could have their own niche. These range from playground and children's play area to exercise and fitness, sports, a dedicated water facility, and a community bubble. The community center was then placed in the central bubble as it creates an equality from all areas around the site. This diagram talks about the specifics between each of the different bubbles, starting with Kid Zone, Exercise, Community, Wet Zone, and the Sports Zone, with all their own program and special qualities. All around the central building are or small and big water collection agents that help to feed these vertical paths, which are trenches for water to collect and feed the forest and the wet zone as well. It was important for the community to have a 360-degree access to the surrounding park, as the building focuses on teaching and learning team sports and allows for team retreats in order to form team bonds. Its location also allows for access from all directions for social engagement for people in the community and the surrounding city. The park allows for a variety of team and solo sports along with recreational activities, while the community center is dedicated to building mental health and allowing people to relax and de-stress. The axon shows the way in which the building connects to the two residential sides and the park as a whole. Moving into the building proposal, creating the layout for the building started with a simple grid and adding the basic shape of a circle. Then creating these vertical and horizontal members to divide the building into sections, and creating 4 boxes in which there could be voids to bring sunlight into the building. Those areas with the 2 large voids, 2 smaller voids, and 2 vertical cores. The central circulation is on the perimeter of the building, and a secondary circulation runs horizontally through the building. Here's some images of an analog model that I created in order to see the way that the voids would interact with various levels. The main precedent that was used was the 21st Century Museum of Contemporary Art by Sanaa, and their use of internal courtyards was also an inspiration for the voids. The program on each floor is different, but the special program for the project all revolves around team sports and mental health for players, coaches, and trainers, giving athletes the resources to de-stress and take a mental break from busy lives. So moving into the plans, the ground floor is the building's lobby that contains a cafe and 2 bubbles that have small courts and a track for people to enjoy. The first floor is geared towards exhibition in which sports memorabilia is held along with the building's administration offices. The second floor is dedicated to learning, whether it's to review a team's film or previous game. And the third floor is all about mental health and recovery. It contains yoga, which is the best sport for stress control, martial arts, which is the best for preventing frustration, and golf, which is best for calm and soothing behavior. The roof during the summer is a relaxing outdoor space for lounging and playing non-competitive sports such as ping pong. Moving into the sections, Section A is showing a cut from north to south with various voids in connection to the north and south building masses. Section B is a simple north to south cut, but allows for the 2 courtyards in the building to be shown at the same time. And Section C offers an east to west cut, shows the entire park as it relates to the building, and offers a vision of how one might traverse through the site. Moving into perspectives, here's a section perspective, which shows a cut through the center of the building, showing the different voids and massing. This is a ground floor entrance perspective to see how it would feel to enter into the building. This is a second floor perspective showing the voids that cut through to engage the second and ground floor. A north entrance perspective showing the presence of the building as you're walking into the park, and a roof perspective. And this is a level 2 interior perspective where you can see those voids with the glazing. That is it. Thank you very much.
Cole, you're very frank about the use of sauna as a kind of touchstone for the project, which I appreciated your clarity on that. As a tactician of architectural design, could you talk a little bit about what the challenges were for taking saunas plan forms, which in the 2 cases you've shown are planimetric, 1-level buildings, I think, and making it a sectional building? Like, what were the challenges, you think, of making that translation?
Yeah, so definitely one of the challenges was what to do with kind of the weird corners that occur and how to kind of create a way to engage both, like kind of engage every floor with each other, and not so that they're just completely cut off from each other and have no relation. So kind of creating those voids. And Sanaa's building is one floor, and so it's really easy to have connection with the outdoors, as people can come in and out, and there's a lot of movement. But as you move up in levels, it becomes more important to connect each floor with the floor above and below, since you don't have that outdoor.
And what were the techniques though? I saw that one perspective, there's like sort of cutout where you go from the second floor to the ground level. Were those
So
the
if
techniques, a
I-
series of cutouts, or?
Yes, so if I can go back here. So if we look at the first floor, we can see that at the north and south, there are these kind of circular cutouts, which give a view into kind of these little court areas where you can look down. And then not only do you have those two big voids, but you also have these other three voids that kind of allow you to look over. For instance, if you wanted to look down into the lobby, or from the second floor, look into the.
And just to be clear, in your nomenclature, plan level 1 is not the ground level?
That's correct.
Right. So there's not much on the ground.
Yeah, no, the ground is mainly to allow for people to kind of circulate the park, so that you don't have to enter completely into a building in order to be able to move through the park. It kind of allows you to quickly move either in or around.
But you still occupy the center of the building with a smaller building, right? There's this rectilinear part that you occupy. Is that fair?
Right. Yes.
I think the thing that I like most that I'm seeing is your treatment of these circles that intersect with your circular form, that create these sort of like eyelid wedges along the perimeter on the north and south, and the way that creates a view in. That seems like really effective. I'm a little skeptical of like the stacking, like once it goes to 4 floors, and how much that is just in relationship. This is maybe too emotional a response, but you have this whole sports terrain that you've created on the east-west axis with all these ground level sports things, and then this goes vertical, and I'm just wondering, like, there's no pressure. The circle's quite small on that square. Your circle could be much bigger. The perspectives make it seem like a 2-story building. I'm just wondering about, like, when it goes to 4 stories, I guess I'm questioning the aspect ratio, height to depth, that you're dealing with, because it seems like you have space to spread out a little bit more to do some of those things. And that's just an opinion, I guess. I can't prove that.
Yeah, a lot of it was kind of the project constraints and kind of where we had to develop a certain kind of size. But originally it was only 2 floors in the first design that I started with. And eventually I began to need more space to add in new program and kind of all of that. And so it just started vertically moving up. But I agree to the point.
Yeah, I guess I'm just saying it could horizontally move out, maybe. Because I think once it seems like you have the tools to do that. And that's not to forestall the design, but I think like a 2-story building that had maybe a little more on the ground level, that had those eyelid shapes that I think are the real, for me, the interesting innovation of the project, or one of them at least, are these spaces, which I think as they go up, introduce a new geometry, like they sort of make it your own. And I just wanted to like commend you on that. Yeah, I also think the exterior perspective has a really beautiful quality to it, but I read it a different size than what you're telling me in a way. It seems both smaller. It's not as wide as I'm saying it should be, but it's not as tall as a 4-story building, I don't think. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to say that I cannot prove it either, but I have the same feeling in terms of when you show the Sanaa example and you show the building, and also when you transition from the huge in the master plan this huge platform with the circles, I was always wondering, is the circle going to be a void or is it going to be a mass? It's going to be a void, and finally it's a mass, no? With voids inside. So yeah, I agree maybe to have it flatter and bigger in plan, no? And more porous. So the sectionality is more evident, or perhaps, you know, that these diagonal views inside the building becomes more apparent, and also the trees and the things that are happening also happen to the building. But if the constraints of the studio are what they are, it's just a conversation for another moment, no? But yeah, it had same scalar impression because the Sana building is quite flat and also large. Maybe it's how much, like 3 times or 4 times, no? Yours in footprint. So the transition makes it hard.
Yeah,
I would also just point, like, I actually like the building, Cole. I think it's nice, and I think, you know, we had a previous conversation about my anathema to having a circle as marking the center, which we had with Brandon, which I think for me still apply as a sensibility. But I think for me, the question about like how you take the flatness of Asana and make it vertical not only has to do with aspect ratios, but has to do with like circulation. And so you talked about the voids as ways of creating awareness of one level to another. But I think there's an over-reliance on the fire stair or the enclosed stair, at least as I see it, in terms of getting people up and down. And I feel like there has to be some new way of making that happen. I know elevators are what they are and we need fire stairs, but it seems like, you know, this is this public sports building. The circulatory issue is like, okay, karate class is now let out. So there's like 20 people now who are going to go to the elevator, or, you know what I mean? Like there's certain, they'll come in, like, unlike an office building where people might trickle in or out. I feel like the sports thing, they're going to release in certain sort of waves. I don't know if there's like some way to think about the vertical as a circulatory problem.
Yeah, that's definitely something that I hadn't really thought about. And now that you bring it up is a huge point, that maybe creating some sort of more public way of moving up and down the building in a grand stair type of way, not necessarily, but in some other form. Yeah, I think is a great point that I never really thought about.
Or maybe instead of being inside the building, but that perhaps it is also, it's using a ramping system that is circular, but it runs outside. So the building is still compact, it's still what it is. Perhaps it has less floor, it's slightly bigger and 1 floor less. But then you start to play the same way you have cutting these shapes, this new language or this shape. You can have that ramping system outdoor that connects with your building and makes it part of the outdoor, excavating at the ground, or having spiral or other forms outside that contribute to circulation to your building. Maybe I don't know. Look at the plan. Maybe be more specific at the plan of this. If you can show the plan. The plan in its context at the ground floor level. Yeah, here. I mean, you have these cuts that John was highlighting. I think this type of forms, you can have a spiral perhaps, or the thing about circulation, outdoor, indoor, might be part of the discourse in a way that it amplifies the presence of the building outside and the experience of section between the building and the outdoor. Perhaps a series of porches or things, elements.
Just quick comment. I think everything has been told already, so not much. The thing is what Margarita and John were suggesting of how this is part of a larger thing, and here there are some kind of attempts of having a larger play, but not this. Sorry, because this is not circular what I'm drawing, but that there are some more resonance with the place. And if you go back just 1 second to the section, one of the sections that we were looking at, a very quick comment. sorry, I don't know how, something is weird and I cannot erase. If someone can erase this, I appreciate. But it's funny that you have these trees in these buildings around somehow, which are a little bit weird, and it's not clear how the trees are actually part of your project, no? Because they are kind of marginal thing. No? They are here and here, but it's not clear. So it would be good that if you are interested in the trees, you just commit a little bit more to make this part of the architecture of the creation of the space, no? of these vegetal buildings as well, as opposed to kind of accidents of feeling good having trees in roofs. It's just a small comment. It's not important, but they can actually be part of the architecture, of the creation of the space, which is what we do.
Yeah, it's fun. I would add to that the trunk of a tree is the core, is the circulation, is the elevator and the stair, and then the leaves are the building, right? So that's a mini building.
Okay, I think we have to move on.
Thank you, Cole.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, everything's good.
Okay. Hi, my name is Chelsea, and this is the proposal for Community Intersections, a community center within KC Connections, a master plan to heal divisions in Kansas City's downtown. The master plan and the community center stem from analysis of the city's current landscape. And my partner and I were most struck by the edge conditions that divide the city into enclaves. The first one being the divide created by the state line between Kansas and Missouri, cutting off the center of the city from a large majority of its suburban residents. The second edge condition, the Missouri River, creates a boundary between the northmost part of the city, which has seen a lot of expansion through neighborhood developments, and the downtown area where the site is located. The Kansas City highway system divides the downtown and makes it harder for pedestrians to access. The system creates an island that limits access to the public services and government buildings that surround our site. And the last boundary we researched is Troost Avenue, a historic avenue that is known as the dividing line that has roots in the city's history of racial segregation. The historic divisions created have radically affected the present day landscape of the city, which can be seen in the current racial divide to the left and right of the avenue, a drop in average life expectancy, lower average household income, and more. Troost Avenue and the highway systems are in such close proximity to the site that the project's central focus has become healing these divisions and separations using the landscape as a vehicle to learn about the history of the site. KC Connections proposes interventions that bridge the current divide between the downtown loop and areas beyond, which are created by the freeway infrastructure and historic Troost Avenue. The master plan strengthens the link between the site and the island by adding an additional streetcar line and bike highway running east to west on 10th Street, and also connects key cultural attractions and green spaces on either side of the city. My partner and I also looked at precedents while designing and took inspiration from Clyde Warren Park in Dallas, which is a park built over a highway to activate a once unusable space. From there, a park system was created that bridges the highway and activates the once uninhabitable space. Its central location allows the space to become the meeting place for both the east and west side and the cultural median between the current divisions. Current community-focused programs shown here in pink, such as the Arts Center and the Men's Shelter, are rehoused within the project in order to link the various existing buildings that follow the master plan's concept of connecting together and to create a more densely populated site than the current reality. During the design of the community center, the master plan was edited to allow for better distribution of the park space. Buildings were added to frame the space and create a main promenade through it, leading to the community center, which borders the main access through the plan. Here's the before axon of the master plan, and here's the edited master plan with the addition of the community center. The park space is intended to house community-centered programs shown here in pink, like the community outreach organizations and a public school, which is in need within the surrounding communities. The open green space allows for flexible usage for community events such as festivals or sports, and is broken up by surrounding community buildings. Shown here in dark green are the building-owned green spaces that frame the community center and create a main promenade through the park space. The community center connects to the other community-focused programs within the master plan, shown in pink, and this placement allows the center to house extra event space for them when needed. Going into more specific building design, the concepts from the master plan lead into the themes of the community center, which exists to further dissolve these segregations between the east and west sides. Shown here is a word diagram that contains words and phrases that were found to be important during the design process, as the community center strives to be one that is sensitive to their surrounding site, supports the community, meets their needs, and contributes to its equity. Along with the required programs of the project, the community center houses spaces that are the setting for social dialogue. Rather than attempting to bond the community on its own, the architecture seeks to uplift the voices of the community and the grassroots organizations in Kansas City who are already working towards similar goals of connecting the East and West and revitalizing this area along Troost Avenue. Some of these organizations include the Troost Coalition and Alliance, who advocate for governmental changes to better the lives of those along the Troost corridor. The center provides spaces for these and other organizations to convene. The center's massing takes reference from forms in the master plan, where a pedestrian path loops around the site and is framed by buildings that create a sequence of outdoor courtyards. The design for the center began by flipping this concept to one section, with a path creating void through the center of the building. The following diagrams illustrate the decision-making process behind the current massing. A public green atrium is inserted into the center of the building, creating a central void that becomes the place of gathering and visual connection. The volumes are then shifted to allow for porosity and open spaces. Shown in diagram 5, a path is cut through the center of the building from the north to south and east to west directions, inviting the public inside. The main path of circulation goes around the atrium, which is a space full of vegetation and allows natural light inside. This diagram shows the thought process behind this shift in volumes and plan. The plan is organized on a 10 by 10 foot grid, and around the central atrium space, a 15-foot border here, shown here in pink, allows for a consistent path of circulation through the floors. From there, the massing is broken into 40-foot wide volumes and shifted to allow for porosity and open terrace space. Shown here is the site plan that illustrates the community center's location within the site. The ground floor plan connects to a winding pedestrian path through the park area and houses more private spaces such as classrooms, administrative offices, and a small cafe. The first level serves as the main entry level, connecting to the main promenade through the park to the 10th Street axis in the master plan. This level houses community kitchen, which is linked to the community garden in the park, and various sizes of meeting space. The third level contains a lot of outdoor terrace space, as well as a gallery and event space and reservable meeting areas, as well as an auditorium. The fourth level is more centered on community connection space and houses a daycare, family lounge, senior lounge, teen lounge, and a flexible multi-purpose room. The fifth floor houses a law library, an additional lounge, and meeting space. This section is cut through the community center on the east to west axis and shows the shifting of volumes, creating a layered atrium space, as well as the porosity through the first 2 floors that create connections to the park. The second section is cut in the north to south direction and highlights the strip with seating at the bottom of the atrium and the entry to the community center from the 10th Street axis. The axon of the building shows the pathways that pass through the first and second levels, as well as a colorful louver system that adorns the facade and allows for flexibility in its porosity. This perspective shows the facade of the building as seen from the main 10th Street axis in the master plan. This perspective shows the facade of the building as seen from the path through the park and highlights the pathway through the second floor, as well as the topography changes on the site. Shown here is a view of the central atrium on the main entry level, highlighting the greenfield space. This fourth perspective also shows the atrium and the circulation surrounding it. And this last perspective illustrates one of the meeting spaces on the third floor. Thank you for listening. And here are some of the slides if you'd like me to go back to any of them.
Chelsea, can you just help me out definitively locating where your building is in relationship to the highway?
So it's on top of the highway. So
on top
this
of the
part
highway.
right here, I don't know if you can see my cursor.
No, I can see. And then is the whole highway on that side covered like the big dig, or is that block a kind of land bridge over the highway?
It's a land bridge over the highway.
And so I think that in the perspective, the topographic handling is great. I just don't understand where it comes from. It's both above and below.
Mhm.
Like, it seems to me like if you're going to build, I have objections to building on the land bridge, we can come back to in a second. The section seems great until I realize all that fill is like constructed. So it seems to like sit itself into a ground that like somebody bore a tunnel through, as opposed to like, I get no artificiality of the land bridge, which it would be. And I don't understand where all the topography comes from in the north-south.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yes, yeah.
do we have a cross section through that, or?
Mm.
You can just explain. I'm not trying to catch you on the drawing. I'm just trying
No,
you
it's
tell me
okay.
where it comes from. I built hills on the land bridge.
Mhm. Yeah, so it is, I guess, an artificially constructed land bridge, but there is like a bit of a dip in topography already on the site. So I kind of just like followed the line of that topography. If there was like land there, does that make sense? Because the highway dips down.
It does. I
in the
need to
middle.
get my civil engineer here to like qualify what I'm seeing in this drawing, because I don't quite understand why there would be so much fill, why it wouldn't be like, yeah, like how that would work in a way. And I'm just going to tell you my takeaway from that. I think it's so laudable to like, you're the first one who's really spoken about that other side of the highway in a definitive way. I understand the motivations to make a land bridge. Also, I lived through the big dig in Boston, so it's like not so easy to do these kind of things. I think your building is quite lovely, and I don't mean that in a diminutive way. I think a powerful statement would have just to go ahead and put your community center on the Paseo side.
Mhm.
Like, and with that great facade facing over the highway, you're bringing in, this place has no population, your master plan area. You're bringing in new population of probably like what we used to call yuppies, but then their community center is over the highway in the Paseo. I think that would be like just by mere location would demand a kind of like recalibration of border and inclusion, I think. You know what I mean? Like rather than doing the civil engineering effort of the land bridge, I just think to have this gem of a building over the highway. It's like, oh, I want to be part of that. I'm going to go over to there. You know what I mean? Like you move people into that site as opposed to splitting the difference on the bridge. That's just an opinion about like how to use the power of architecture as a kind of like draw, as an attraction, but also as a kind of statement. We're going to do the investment of public funds or of public civic infrastructure on this other side of the bridge, not where we're building all the new apartments, but over here.
Mhm. I think really meaningful explanation you've done through all throughout with the bridge and the ambition of even including the transport line, the tramway, really layered explanation, really charged and meaningful. That I also really appreciated the way you're showing your building and how it sits on the side. Every time you're not moving from the master plan to the box, but you're moving to an intermediate scale that always includes the public spaces around, no? In your plan with the kind of circular or maybe tree canopy and the section also across the topography. So you are managing to have a building that is really sitting in a site that you really control, no? And you are designing the outdoor as well. I can tell. No? Perhaps in that idea of filling the bridge with earth, maybe since you're moving into integrated, perhaps one bold move can be to think about, instead of earth structure, so thinking about the civil engineer that John is mentioning, no? Thinking that maybe your building is sitting into a structure that covers the highway. No, it's almost like a Pompidou of third generation in a way that the structure is part of the architecture. No, or its architecture structure is an infrastructure that is also an architecture. That will strengthen the project, I think. That and maybe it's not the whole 4 blocks; it's just one block, but it includes the structure as part of the architecture, instead of being dirt somehow. So that means, yeah, perhaps having some references or something.
That's a pretty difficult charge that Margarita is asking you, because it's a kind of really complicated. I agree with all that has been said. I think that the building is just a really good building. It's very good. The spaces are really good. It's well constructed. It makes sense all around. I think it's a very good building that deserves to be built. So that's great. I think for the portfolio, I would really take the. Sorry, I don't know where my annotation is not working well. So I was slashing the tunnel from there. Maybe you can move for your portfolio the tunnel from the place where there is now to something like this. No, sorry, I'm doing it randomly. Sorry, it doesn't work with my screen. But imagine that you put the tunnel in the side to the right of the building, much higher, or the building much higher, yes. You have just a pedestrian bridge that goes over the highway, and the highway has even an exit to the underground of your building. No?
Iñaki, are you meaning this? Are you meaning this?
Let me see. Yes, that's what I'm meaning. So that would be a kind of more clear relation than creating a land bridge and negating the land of the bridge by occupying the land with a building. But again, I think it's a super building.
Can we see the plan or one of the plans? Yeah. It's also very much Hermann Hertzberger with the sectional properties of these views across that are happening in the building really cleverly.
I'm just fascinated by this section, Chelsea. You don't have a cross section through the land bridge, do you, in your building? The other cross section?
Yeah.
Is
this what you mean?
No, yeah, I guess so. Yeah. So yeah.
Mm.
Can you just talk about how you decide the things to go down? Like, regardless of the things about the bridge, which I think are like worthy topics for another day, how do you decide the things that are semi-subterranean versus up? Like, in that you construct all this, I think all the dirt in the land bridge is to allow you to have something like underneath. And so what goes underneath? I don't remember programmatically, but also just as a kind of like, existential condition. Why is some sort of undergroundish, or not underground, but yeah.
Yeah. I felt like, well, I guess it's not really a natural topography, but the curve was there. So I thought that maybe it would be better to embed it than to not. And the ones that are on that kind of first floor are the more private spaces. So, I mean, with the exception of the cafe, there's like administrative offices. So I was thinking that maybe that would be better to place there, since the main kind of entryway that I was thinking would be through the building is through the second floor, which you can see in this section. And everything up from there, I thought should be maybe more public, more accessible.
Yeah, no, so I mean, I sort of agree with Margarita's comment about the sort of like Dutch structuralist approach to like spaces and areas of congregation. I think the section is lovely, except for that third floor. I feel like there should be a break somewhere where those people are standing. There should be a hole, but I mean, that's a nitpick. I think, like very masterfully spatial, even though I want to relocate it.
Yeah, to me, that there's an opportunity, even though I know that maybe not the skills that you need to develop, but the idea that the sectional properties are invading the road and the highway, so that it's almost like this building from Remkuhl has a Kunsthal, has a car crossing. The idea that is an architecture that as an infrastructure that interacts with the cars that are moving underneath, so sectionally. But anyway. Beautiful drawings too, elevation sections.
Thank you.
In terms of materiality, you talk about this, we've seen this homogeneous set of screens, vertical screens. Is there any other desire or idea behind that materiality or this screen? Or
Most of the building is glass with those louvers in front of it. Materiality was kind of, if I had more time, I wish I could have thought more about, but that was kind of it.
Yeah, because perhaps because you're moving in plan, jogging, and I guess perhaps the skin is also several onion layers that might come into play. And just thinking about the next steps in terms of facades and the logics of your facades coming from the logics of your master plan and your sectional capacity. So I wonder if the idea of the corridor, this pink shape, is now just a rectangle or a square. So shaking it, that generate different layers of facades might be a path to go.
I mean, I just think, Chelsea, it'd be interesting, like over break, just to look at the big dig stuff and see if you can find, like in Boston, usually that stuff is just where they put the highway underneath and they covered it. And usually they didn't put buildings on top because of the span issues. And so it's park space or pavilions. But there are places, I just came back from Chicago, and on the train, you can see lots of places where they do build over the tracks and do certain sort of things. I guess my vision, if it were to stay here, would be that it would be an engineered topography as opposed to a natural one. And so you could have the same affects, but its section would be very different, and there'd be different opportunities for even like a view down to the highway or other sorts of things. Like for me, the dirt is a fiction. It's a fiction of how this ground works. And I think it's a very different kind of ground that would happen. I think your building could remain substantially the same, but it would be just a different experience, I think, to be on that deck. It would be like a deck as opposed to a ground. If that makes sense. And I just think it'd be interesting for you to sort of test that by looking at some examples in terms of your conception of what it is to be grounded or hovering or decked or whatever. Well, very nice project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chelsea.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes,
Can you guys
but
see my screen?
we see your controls still. It's not full screen.
Full screen now?
Okay, this is good.
Okay. Hello, my name is Malia Babuso, and this past semester I have been investigating a site in Kansas City, Missouri's downtown loop as a basis for an urban scenario master plan and new community center. This project is entitled the Preservation Center. Kansas City's downtown loop is an urban condition defined by its unique highway loop, which was constructed starting in 1968 and closing the city into an island-like condition. Previously, the urban brain of Kansas City operated on an infinitive repeatable square grid formation. The land used for the highway created dead green space as well as unusable building space for urban expansion. By taking so much landscape of the city for vehicular use, Kansas City has created a condition that discourages pedestrians and destroys natural ecology. More specifically, the oak hickory forest type, which was once native to Missouri, but currently is limited to the southeastern region. This forest species is classified as endangered by the World Wildlife Organization due to habitat loss from agricultural and logging. Main flora types included in the oak hickory forest are white oak, red hickory, shagbark hickory, white ash, and tulip tree. As a reaction, this project's goals are to improve public transportation, preserve the oak hickory species, and to provide community connections. Inspired by the work of the landscape architect George Kessler with his Green Boulevard and Park system, which was implemented throughout Kansas City, shown here, this project uses a gridded circulation system to deliver green program throughout the city. This is the current Kansas City downtown loop. This 8-block section is the site for the master plan. A main circulation spine is added to 10th Street to serve as a central transportation hub. The road is expanded and a trolley car is added along with a large central green boulevard. The strategy of a green infill is applied to vacant lots that touch 10th Street. Parks are created using the native flora of the oak hickory forest. A large park is formed bridging the two over-highway connections between the 10th and 9th Streets. Within the master plan bounds, secondary circulation paths are created by widening sidewalks and adding green boulevards to increase pedestrian usage and promote connections. A linear block typology begins to take form along the 10th Street axes, containing the master plan's most public program, including retail, entertainment, and hotels. Confronting the highway, a step typology forms to curl around and protect its inner courtyards. The most private program is housed in a closed block typology, creating large interior courtyards. These courtyards are given the same treatment as the green infill spaces along 10th Street, with more structured gardens containing native flora. The community center takes over one of the linear blocks located on the Grand Central Park with a gesture of bridging over the highway and protecting its largest park. The large Central Park rests behind the community center as a continuation of the green courtyards that form a gridded patchwork through the master plan. Large curated gardens create a new rhythm between the park and preservation center, which showcase structured displays of the native flora. Linear strips of structured gardens flank the project, guarded by trellises wrapped in ivy, containing more gardens for visitors to stroll through. Finally, a singular alley of trees stands in front to protect the building from the street and offer the most structured form of green on the site. Next, let's dive into the program division. The street-facing half of the building contains more public elements, which will be shown in red, while the parkside houses quieter, more intimate program delineated in blue. Shown now is the museum, dedicated to showing the endangered or extinct flora. A gallery space that's next to it, intended to hold a temporary exhibition of local art. A public cafe takes the end slot and spills over into a structured garden. A public lab is added to the second floor, intended for hosting classes and garnering public interest in ecology. The building's administrative offices reside next to this public lab and overlook 10th Street. Offices for a research center follow. Finally, a small auditorium completes the street half of the building. A permanent classroom is placed facing out to the gardens to host classes educating the Kansas City youth on ecology and the importance of its preservation. A library follows, acting as a study area and spot for quiet contemplation. The library extends above into the second floor height. A more serious research lab is added to the second floor. Along with it, a more serious auditorium. Directly corresponding to special green programs were then delineated. Directly corresponding to green program, mass is then cut out. Here is the resulting massing. The two main vertical cores are shown with red arrows containing fire stairs and elevators. An experiential main staircase is shown in orange, stretching across the main promenade of the building, and smaller library-only stairs are represented in yellow. This is the resulting project. Here is a figure ground showing how the Preservation Center embeds itself into the master plan. This roof plan illustrates the park and garden conditions of the site. Level 1 contains the library, cafe, exhibition space, and museum. Level 2 contains the second floor of the library and corresponding patio space, two small auditoriums, and enclosed street-facing balcony,
research center, administrative offices, and research labs. This 64th scale section illustrates the bridged highway connection on the site while showing the building in elevation. Section B crosses through the double height auditorium and research center. The long section showcases both double height spaces which rest on the second floor of the library and auditorium. Also shown in elevation behind the library is the long experiential staircase. Lastly, a section perspective blends the building fully into context with the highway condition and background master plan massings. The main entry hosts a large plaza which cuts through the strict alley of trees. A secluded second floor balcony overlooks 10th Street. A mezzanine condition is revealed in the library, which overlooks the large gardens with interior views towards the gallery space. A research lab on the second floor contains its own balcony for growing native species for their research. And finally, visitors can enjoy outdoor seating at the cafe contained by a structured garden. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate and look forward to your comments. And here's some of my key slides.
You guys are all so polite. You look forward to our comments. It's so very civil. I'm used to like, bring it on. What you got? I'm not going to bore everybody with my diatribe about land bridges again, but like all that still for me holds. But there's one project, there's one potential of this that I'll just mention briefly. Your building is so close to being already just a bridge in itself. And I would refer you to a building from the 60s, I guess, by Craig Elwood, who was a case study architect in California, the Cal Arts building, which I think in the interior, it has a lot of the same qualities. Because what I love about your building is this sort of like updated Miesian coolness to it, which I think is really beautiful. And Elwood works in a similar idiom. And he uses that building as a bridge to span a topographic swale. And so I think your building, like so much of your thing could have just been that, maybe with a deck to it, because I think you're so close. Like it could have just been a little bit longer and you could circulate through it. But I don't want to do the same conversation again, but the Craig Elwood, I'll put it in the chat so you can find it.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a very interesting comment. I think that would be a great investigation to push this project further in the future.
Just please, I don't feel like I need the floor as the guest, but I'm just curious about that plinth in the front. Your front entryway, this is also a Miesian thing because it's like Crown Hall. You have this like wide stair at the front with a deck, but it's a funny condition because you're on this sort of relatively thin frontage crossing the highway. What is that like front entry for you about?
I think a lot of this project and along with the master plan was about engaging street usage and engaging the pedestrians of Kansas City. So to me, that was kind of an extension of the street and an extension of the sidewalk condition.
Can you show, by the way, the explanation is really great. So the axon, especially this axon on the top left, this sequence of axons that you have transitioning from the larger scale to the building scale is really effective, that one here, and what you see. But if you can see a ground floor plan that is a little bit more open.
Yes.
For example, yeah.
Would you like the master scale plan?
The
or
building scale, but a little bit more zoom out. I think you have it.
Yes.
Yeah, here maybe.
The roof plan or
not the roof, the ground offers, whatever you call it. Oh, let's leave the roof. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I think no, sorry. I think it's really interesting. I found really interesting the series of spaghettis you have across, no, and that linearity, and the way you're managing to have spaces that are in and out of that. So with your program, so looking at the ground floor back again, keeping this clean orthogonal architecture with its boxes, not. But then at the same time, you engage this circulation across. No? There's a moment in which, I don't know, I wonder if these open spaces can also resonate with the logics of your building and generate some spaces that are helping people to not pass through, no? To have, because everything is so linear and so bridgy that when you experience in the transition from east to west or west to east, you just want to stop. Then you have to have some friction in it. I don't know if it's like porches or something, but that's more of a detailed thing in terms of the layout.
But Marla, as I understand it, these are exterior spaces, right?
Yes, they are.
Right.
Oh, then then you're right. So then it's already there.
Because I think in the perspectives, that's the quality I really like about it. Because one would expect at a project like this, long views of the corridor, like, and actually the little alcoves, I think in the perspectives break it up in really nice ways. I mean, and I'm quite taken with the exterior, which has regularity and differentiation, like this stuff. Like, I think that's really nice. You get a sense of the frame, you get a sense of the connection, but you're not exposed to like the, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm calling from Detroit, the sort of Albert Kahn long view kind of thing. It's broken up quite well. I still am not clear. It's a minor point. This patio in the front, you can go back to that plan. I want another answer because I don't quite understand. Like in the plan, in the site plan, on your first level plan, sorry. Yeah, this thing.
Yes.
Like, what is happening? So is this sidewalk?
That is.
And what is this?
So this, the like hatched, the striped is actually for vehicular. That's part of the road, and then the sidewalk is the larger.
So that sort of makes my point. You're sort of dead ending. Like this thing is sort of weirdly placed from a site planning logic. If that's the sidewalk, then we're sort of. Am I reading that wrong?
No, you're correct.
Okay. It's just it's a little much, I guess.
No, that makes a lot of sense.
But you can ramp to that side, no? For instance, and this could be part of the arrival of this to this podium. No, but basically maybe what. Sorry again, this is displaced. Maybe what it would be really interesting is that you treat these spaces of this room as rooms, no? The same with this space here in the outside, that are actually parts of your program, and that it would be good that you draw the usage of that. That all these pieces are part of your building. And these courtyards, these gardens are part of your building, and they have the furniture of using that. No, so you have all this as a cohesive interior-exterior sequence of. Right. And then maybe if you go to the site plan a little bit, all these things in the back, I don't understand. It doesn't play with the building. While the rest makes all the sense. It's all part of one thing, that is interior, exterior, and all it bridges the highway. The other thing is like a strange addition that someone has added like a backpack to your building. Does it make sense?
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. That was more of a public park that wasn't connected directly to it.
Yeah, but you don't give a damn at that public park. No?
Wait, I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
No, you are not giving a damn about that public park. You are not really taking that very, very as part of your project, let's say, no? If you go to the section, The section that cuts across transversal to the building.
This one? Or
There was another that we could see a little bit more. Next one.
This?
Yeah, and you had even another one.
Oh, sorry. I think the site section. This one?
Yes, this one, for instance. It seems like this your building, in a way, sorry, it doesn't. So all these are beams. Sorry, they imagine that they are in the facades of the building. Okay, so all this structure is a kind of a vertical beam. This building that is bridging and has a tray in front. That is the street, and another tray in the back. That is this exterior rooms. And then you don't need the park. You're not really using it. You had another section as well that have some kind of pillars drawing in the tunnel. Another is the one that you have also in the fine. Yeah, this one. So you actually don't, and you had another one also with pillars. You don't need the pillars because your own building is the structure that crosses. You know what I mean? Your building is not something that is on top of. Your building is bridging the highway. It's like a beam. Your bridge is like a beam that has two trays that are cantilevering, one with the street, one with the exterior rooms.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
I'm sorry, I cannot draw because it's not calibrated.
Yeah. Can we see the plan? So I'm curious about the stair, the promenade stair you have. That is here in the middle. No? Oh, here, yeah, here. I think thinking about the stair in relation to the structure will be an important point for because you have the structure in that direction somehow in this, and then the stair across that way. Is the stair taken from level 1 to 2, right? Or it's only one level, isn't it?
It's 2 levels.
2 levels. Yeah, that will be something to stress, because if the stair is really important and it becomes even more grandiose or more longer and it becomes even a ramp, etc., maybe then the structure is counterintuitive and is not in this direction but in the other one, and it's clearly something that is infrastructural again. No, so the structure becomes this and then this. No, in the following the example from Craig Elwood, and Amancio Williams also did a house bridge that that was never built, but the idea of bridging. Oh, it was built. Okay.
the only built bridge, the only built building.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So that structure in that direction might allow you to even have this core for a circulation that becomes an even stair core and longer. Anyway, it's again the dilemma of the structure. If it's either this direction or this direction, but if it's in the pink direction, I don't know if this stair is going to be too annoying in a way for the clarity of the project.
Okay, great. Thank you, Malia.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I need to share. Okay, do the slides change?
You still have your, you don't have full view yet.
I don't?
No.
Okay, on my screen it was full view. Does it work now?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
You might have to stop sharing and then set it up.
Okay. Let me see if I can do that. Nope. Okay. Let's share this. Now?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right. So, hi, my name is Ashley Dwyer, and my project is Kansas City Music and Art Community Center. During the master plan phase of the project with my partner, the site analysis approach was to eliminate a divide between two areas of different demographics and connect the financial district to West Paseo, or Paseo West, located on the opposite side of Highway 70. To achieve this, an urban forest was implemented on the site, connecting the two districts of the city along the historic parks that belong to Kansas City. To achieve this, an urban forest was implemented onto the site, connecting these two districts. And the master plan would be developed further, and a green carpet would extend to include the other buildings on the strip. For the focus of the site, the master plan connects Illis W. Davis Park and Margaret Kemp Playground through the act of establishing an urban forest from one to the other. The north and south part of the site would consist of mid-rise buildings, while the urban forest would have high-rise or towering buildings. The program of the master plan includes commercial program on the ground floor and hotel and residential program. The location of the community center highlighted would serve the purpose of being closer to Paseo West District and set back a little near the street for more open green space in the front. The position of the building on the site would allow for main entries from Charlotte Street and both 9th and 10th Street. Altogether, the urban forest would consist of tall buildings and a lot of vegetation. The precedent I looked at for this project was the Helsinki Central Library, the competition part of that. It was the driving inspiration from these floating program boxes. The special program of the community center main focus is art, dance, and music. Kansas City has a rich history of art, having an Art Deco district, art museums, concert halls, the Kansas City Ballet, and many art fairs and festivals. The program of the building would be centered around the idea of that community center and the School of Art, Dance, and Music. The center would help bring districts together, and each of the floating programs would consist of different focuses on art. To connect the urban forest to the inside of the building, voids were designed in the program for balconies and outdoor green spaces. The first floor is an auditorium, dance, art studio, and administration, along with 4 indoor green spaces that extend to the exterior. The second floor has an open program for various practice spaces, with the first green space balcony. The third floor holds the recording studio and library and a connected exterior green space balcony. The library second floor, or the double height space, becomes the classroom space, and the practice platform on the 4th floor has an interior green space. The site plan of the urban forest has a patchwork design of different materials such as open grass, gardens, ponds, wood, and concrete. These spaces will allow for different activities to happen within the park. Now for the floor plans. The purpose of the first floor would have the interior green spaces feel like they're connected to the exterior urban forest. There will also include an exterior auditorium and open space for the open space in the floor plan would be exhibition space. The practice platforms are connected by bridges that also serve the purpose for seating areas, and the auditorium will be a double height space, which becomes the 3rd floor exterior balcony, along with the library and recording studio, with the library 2nd floor turning into the classrooms. The axon further shows the facade of the center and the different urban forest spaces. This sectional perspective facing north further emphasizes the floating program aspect. And the same section cut, but facing south, shows the building height in comparison to the master plan buildings, and both showing the double height spaces. And the section cut facing west shows the height of the financial district and the master plan buildings in relation to the community center. This perspective view shows the exterior facade of the center and the front green space balcony, along with the different spaces in the urban forest for different exterior program activities. This interior perspective is the front entrance from the south, showing the interior green space and seating areas. The view also faces west, looking toward the auditorium and master plan buildings. Thirdly, this perspective from the third floor balcony and green space from the roof of the auditorium has a nice view of the financial district skyline. And finally, an interior perspective of the hallway between the art and dance studio, where you can see the second floor platforms and circulation bridges. And that's all. Thank you for listening.
Can you talk a little bit about the language of the balconies and the catwalks around and through the boxes?
Yes. During my pinup phase, it was discussed that it would be nice to include some balconies that would like bring music, art, dance out into the park. So that was the idea of creating these balconies that also one brought like the exterior in, but it's the exterior.
No, that part's really clear.
That's
I mean,
clear. Okay.
No, but like the image where you bring the grass inside, I think the
Yeah.
site planning is super clear. We can talk about it, but like, I mean, in that view, the catwalk above with the curve, like you introduce the curve, everything is orthogonal until you go up a level. And then suddenly you have these sort of like softer curves.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's a linguistic issue. It's not a, yeah.
I think
It's a
that was just a
decision.
design. That was just a design choice. It was originally like straight. The design phase just became curves, platform, balconies.
I'm gonna say, Ashley, it's a great move and a bad answer. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, it's a great move because I think it like offers a relief, but I think you got to like get in touch with your inside feelings to talk about, well, why did I do that? And it's like, oh, I needed a relief from the relentless orthogonality
Okay.
or something. Like, I think that it's great. I particularly like the perspectives where I'm seeing the rotating door, the curve of that steel, and the balconies. I think there's a new interiority that's starting to happen. But I would sort of lean into that, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, in a way, following on that conversation of the balcony, it struck also me two things, is to find grass moving from the outside to the inside as it was nothing happened. No? It's, the conditions are totally different. And I was wondering if you can perhaps, you know, drawing in your plan here, this facade that is blocking the inside and the outside with two different things that have the same color, but actually they're totally different type of grasses or type of conditions, etc. And I was wondering if the desire of this movement, you know, that maybe the facade needs to come in, and perhaps the same thing happened with the balcony, that it comes out. So there is something about these two tensions that you can think of further, I think, to the bridging inside the balcony from the inside out and the green from the outside in might have to start a dialogue here that is productive, because this, I don't buy the continuity of the green space inside as it's almost like an artificial carpet, you know. So it almost, in this view, it can be a porch condition. No? It can be a porch whose ceiling is your balcony in a way, no? So if it's an exterior, it's believable anyway.
I mean, I guess I appreciate its Baroque surreality, like that it might be artificial grass. I mean, I like that staging of it. I'm not sure that's where you're at with it. I think the rendering of the box, though, you know, I agree with Margarita, some softening of the container would be a way to approach it. I don't know. I mean, I understand the clarity of the glass box that you put everything in, but it's pretty harsh. And I wonder if there is some way of some push pull that might activate them in some ways.
Because your reference, it's, you know, the reference of this box with that you have shown is really beautiful. You know, this box where you have boxes inside. So if this outside box is punched with holes in it, you will have boxes inside and boxes outside that are pushing your building. No, it's almost like your building is one of these inside boxes, but outside among the other peers that are existing buildings. You know what I mean? There is a dialogue between your building and the existing buildings that might be reinforced by this punching out. But in any case, going back to the building scale, it's clear. So it's really organized. You have this base, you know, that clarity, that threefold structure. It's really clear. The placement of the stairs are also clear. No, in the middle of this floor plan. I think it's a great building in its bones. Yeah,
I agree with all. I agree with all. I think it's another good building. Maybe and this kind of contain rigor Miesian, I also really appreciate, as has been told. Maybe another way of looking at this and the carpet and all that is to think in this glass facade or this box around as a little bit more, asking a little bit more of it, and asking it to be a kind of energy device. So it's not only the facade that covers you and has the air condition, but it's also depending on the orientation is the energy capture. It's and then you can begin to think that it's not just one line of glass that goes around, but it's actually a thick space that goes around, and this thick space has performative, not only programmatic but also performative roles. No, it's in terms of energy, for instance, and then you can have an area that has a greenhouse, and this greenhouse then has a green that is legitimate. It's not just a carpet, but actually a lush green because it's the right orientation. With that, you are controlling your humidity and issues of energy. So a little bit more than this glass surface or this glass line or this glass plane to be like the whole thickness of exchange of energy and so on.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, I don't know if I missed this comment. I had to sign for a package. And Ashley, I don't mean this as I like the project a lot, but like I want to be specific about the presentation. When you were showing the plans as abstract boxes, for me, that was like virtually illegible, what you were showing. I think when you show it, because your whole project is about its relationship to this landscape. So when you show the plans in relation to the landscape, it's super clear and like very compelling. But even just rhetorically, I wouldn't show those diagrams. I would change those diagrams a little bit anyway, but they would make much more sense after you discuss the plans and not before, because they just look like there's a rectangle and then there's a green thing. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm seeing. Like they're too abstract and yeah, they weren't helpful. This is something to think about. Like they could have been labeled or layered, or I just don't think that's the way to show it. Like the site plan you have there, that's great. It's like, oh, I get it. Like this plan you have in front of us now, you know, the hatching of the outside goes inside. We can debate whether that's a good move or not, but it's super clear why that space is there in relationship to a larger landscape logic. Like it's very convincing in the way that the other part wasn't.
Yeah, I totally agree with the comment on the facade of getting more complexity on the thickness of facade to embrace these spaces of transition and depending on the orientation to activate them in one way or another. It can also be that not only in plan but also in section that this thickness of facade, it has a topographical move. For example, these can be water, containing water, and it's like -3. And the facade is doing this, but it's also doing this, no? So the thickness of facade in plan and in section. Can you show your reference, your case study?
Yeah. Scroll a little back.
Yeah, yeah,
one?
here,
Yeah.
I think what is annoying somehow here when you translate that into your case is the facade that is so homogeneous or yeah, it's not responding. In your case, you have a pixel outside and you have a pixel inside. In this case, you have like a banal landscape outside and everything is contained inside. No? So the idea of this building, in your case, is spreading outside as well. So that means the boxes that you will have outside are super important. So the pixels that are outside are not only in plan, they are volumes and depressions and microtopographies that these boxes might interact with your system that is the boxes inside. No? So I think thinking about that.
So Margarita is saying that your project is better or can be better.
Exactly.
Okay.
That sounds like a closing remark.
Yeah.
We'll stick with that.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
So yeah, thank you very much.
Congratulations.
So thank you, Margarita, for joining us for the first half.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for all the comments. Iñaki, I'm not sure, you can float in and out. You have no obligations. John, we'll see you in the second half.
Okay, I'm
So I
going to go
think
take
we
my
should-
mandatory 10-minute break.
Yeah, we do a 10 minutes, so it's not anymore 2:50 to 3. It's like 3:05 we meet again.
Okay.
Good
Good to see everybody. See you, Iñaki.
Thank
See you,
you.
Margarita.
Congratulations.
yeah.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thank
So
you.
everyone, 3:05, right? We check back in. Okay. Hey, Javier.
Hello,
Hey, how are you?
how are you?
So nice to see you.
Yeah.
Hear you. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you.
Okay.
It's always a pleasure.
We are on a break right now.
Okay.
So we ran over a little bit. So we pick up again at what did I say? 3:05. We go by the minute.
Okay. Okay.
So the students, everyone, that's why all the videos are off. We are on a break till 3:05.
Okay. Okay. Good.
So
So how was
okay.
it? How was how was this semester?
Oh my God, Javier. Oh, we are live on YouTube, Javier. So
Okay.
I forgot to
Okay.
tell you.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
So not right now, but it was difficult. So
Okay.
and
Okay.
New Orleans, our hurricanes, you know about those, right?
Yeah. This year, I think it's been. I don't know what's the word. You will have
Yeah.
to find out a new one.
Yeah. I actually think last year, the same urban studio, last year was in terms of hurricanes was worse.
Yep.
Remember
Yeah.
you were on reviews, we had to postpone them because school
Oh yeah.
closed. Remember
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. True.
So every
True.
time we had a review, it was like bad luck. I thought, oh gosh, if I schedule another review, I schedule another hurricane. I mean, it was almost like that. So I thought, why do they follow us with our reviews? And there was one, remember, oh, I don't know if you remember that the eye of the hurricane was moving over the city.
Yep. Yeah.
So I was bicycling home from school in the eye because there's
Really?
quietness. Yeah, and there's no, so I hope I live close. So I just made it on my bike before it
Oh
picked up
my
again.
God. Oh my
It was
God.
eerie. It was very strange. Yeah.
You
And
were
there's
flying,
blue sky. I was,
not riding.
yes, yes, definitely. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've never seen a photo of your daughter.
Really? I'll send you one. I'll send you
Oh
one.
yeah, thank you so much.
I'll
Yeah.
send you one.
I'm a sucker for baby photos.
She's growing so fast, so
Uh-huh.
fast that it's
Uh-huh.
amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah,
it's life.
I was trying to get Sarah and Reyes.
Yeah.
Their little boy is I don't know how old, almost a year, right?
Not even a year. I think it's
Oh, no.
months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Too
she
young.
couldn't come. Yeah, unfortunately, she couldn't make it, and Reyes couldn't make it either. So I thought we could have had a reunion on a review reunion.
We will have one. I don't know when, but we will have
Yeah.
that one for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. There will be more reviews. Yeah, and more Zoom reviews. I love the Zoom format. So
I think it even if we think that in-person reviews are okay, which in fact they are, I think that the Zoom reviews or meetings are also a huge tool to connect people.
Yeah.
Because if not, at the end you end up working with your closer people, which is something that is okay, but somehow we have broadened the world even more. So I think it's crazy, but I think we can't lose this tool. We have to.
I think it's another tool. Yeah, just add it to the whole palette. Yeah, that's what I think too.
Yeah.
So you don't give another one up because of that, but you add it to your palette.
Yeah,
I think
this is not A or B; it's A plus B, which is. So
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, in fact, we at the school, me and some 3 more professors, we are organizing the lecture series this year at our school, and thanks to Zoom, we could manage in a huge and more potential way. So
yeah, there's Iñaki.
Hello.
Welcome, bienvenido, Javier.
Thanks a lot. Muchas gracias. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. As you know. Where are you? What's that? Oh my God.
We are in an art installation.
Okay.
That
Yeah.
is
See, Iñaki is honest. We all have virtual backgrounds, so he have no idea where we are. But Iñaki fesses up to the pavilion.
Mine is very real. I can
Yeah,
swear it's
he's
very
a
real.
realist.
Yeah.
He doesn't fool anyone.
No
So-
filters. No
Realist.
filters.
No filters, right? Oh, I'm sure he has the filter on. We don't know that, right? On Zoom, the Zoom filter. I don't know. So
No,
Javier,
wait.
oh yeah, I told you that, right? We are live streaming on YouTube. So okay.
Okay.
And so you can look at it later again. So
Thanks.
but we still have 3 minutes. There's Sonsoles over there.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Hello
Hi,
again.
Javier. How are you?
Good. Good. Nice to see you again.
Yeah. So she's in Spain also.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I think the other ones are here.
And John, I
John
think,
McMorrow. Have you ever met John?
I think so. I think we I don't know where or when, but we have met before.
Highly
Somehow.
likely.
Yeah.
It's a small world, despite time zones.
It is. It
Highly
is.
probable. What time is it there? It must be 9, 10, 11?
10.
10 time for
PM.
dinner in Spain.
I know.
So start preparing it.
Yeah.
Ear-
So I'm
early
going to
supper.
wait another 2 minutes because we told the students 3:05, and then I'm going to introduce you.
Okay.
Yeah. Briefly. So maybe everyone, students, we pick up again second half of the review. So we are joined by, I'm very excited to welcome back Javier Mosquera, who has been on reviews of this urban studio before. So Javier Mosquera is an architect and an assistant professor at the architecture school in Madrid. So he's joining us from Madrid, dinner time there, he said. And he graduated also a while ago from that school, and he wrote his dissertation in 2020. And I know Javier from 2019, when he and 2 other Spaniards were the visiting, the teaching fellows for the spring semester that Margarita teaches, the housing studio. And so that's when I met him, and they brought a fresh air to the studio, very exciting moment. And so this I think that's where you all profit from still, the kind of the skills, the type of drawing, the way of looking at architecture comes really from that studio and from all these teaching fellows that are brought in to assist. And so for me, at least, this was the first set, and it was an incredible jump in the quality of work that happened after that studio. So Javier, you can see the fruit of that labor in this review. Probably you recognize probably some of these ways of drawing and thinking and analyzing. So Javier has been on that review several times last year, so he knows the drill. He knows the pedagogy of this kind of mix of urban studio with a building design at the end. So Javier, we just talked about if he knows John McMorrow or if he doesn't. He think he does. So John is an assistant, do I get this wrong now? He's a architecture professor at Topman in Ann Arbor in Michigan. And he also has his own practice. And so he has been here already for the first set of the review. So he has kind of an in. He knows kind of what the projects are about. And Iñaki, I think, is staying on, right? Iñaki? Okay, great, great. So Javier, students have about 8 minutes to present their project. And then with a total of 20 minutes, reviewers have 12 minutes. And we have a timekeeper who kind of gently says or puts in the chat when we get close to the time. So, watch the chat. Okay, great. So the first one in the afternoon is Frank Taylor. So the students will share screen and show their project.
Yes, one moment.
Okay, Frank.
All right, is it full screen for everyone?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Okay. So hi, I'm Frank Taylor, and the title of this building is Eco Extension. It exists within the master plan that my partner Jose and I designed earlier this semester. Here is the current condition of the site located on the edge of the central core of downtown Kansas City. The primary focus of the master plan revolved around how the built environment and the natural environment could be fused together and work with each other. This is one of our analytical diagrams that shows used and unused green spaces in the city. We looked at the sun's path and discovered the prevailing winds come from the southeast. We researched the amount of rain Kansas City gets per year, which is comparable to Seattle. And then we made a rain runoff diagram based on the topography of the site. Additionally, we studied how Bow 1, a master plan project in Malmö, Sweden, deals with the strong sea winds by angling their facades. So the master plan project started with the pre-existing grid condition. Then ecological systems such as topography and rain runoff were overlaid, showcasing how the grid does not respond to these crucial aspects of the site. Therefore, the project's grid was derived from the path of rain runoff to facilitate water movement around the site. Following that, we derived the project's massing based on climate systems like wind and sun orientation. Here are all these systems overlaid on each other. The strategy for wind was similar to Bow 1's strategy, forming a protective barrier to keep the prevailing winds out. This large-scale figure ground shows how the proposal fits within the context and diverges from Kansas City's grid. And here it is at a smaller scale. Apart from angling the buildings, we also proposed that a park be built over the highway with eco boulevards running through the site as well. Here's a section cut through the park. And here's a plan, which brings me to the location of this building proposal, one of the long slabs that frames the park. And here is the master plan with the new proposal inserted. And then the same in axon view, this is before and after. Just as in the master plan, the goal of this building is to blur the line between the built and natural environment. Here are some process sketches and a process model showing the idea for an outdoor stairway along the building, facing the park and going down the park slope. So the proposal's morphology begins with that idea of the stairway running along a building that is half embedded into the ground. Voids are cut out in order to engage the park and the street and create entrances. Additionally, courtyards and window wells are created in order to bring light and green space within the building. Here's the resulting form of the building. And then that same view with the fully developed proposal that I will show again, but you can see that on the east end, the rooftop is level to the ground and is accessible. And there's also a series of terrace steps that go down into the interior. The site plan reveals how the building is broken up down the middle in order to create porosity between the street and the park. This diagram shows how someone could arrive to the proposal. There's at least one entrance on each side of the building. As mentioned before, the rooftop is accessible from both the east end and also a stairway coming up from the street. Once you're on the roof, there's a boardwalk that weaves through pods of Kansas City's native vegetation, which could include some of these types of plants. This is a view from the east end of the building showing both the rooftop walkway and the stepped entry into the building. As you walk down that entry, you are above the building's auditorium, and when you enter, the interior circulation winds through the building, but instead of being flat like on the roof, it descends, mimicking the slope topography on the outside. Here's an early sketch trying to visualize how the descending circulation would work. In the upper floor plan, you can see the descending ramps weaving through program and courtyards. You can also see the building's entrances and vertical circulation cores. This is the program diagram for that floor, showing exterior spaces in dark blue and pockets of community spaces in pink, which are adjacent to the ramps. Here's a view of one of those community spaces, which would have vitrines that teach about the native vegetation, wildlife, and native peoples that previously inhabited the area. This section perspective is cut through that same space. It reveals how the circulation ramp is in line with the ground outside, and it also reveals the lower level of the building, which contains educational space and an outdoor patio. And then here's the plan for that lower level, showing all the accessible courtyard patio space and another main entrance to the building on the west end. Also, you can see that nearly all of the building is underground at this cut. There are large open spaces for education and community and a large exhibition space in turquoise. This is a view of the exhibition space, which is being used to display landscape artwork. There's also a good view of a window well and a courtyard. The relationship of the interior spaces as a whole can best be seen through this section perspective. From left to right, as the circulation ramps ascend, the ceiling heights on the lower level increase as well. The changing ceiling heights on the lower level can also be seen in this series of sections. This one is cut through the main street entrance. And this one cuts through a vertical core in an outdoor patio. And finally, this is cut through the exhibition space and then two more patios. This is a view of the building from the street, showing the main street entrance. And it also gives a good look at the monolithic outer skin of this building. And then a view from the park looking through the opening to the street. And then I'll just end on this axon just to show the proposal again as a whole, but thank you.
What is the total drop from east to west of the site?
I think it's about 30 feet.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm just going to show my cards. I don't believe that's the actual topography, but I think whatever topography you're dealing with, you've dealt with like extremely well.
Okay.
Like, I don't think there's a 30-foot drop. I find it hard to believe there's a 30-foot drop there, but I think you've done really great things with a 30-foot drop.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then is this another one that's going over the highway?
Yes.
So
like
see
that's,
all my comments from the first half for my feelings about spanning
Yes.
the highway.
Yeah,
I
I
won't
heard
bore
this.
you with that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Maybe the 30 feet fits with it because of the highway drop, no? That's where there's a kind of more dramatic change from one side and the other of the highway. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's exactly right. The right side of the, or the eastern side of the highway is like higher up than the western end. So like bridging over kind of creates that slope.
Yeah, the site's on a hill. basically, if you cut a section.
Yeah, no, I've been there. It doesn't feel like 30 feet. This is the tragedy of having somebody who's local to the area on the review. So I don't want to make an issue of it. I think it's fantastic. I guess I'll just get right into the brass tacks because I think you've handled so many things so well, including the topography. I'm curious about it's not window treatment. I'm curious about the edges of the building. I think the edges of the building facing into the park are really fantastic. I'm curious about the edges of the building, which are the same as they face onto the street, and how you think about what that street is. Because that street, that's a great facade. It's a great perspective. That doesn't look like a Kansas City I would know. And it doesn't look like a sidewalk I would know. You know what I mean? Like it seems to have like, and I'll tie it into the other thing, which has to do with the site planning, where you show like basically a series of crosswalks all the way along that site, which I think is kind of great that you can imagine that, but there's like 5 in a row right next to each other, which is sort of like, it's a function of how many entries you want to have. So then you have a number of crosswalks. So the whole thing sort of cascades in a series of decisions about making these discrete points of entry. It seems relatively like blank and harsh to that side, which is also the north face. You know what I mean? Like, and it's a sort of like house of cards on that edge where you have blank facades, they're broken, where you have entry, the entries are articulated by the crosswalks, but then there's like 6 crosswalks within the length of your building, which is kind of a lot.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out all your tricks. More dramatic topography, lots of crosswalks. What else is in your bag of tricks, Frank?
Well, I guess you're right about the street entry. I kind of wanted to focus more on engaging the park side, but I still wanted, so I just from the street, well, there's that void that cuts through the middle of the building so you can get access both sides, and then there's that stairway to go up to the roof, and then a street entrance. But
yeah, I'm just this is my opinion about, like, I think the south, it's totally convincing on the south. It's much less convincing on the north for all sorts of reasons: civic reasons, climatic reasons, solar reasons. And then can you just explain in the plan how you achieve those cross cuts through the building that go from the street into the park, given it's a 2-story building? I'm just like, how do you do that?
Sorry, could you repeat that, please?
I'm just trying to figure out how you go from the north to the south through your building, because your building is basically one long circulatory ramp, and then you cross cut it. And how do you do that at the various levels? Or does it only happen once?
Well, the circulation is kind of more oriented east to west, but I mean there is one kind of like
this goes through, but were there more?
Yeah, there's one on the interior, one of the crosswalks that you can pass directly through.
Okay.
Those are the only 2 points where you can.
Okay, so that's the answer. So you do it once outside, which I assume you deal with underneath, and you do it one inside, which lets you keep it contiguous.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's great.
I would like to point out, I loved the beginning of your presentation when explaining how you transform the urban grid and how you took into account those ecological systems you talk about. And I think those could be the ones that if you apply them to your building, then your north facade and your south facade would be totally different. And I agree with John when saying that they're pretty similar. And I think that your main idea when explaining the urban conditions could be applied also to your building. And in that sense, maybe the facade closer to the park could be, I don't know, let's say more friendly. When saying friendly, I could imagine that a slab not so straight, but something more flexible in order to be better adapted to the new conditions you propose to your park. But it's another option. It's not the option, it's another one. And I'm a little bit confused of the internal movements of your building from east to west, which is something that trying to touch both facades from touching the north facade and the south facade. And I think that the tool, there you go, the other one, the plan showing this one. I'm not so sure why you keep moving the people from one side to another of the building. And maybe the key point are those courtyards and trying to explore more possibilities of those parts of your building and not just like green holes in that slab. I mean, I could imagine this building opening through those spaces in order to create a more flexible interior and not just rooms that you go from one to another around those courtyards. I don't know. It's like another possibility in order to keep developing the project. But again, I think that north-south facade. You should read again your explanation when talking about the urban grid, right?
Yes, definitely. It makes a lot of sense.
Can you also bring up the section again where you have that? It's sort of like a the auditorium. I think it's interesting. You have this sort of, I forget the name. What's the name of that building that's on an island? It's like a stair. Starts with an M. They filmed New Wave movies there. Anyway, it's like an inverted one. Yes, thank you. Yes, it's like an inverted Casa Malaparte where you're going into the building instead of up on the building, which I think is really clever. I'm just wondering about the relationship to the auditorium there. I mean, I guess it like has a sectional rhythm to it. I don't know. I mean, I guess I like the stair, and I'm just curious if that's the right spot for the auditorium, or if it would be somehow.
Yeah, I just thought it would be a good spot for it because it's like the part of the building that's most underground, and like programmatically it needs the least amount of light, and then also the stairway kind of creates like that downward ceiling. So I don't know.
Frank, I think that the project is very well developed. I really appreciate it. It's very strong and very, and maybe because you have developed it so much and you have drawn it so well, you have got yourself in some trouble of defining a lot. So in a way, one thing is just talking about representation. I think you have like 3 personalities here. Maybe with 2 would be enough. The line drawings are very good, and these renders, like with that kind of oily condition, are compelling. But these kind of half-baked renders are not at the same level. Maybe it would be, these are like a kind of a little bit vulgar, let's say. But that's just a comment. Then maybe a little bit more substantial is that I see a kind of contradiction of this kind of massive block that is inserted in the ground with your choice of the facade of a screen. And it seems to me a little bit counterintuitive, this kind of idea of the screen and the ground. And then you get this kind of greenish going around the outside that it's a little bit of fantasy. I'm not sure about the material selection. When I see the previous section and these holes, and then I see this kind of monolithic but transparent screen that is entering into the ground, I think there's a little bit of a conflict, but I think it's a totally legitimate exploration. And then you can extract conclusions and rethink or not the facades. Maybe the other thing that I would say is in the diagram of the circulation and also I think this one, this explains, I think, well, opportunities that you still have in the project, because you have these courtyards, no, that Javier was mentioning, and then suddenly what is outside of not the line of the building, but outside of this kind of another arbitrary line, then it's a whole different world with strange things and so on. When it seems like your project could perfectly continue the logic of the things that you have here, no? And make the interior the same, that this fringe, the interior and the exterior are perfectly related. Why don't you extend your design to the rest with the same logics and the same legitimacy? No, because if you go to the axon, that very beautiful line axon.
Yes.
Yeah. So the same logics could apply here with the same structure that you have. And then you don't have this kind of restraint saying, okay, now I'm meeting the building where I want. And then suddenly I become like a bad landscape architect and I begin to do this kind of curvy, strange stuff, no?
Yeah.
Everything is the same. You don't need to change like your face, no, like shut. When you are, it's everything is designed in space, no? So these small sheds, I don't know who have put these small sheds here, but this is not a friend of yours. This is really a bad colleague that is messing around with your project. No? You just can be, this is about what you are solving. It's not about what you are allowed to solve. You are allowed to solve everything. Don't outsource or don't, just do it. No?
Definitely.
But again, I think it's very well drawn. It's very well, a lot of resolution. So it's a fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay.
Very nice.
Great, Frank.
Good job, Frank.
Thank you.
Hi,
So,
are y'all
Lauren?
able to, yes, are y'all able to hear me? Yes.
Yeah.
And can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, wonderful. Hello, my name is Lauren Lake, and this is my scenario for Resilient Neighborhoods Community Center in Kansas City, Cultivate Kansas City. Before beginning, progressing, there we go. Before beginning on the building design, it's important to understand the larger context of Kansas City. The master plan my partner Anna Catherine Becker and I worked on, Cultivate Kansas City, is a master plan focused on the revitalization of the city, restoration of urban ecology, connection to the river. The site is located in downtown Kansas City, Missouri, where an interstate loop has created an island condition, isolating our site from the rest of the city. This master plan bridges the divide between the east and the west sides of the interstate, which have a historical, racial, and class divide that provides new space to activate the community and restore ecology. The three strategies to achieve our goals of the revitalization are Eco Boulevard, urban farming, and activated buildings. Starting with the Eco Boulevards, the site will be anchored by an ecological corridor that connects it to the river and serves as an active green space. Urban farming to bring economy, ecology, and cultivation together. Urban farming is implemented in the site as a form of a large-scale farming bridge that physically links the east and the west side of the site. Activated buildings that will be located throughout Cultivate KC to anchor the community and bring people together from all across the city. The master plan uses two different block typologies that are replicated throughout the site and have special activator typologies placed in the site. Eco Boulevard creates necessary north-south connection to the site. This Eco Boulevard will be a wider plaza-like street with productive green space and a safe traffic system with equal rights to pedestrian, bikes, cars, a streetcar line running through the middle. They will be used as bioswales and water retention material to carry clean water to revitalize the river's ecology. On Charlotte Street, the Eco Boulevard is widened from 50 feet to about 100 feet along the site to accommodate mixed use of community program. Site Section A goes through the Eco Boulevard, showing the link to the river, and Site Section B goes through 8th Street. The street size comparison depicts the widening of the Eco Boulevard in comparison to the normal Kansas City street. The placement of program and building typologies were influenced by the sun. This sun diagram shows how the site would get light. From this study, we then placed the farming bridge spanning over the highway, reaching from 8th to 10th Street for optimal sunlight for growing. Activated buildings were influenced by the greater downtown Kansas City area, and their placement was used to amplify the already rich culture that connects Kansas City to all it has to offer. The education activator connects to the surrounding schools, the concert activator to connect to the 18th and Vine district, serving as a community hub for residents and visitors. There'll also be a market activator connecting to the River Market district, the farming and education activator to connect located between the Eco Boulevard and the Farming Bridge, pulls the urban farming into focus and all of the activators that bring Kansas City together and the community together with diverse program for everyone. From these activators, I decided to further develop the farming activator on the site. I chose this activator on the site due to the close proximity to the urban farming bridge and the strong access created by the Eco Boulevard. The proximity of the urban farming bridge was important because of this community center is focused around urban farming and brings the youth of Kansas City together to better the community. Downtown Kansas City is a food desert, meaning there's a huge lack of both healthy and affordable foods. The east side of the downtown loop specifically struggles with lack of affordable and healthy foods. Cultivate Kansas City Resilient Center engages the youth of Kansas City by giving a diverse group of youth the ability to instill change in their community. This youth leadership program is run by a full-time farming staff and volunteers that can choose to live on or off site and run and maintain the farm to help with Kansas City's youth. The youth learn about farming and the spaces provided and help with food processing and run the market held in between the farming center located on the site. 40% of the food grown on site is sold in the market space on site, and 60% of the food produce is given directly to the food insecure families and individuals to give back to the community and combat the food desert. The two buildings on the site are the community center and the farming center, education center that run parallel with an open market space in the middle. The Eco Boulevard was widened to about 100 feet to be able to have a streetcar line, 2 car lanes, a bike lane, and sidewalks for pedestrian, all having equal rights. The streetcar lines are emphasized, making this community center easily accessible from all over downtown Kansas City, and the building site and the farm connection are visible here. And the farm is divided by 2 farming typologies, the teaching farm and the normal farm. On the south end is the teaching farm with 4 classrooms and storage facilities spread out in the field to create space for the youth to learn about farming. Lettuce, tomatoes, corn, onion, cucumber, pumpkin, squash, peas, and radishes are all grown well in the Kansas City climate and will be grown on site. Each different patch of the farm is grown for different types of vegetables. The farm spans roughly 8 acres, about 7 of them producing produce. This means there are roughly 112,000 pounds of fresh produce annually. The entry level shows how the farming center is directly on the urban farm for easy access to grow and store equipment in the center. The community center is also tied with the site with outdoor seating for the cafe and an open space for the auditorium directly linked to the enclosed auditorium with porous walls in the building for easy flow and circulation. The first level has a cafe for the community and is not linked to the above program. An auditorium that carves down an open community space all around. And the farming center's entry level is for storage in the locker rooms for those who work on the farm. And 4 outdoor classrooms are also at campus level. Circulation paths are apparent through the entry since the building is split on this level. Split on this level and open market space in between the parallel buildings. The second level houses the exhibition gallery geared towards teaching the community about food deserts and urban farming, an open courtyard in the middle, and an education center and library with area for offices. The link between the 2 centers is created on this level for the education center to the farming teaching center, since education is an important link. The farming center has a mezzanine floor for food production, cleaning, sorting, and gathering space. The center is only 2 stories. The third level provides extra open space for the community, offices, classrooms, and study space. Public and private circulation cores are used deliberately for the 2 diverse programs. Section A at a 16th scale shows the connection to both centers and an open space in between for the market. Also shows the farm equipment storage and connection to the farm. Section B at a 32nd scale shows the community center interacts with the inside and outside with the cafe and open amphitheater, as well as the interior courtyard of water collection from the cistern at the ground level. Section C at a 16th scale shows the cut through the grand stair and the connection to the load of the carve of the auditorium. The section perspective shows the important link of the 2 buildings and how the stairs interact, as well as the porosity of the walls and that welcome flow throughout the building. The program axon shows how the programs are stacked and different circulation hallways connect the program, showing at 2 different angles to show all of this program. This programmatic section shows which levels house the different programs and how the building is organized and the indoor-outdoor connections that are very important, as well as this programmatic section emphasizing the market space. Circulation and egress cores were strategically placed away from the walls to create hallway conditions to maximize the views on every level of downtown Kansas City, and the grand stair in relation to these cores. Water collection is another main goal of this project, and the roof angles to collect water runoff and to be able to help irrigate the farmland. It is collected in the cistern that flows down to below the building and is pumped to the farmland. Some experiences of the building follow. The entrance of the community center is shown, and the connection to the cistern and water is evident. The market space and link between the two buildings on the farm of the left and the cafe seating to the right. A view from the exterior amphitheater and the connection to the auditorium and lobby. The bridge connecting the community center and the farming education center. The courtyard with the water collection visible also brings in natural light to the center, and an exhibition space is also visible in the corridors as well. An experiential farming view that with the connection to the farming center and the storage and classroom structures on the farm and the project all together. Thank you for your time and learning about Cultivate Kansas City. Please let me know if you want to revisit your slides. I welcome you.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you for your presentation. I have to say first that I do love your renderings. They are really, really well made, and you have chosen the right colors to understand what you want to show when explaining how a farm building, a new farm building could be. And that brings me my first question, which is I would like to know more about when or how do you set the limits of that farming plot, not the building, but the one that you use to cultivate the products? Because for me, it seems to be like a very straight line above the highway. And I don't know if that's part of your project or it belongs to the urban strategy.
Yeah, originally for the master plan, we had it at an angle and thought that I personally, whenever I decided to make my own plans, thought that making it wider to produce more for the city after learning more about the food deserts in Kansas City. I thought that having more of a linear connection between would emphasize the building structure as well, since there were no angles in my project. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, and it makes me think about another thing, which is for me, there are like two parts. The one that, let's say, the field or the farming, the ground where you plant your products, and then the plot you use for your building. And I'm not so sure, or I'm not sure if it could be more unified, not just that straight line dividing into two parts, the project, but how to mix the production and the teaching component of your building into a more flexible plan, let's say.
Okay.
And there's also one more question, and I end up here, which is the connection between the two buildings. It seems to be like too weak for me. It is just in that the second floor, and I think there's an opportunity to understand that connecting these two worlds is not just proposing a corridor, but to understanding that the way you connect two areas could create a new area, which is the common place where the two worlds meet together. But that's just an observation.
Yeah, I would agree with Javier. I think it's the right idiom for a farm building. Like, it has corrugation, it's green. It's not like you would see it in the countryside, but it recalls those logics. Can you bring up a site plan? Because I'm not going to go on my bridge thing, but I'm not sure I understand where it sits in relationship to street frontages and things like that.
Yes, 1 second.
Like, where is it in your?
In the master plan, would you like?
I guess that would help.
Okay.
Yeah, just so I have a hard time seeing it. I think one of the things that also, just as a real comment about the renderings, which I think are very powerful, I see this as a slightly surreal proposition. Like, urban farming is always a little bit surreal, but like, you're building this land bridge, you're putting this really farm building in the city. I want to see it next to the other stuff. And I think I realize you're within your master plan, but I would just like to see like assumptions about what's going to go next to it, like a sort of regular brick building. Because for me, there's a kind of surreality to thinking that you're going to farm in the city, and I want to know what your level of not seriousness but playfulness about that proposition would be.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, sorry. I don't know if that was
no.
a question. My bad.
It's none of it's a question. It's all a
okay.
question. Your project. Tell me what you think.
Oh no, absolutely. We for the master plan, we're looking a lot about terrace gardens. So these buildings that you see, I don't know if you're able to. These buildings all had like terrace gardens, and I really chose what I could talk about, I guess, because we only have 8 minutes to present. So we tried to bring that into all the residential buildings, but then having like the farming as the main focus as this farming bridge, but incorporating it to the whole master plan.
But two things on that. One, just on this plan, can you point to where your cafe is?
Yes.
So I can like orient it. It's there on the corner. But I don't mean like the sort of, I just mean like appearance. Like not the sort of, like you're giving me a conceptually, they're both green. And I mean like, oh, does it look like corrugation next to some brick or some concrete? Does the housing look like a city, or does this housing look like, I don't know, sharecropper farm? Like, do those terrace housings look like cabins, or you know what I mean? Like it's the tone, because I think you've made a strong statement about like agriculture has a tone, and I want to know what the contrast is between the tone of the urban agriculture and the tone of the rest of the city. Does the rest of the city around it become more agricultural? And I'm being very superficial here. I mean by its appearance.
We didn't have, I mean, I would have loved to go into materiality for the master plan, which we didn't really have time to, so they weren't as developed, but I definitely think going forward, it would have been really interesting to see how the master plan and the exterior elements would have developed based off of, I guess that.
Make a guess. Now's the time, Lauren. No time like the, this is it.
Personally, I would have
Is it
loved
contrast or is it the same?
I think similar. I think this whole community had to deal with farming.
Green acres.
I mean, maybe different shades of green or different. So
Okay,
they all
fair enough.
have like a set of precedent to each other. It would have been nice.
Cool. Yeah, that's great.
Lauren, can you explain me why the orientation of the building is vertical, north-south?
Like the way it's running, this north-south.
Yeah.
We found I found during this project that there were a lot of east-west connections, and I think that the farming bridge and other things create these strong east-west connections. But I really wanted the building to run parallel to this eco boulevard to emphasize the connections that it didn't really create. So we wanted to create a stronger north-south connection, but also having like the east-west connections of the buildings, and bringing that facade along the eco boulevard.
Yeah, I'm curious because it is in front of this. Sorry, I'm going to try to annotate. It's in front of this and in front of this, and it's unclear what are the things that are in front. And I was curious because one can imagine that there's a kind of meandering pedestrian circulation through your blocks that at some point might find the space in between, the space of the farmer's market, no? Somehow.
Yeah,
So
it's in between, underneath, if you can see my right here, there's a connection to the farmer's market.
Yeah, I know, but the space, no? How you find the space in between the two buildings that you have in a more clear way, as opposed to be in front of some kind of strange sides. No? So if I'm just speculating, so if the big building or the narrow building were like this, I can imagine that there's a kind of extension of your logic from the building to the fields, and everything is part of the same operation. As opposed to be what you have now, that there's a big divide in between this. One thing is one side, that's the bridge, is the fields, the other is the building. So I'm just curious about this. What is the relation between one thing of the other that goes beyond adjacency, and then what is the relation with the city? So
Yeah. That makes sense. I really wanted to draw viewers in from that eco boulevard, from where it was stemming off. I feel like if it had been rotated, it might not be as that. It would be like a perpendicular way of entry. So to me, it didn't make as much sense, but I definitely think that could have been something that I could have experimented with.
Is
I
the
think
Eco
it's about-
Boulevard the squiggly line? I'm sorry, just a point of
It's right
clarification.
here. Oh, it's, sorry, I'm on.
Is it the
it's
squiggly
right-
line? Oh, that's okay. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt.
So you can see like the streetcars.
Yep.
I'm just thinking in how what you do is all part of one single operation,
Mhm.
as opposed to be partials, and that the understanding of the relation is with the whole, not just with one street.
Yeah, in fact, I think one step that could be done once the building or the proposal for the building is done is going back to this scale, to this plan, and try to see if the strategy that you have applied to your building could be applied to the city again in order to transform not just one plot, but the concept of your urban development. I think when doing this kind of exercises, I think there's always the need to question the existing grid, because I have seen just 2 proposals, but I think that we all tend to accept the existing grid and not questioning it. And maybe that's an opportunity. It's a general comment. It's not just for you, but it's an opportunity to understand new possibilities of the city. Just questioning the existing grid. Just for future projects.
Yeah, thank you.
Just one more quick thing, Lauren, because I would also suggest flipping the plan north-south. I think the cafe would be better to the south. I think the auditorium would be better to the north, and then cheat to one side or the other. You know what I mean? Just in terms of like, because then the cafe would be closer to the corner. You'd have the southern exposure.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
For sure. Yeah, for the south facing facade,
Yeah.
yes.
In any case, what we are saying is something that happens in real life. When we are doing competition, and then this is a great scheme that is, oh shit, I have to turn this around. It happens. It's
Yeah.
not.
Always the night before.
You don't know. Yeah. It's not that you don't know better. It happens to all of us. That you suddenly just realize that this is a great artifact, but this great artifact has not found the right side to look at.
Definitely.
Javier is laughing because he does a lot of competitions and knows what I'm talking about.
Always the night before.
Okay,
Congratulations,
thank you.
very nice.
Yeah,
Thank y'all for all your
thanks.
feedback. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Abby?
Hi. Can you see that? Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So hi, I'm Abby Carlton, and this is the design for the District 33 Community Center. It's not letting me move. The master plan and the community center stemmed from the analysis of the site and its surrounding contexts. This is the site located in the business district of Kansas City. When first analyzing and researching the site, it was apparent that there were clear divides in the hubs that make up Kansas City. Our master plan addresses this by aiming to connect the hubs onto the proposed site. A spine was established through the site, allowing the open public space to be used as pockets for program relating to the adjacent hub. First, a simple grid was overlaid on the site. Next, massings were added, forming the spine throughout. Finally, voids were created, allowing the connection between private and public to be blurred across the site. The existing streetcar line only focuses on connecting the north and south. This does not allow people in the east and west to easily have access to transportation. In order to begin to address this, a new streetcar line is proposed, which not only connects the sites to the east and west, but also allows a direct connection to the site and the community center. When deciding where to locate the community center on the site, the question of how to merge the surrounding community began to be analyzed further. Here, the site is highlighted. The business district hugs the west of the site, while the buildings to the east of the site are located on the other side of the highway and are often neglected, which creates a clear divide between the two. Highlighting the east-west axis along with the north-south axis allowed the community center to become a transition of the intersection of the two connections, along with the destination from the spine in the proposed master plan. This allows the community center to become a transition hub to the surrounding areas and an important connection to the surrounding community. A school was also relocated to the northeast portion of the site, once again allowing the community center to become a connection. The community center seamlessly integrates itself into the site, as you can see from the site section. Finding ways to link the different divides of Kansas City then led to the research in the direction of early childhood development and how architecture can be used to create an integrated environment to address these needs. Kansas City is made up of 15 school districts, and the site is located in District 33. Here are the two sub-districts within District 33, which in proximity to the site are most relevant. Public school districts in District 33 have an average math proficiency score of 18%, which when compared to the Missouri public school average of 42% raises questions of concern. Similarly, they have an average reading proficiency score of 21% versus the 49% statewide average. These factors highlight the need for an early childhood education and development center that would not only allow schools to take advantage of the building, but also, as the site is located in the central business district, it would allow working parents to have a place to get reinforcement in their child's learning. Arriving to the form of a community center first began by creating a simple box, which becomes an anchor point in the community. Next, the entry was extracted from the southwest corner, allowing the spine to continue into the building. 3 double-height boxes were carved out and extracted at varying levels, creating spaces for the special program of the community center to be housed. The spaces all relate to different goals in childhood development. The first is a space which focuses on motor skills and engaging the senses. The next space focuses on aspects of childhood education, such as creativity, imagination, and openness. Lastly, a space for collaboration, academic enrichments, and supporting mental health. An atrium was created, allowing continuous connection between all levels and spaces. Lastly, the cores were placed, allowing for the circulation vertically to begin. The ground floor plan shows the transition from exterior to interior. A monumental stair was introduced, becoming a focal point, and a continuous spiral through the building. On the ground floor, special services, a children's discovery hall, and a market are housed. The first floor includes play spaces for kids ages 0 to 2, along with the library, cafe, and exhibition. The second floor houses the play space for kids ages 2 to 7. Program also includes a makerspace, cafe, and auditorium. The double height space for the special program also begins to be seen on this level. The third floor focuses on children ages 7 to 11 and includes classrooms, tutoring, and study rooms. Lastly, the fourth floor houses more administrative spaces along with a space for mental health services. Here is an exploded axon showing the creation of spaces. The section cut through the atrium of the building not only highlights the relationship between floors, but also shows 2 of the extraction boxes on either side. This section is cut through the entry of the building, showing the activity occurring both on the ground floor and relation to the spaces above. This section perspective highlights these spaces once again. This perspective shows the atrium and the spiral staircase that becomes a transition space through the community center. Showing the activities occurring from one of the play spaces looking toward the east can be seen here. Similarly, this perspective shows one of the play spaces looking into the interior of the community center. The play space becomes a transition between the exterior and interior. That's it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, the presentations are so super clear, like to really committed. Can you just go back? I can never remember where they are on the site. By the time you get to the end,
Yeah.
I've forgotten where we started. You don't have to go through the whole thing, just like where is it located?
Yeah,
You're sort of to the north, right?
Stop sharing for a quick second.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it's in the north, on the north block of the site. Sorry.
No, you're there. You don't have to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Right.
right.
Right there.
Okay. Yeah, maybe go back to the plans because I think that's just a problem with my own orientation. I'm going to make I don't usually make true statements, but I'm going to try one here and I can get corrected by Iñaki and Javier if I'm wrong. I think there's compelling reasons why an auditorium would be closer to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It just has to do with like dismissing 200 people all at once at the top of a building. So I think there's kind of like programmatic gravities that might like shift some of the spaces. I mean, I recall your partners from the first half, she's Fiona, who's now left, but you also ended up with a similar sort of scheme, different orientations, but around a center courtyard, blocks of separate program. So in a way, I'm going to repeat some of the same questions I have for you. How do you understand the middle space as a sort of translation zone between these different programmatic bars? Like what happens there? What's facilitated by it? How does it work?
Yeah, so I initially viewed the atrium just as like a connection between my spaces, since my interior spaces are so like block formed. They're really like, there's a clear divide between like public and private. And I wanted the atrium to be more of a connection between the two. So like in one of my perspectives, I have it being more of like an inhabited staircase where you can like sit and, you know, do activities and things like that. So I guess that would be the beginning of the exploration of how to use the atrium. It wasn't fully.
Yeah, I guess that's just something I would promote because I think the siding's really like a great site, and I think the exterior is like really nicely done. I like the appearance of the building. I think as I look at this plan, but it occurs on other levels, you can see there's these walls and then these punctured by double doors that really like render that center space kind of like not even like a mall, but like a kind of corporate office building.
Yeah.
Like if you've ever been in sort of like a suburban office complex where there's no real shared space, there might be some trees, and it has that sense to me. And I think something I would push would be like right now where you have, I know this is we're on the wrong level to maybe do this, but like say this,
there's a better one.
you know, like these, that's fine. But like, say this were higher up the building, like what are those surfaces like? Could there be moments where there's no wall there and something that's more open that might migrate these figures in different ways? So it just seems like there's an opportunity to really address like, what is the nature of that wall? How is it punctured? How is it glazed? What's happening within it? As a way of joining and sort of activating that center space. Because I think at the diagrammatic level, I think it's all there. Like, oh, I really like it and I think it's great. But these walls in between the courtyard and the space are really like so definitive that they kill a potential porosity. A porosity that you achieve on your outer skin, like really well.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
You guys are so polite. Oh, you did something wrong and you thanked me. I really appreciate that.
It's always
you're the
very
hero.
helpful.
You're the hero here, Abby.
Yeah, I have one comment about the square geometry that you have chosen to your building, which going back to your site plan, I think that there's not a central position of that building. You have the school that you moved on your right side, and then you create that opening in the left corner above, which is the entrance, but nothing happens on the right side connecting to the school. I think that even if it's a square, the ground floor of your building should or could have more let's say episodes of things connecting the ground floor and the surroundings, not just the corner for the entrance, but something relating or linking the other public parts of your project. Because again, for me, when you are presenting those projects, your project is not just the building, is this L shape that you are showing to us. And suddenly when you jump into the building, you forget some great moments that you have achieved when developing this site plan. I can remember the zigzag red line that you showed on the very beginning of the presentation, and suddenly this movement could be also applied to your building, to the rectangular site that you have created with your building on one corner and the school on the other corner. And I don't know why nothing happens there, but again, this is something to think about, that when it's something that Iñaki said. It is not that we are urban planners and then architects and then landscape architects. No. We have tools and we develop strategies, and those strategies could be applied and transformed in any scale, because they are potential tools. But and again, this thing could be applied also for the central space that John was saying. That for me, again, that circular stair in the corner or left up corner is something that could be there, but also below or on the right. I think those central spaces, Nordic architects are masters when understanding that those corridors are not just spaces to move around the building, but spaces to be on the building, to be the building. And I think that's something that could also improve your proposal. But again, it's something to do on future episodes of this Abyss building. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I think we move on.
Thank you,
Olivia?
Abby.
Olivia, you're mute, I think. I can't hear you. I don't know, does anyone else have that problem? Yeah, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, let me share my screen. Let me see. Perfect. Is that full screen?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Wonderful. My introduction to Kansas City began with an analysis of green space and park infrastructure surrounding the site. By gaining an understanding of the neighborhood through open space, we identified a need for a more systematic and developed green space. To achieve this, we proposed an ecological spine along the major axes of the site, connecting existing park infrastructure from east to west and river to park from north to south. We were also interested in mobility within the island created by the closed highway loop, and were struck by the sprawl of car infrastructure. To revitalize traffic through the site, we proposed to keep the major car arteries and expand the protected bike lanes as a way to break up the macro block and improve connectivity through the site. The specificity of program that we found was lacking in the surrounding green space responds to the system of circulation. So the program of the spine is delineated with bars, and it has its own system of meandering paths. To approach the massing of the master plan, we wanted to further break up the car infrastructure through a decentralized grid. By diffusing the hierarchy, the grid system also allows for flexibility of spaces, connectivity, and porosity. We reintroduce hierarchy in the scheme through section and floor heights. Here you can see how the program distribution manifests in the aerial physiograph. The community center is situated at the north end of the spine, terminating the progression of the pass and offering a counterpoint to the activity at the south end. The building still absorbs part of the master plan massing, which maintains the adjacencies and passages that we had established. By not completely closing off the end of the park, the project is able to claim some of that exterior space for its own use. So taking that dimension, I began to subdivide the mass and apply a grid logic that is so integral to the master plan. The major voids are placed to create entry and experiential circulation. The cores are added, and the resulting space from these moves and the grid determines the axes of both horizontal and vertical circulation, which is evidenced by the puzzling of floor plates. A column grid helps to articulate these decisions as well as provide a more intentional exterior experience. And that is how we arrive at the massing. The community center is imagined as a collection of mediums like literature, exhibition, lecture, or presentation. To provide more specificity, I identified the needs based on classifications in the master plan of business, cultural, and commercial. So beyond these conventional and like serial relationships between spaces like curator and exhibition, for example, I wondered how these spaces might start to merge and serve each other better while still expressing a hierarchy. Here again are the main adjacencies determined by the master plan. The building footprint is calibrated to the scale of the master plan, but the column grid continues the project's influence, distinguishing the building from its neighbors through experience rather than mass. There's a steep 8-foot elevation change between the park and the street in this corner of the site, which is mediated through the building. So here at street level, the visitor can either enter at the auditorium level or take the stairs to the primary entry. Once the visitor has entered either from park or street, this is the park level, they are guided to the stair which begins their journey through the building. These stairs do not bring guests to the same level. The floor plates are offset by a half level to encourage a continuous ascension, and this will be more clear in Axon. As visitors arrive at different levels, they are guided around the void of the atrium through a series of ramps and stairs. And through this organization, visitors are able to have a sense of what is around them and what is coming, because they are able to see across the void at the different levels. The change in elevation of these floor plates allows for each space to have its moment. The plan is very modular. Opportunities for partitions is determined by the column grid. So offsetting the levels helps maintain some privacy as well as distinction between programs. At the top level, the auditorium void is capped with the courtyard. So in Axon, this is a bit clearer. The street entrance leads visitors directly into the auditorium. The primary entrances occur at park level. And here you can see that this street stair drops people off further up into the building than the park stair, but it is connected with experiential circulation around the auditorium. The auditorium also has access from the half level, so it's really connected to 3 levels, has 3 points of access. Following the ramp and stair around the void, visitors experience all the program that the building has to offer, which speaks to the intention of obscuring the linear relationships between service and public spaces. After 7 levels, the ramp concludes at what is the 4th floor based on elevation. That's how we arrive at the massing. In the plaza, the public has opportunities for activity and play. So even when the building is closed, it serves as a destination. The section perspective faces the street. So hidden behind the core to the left is the street entry, and the stair on the right is where park visitors are greeted. This circulation scheme serves the program objectives by weaving the library through the building rather than confining the main event to one space. I was thinking about OMA's Seattle Library and their seamless experience through the stacks across multiple floors. This section is cut from park to street. While the library is generating the experience around the building, the auditorium also performs as a major connector. Again, thinking about the Seattle Library and their auditorium, this placement forces visitors to interact with the activity in some way.
Ending with some experiential views. This is entering from the park leading up to the first platform, and then jumping level and turning around the core to face the park. To the right is the auditorium void, straight ahead is the library space, and to the left is the exterior entry void. I imagined multiple experiences like this one. So here we are on the final ramp looking through the bookshelf to the courtyard and then to the interior space behind it. This way there's a consistent and complete experience no matter where the visitor is in the building. And finally, the approach from the park. Thank you.
What is the envisioned materiality of the part of the building that's not the green frame? Like what you're showing black here. Is it solid, and what is it?
Yeah, I think that would require like a further analysis of Kansas City and like the climate, but I imagined kind of some translucency and kind of some telescoping of the organization in the interior, in the exterior.
What does that mean, telescoping of the organization?
Like the grid system, that's kind of, or the 3D structure that is.
But you're saying translucent, so you think it's something that's like, doesn't have windows, but you get a sense of light penetration. Is that fair?
Yes, exactly.
Specifically not looking out into the park.
One of the facades is facing the park.
I know, but you can't see through it, right? Because it's translucent.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's really, yeah, I don't want to make a big thing of it. But when you say further study, will it have windows or not, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, as it's rendered, there's this framework that's like a sort of jungle gym.
Mm-hmm.
But then your renderings show this sort of like open green structure, but then views to the outside. And I'm just trying to figure out, does that blackness represent a uniform treatment, like glass or something that you can see through, or would there be fenestration involved, windows, punctures?
So there's kind of
like
a
big thing to leave on the table.
Yeah, I understand that. I imagined like a screen that envelopes the building. So like on the interior, some parts would be like more translucent than others. So potentially windows, but from the outside, it would kind of obscure exactly like where those are.
No, that's great.
Could you, Olivia, please, in this slide, it's okay. Could you point where your building is on your master plan?
Yeah, it's right in this corner, bordering the street. You see my cursor? Oh.
There you go.
Here?
Yeah, now, yeah. Over there, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
While Javier's gearing up for intelligent comment, I'm sure, can you go to the plan that shows, I understand there's a sort of street level from the north that gets you to the auditorium, but where's the other entry? I'm trying to coordinate the two punctures into the building.
Right, so I think it is. So here's the park entry. So you're crossing the corridor to the plaza area, which brings you in.
But then where's the other entry in relation to that? Like I'm trying to, is there a section that would help? It's underneath that stair?
No, it is this stair. So from there's an elevation change between the street and the park. So
no, I understand that, but then there's another entry that's a floor below that where you show a hallway.
Right, that's the door right here.
But lower, there's a floor underneath the one we're looking at in that plan.
Yeah, it's a void, so this space is all void.
Okay, can you go down to that other plan again real quick?
Yeah. It's loading.
Okay. So there's this moment of entry, then you go into the depth of the earth. You're going by the side, the rake of the auditorium, but it's open to above. Is that what we're seeing? Okay, thank you.
My question was, apart from these ones of the entrance, how you enter to your building, I think your presentation when explaining the strategy of your master plan was brilliant, because you understood that when spreading and dividing the program into small pieces, you can create a new urban frame. But suddenly, when explaining that, then you jump into two huge green corridors that brings again to our mind the huge scale of the city. And that is something that for me is not so good yet, and could be, imagine that these green corridors are also spread into your new grid, and how your buildings could have all of them urban places, green areas, and suddenly the scale of the city changes into your urban frame. That's one question, or one thing, sorry. And another thing is that when using a regular grid, it's a wonderful tool to begin with. But the sooner you realize that the grid is making you, it's forcing you to take bad decisions. And a bad decision for me is having a pillar in the middle of an auditorium. Then you have to, exactly at that point, forget the grid, because the grid is something that you auto-impose to you. It's something that you impose to your project, and you are free to change that. And when changing that grid, then you will become with new solutions. And I think that it's not a question of faith. I mean, if the grid is the solution. No, the grid is a tool. So you can change whenever you wanna use it. And again, when you explain the very first schemes of your building, you talk about not just the volume, the final volume, but you talk about different levels, like sliding plans. It's a small axle. Could you please go to that slide in order to show it? There you go. The number 6, the drawing number 6. This is so flexible that suddenly, when you go to number 7, the columns are so rigid that I would have loved that your building could express that flexibility, that you also applied to your urban solution, also to your final volume, because suddenly you are stacked into your, I don't know the word, like you are stacked into your rectangle. And you have shown us that your building could be also that flexible. What could have happened if those plans slide into the city, spreading out of that box? It's not about building boxes. And what could have happened if you erase one pillar or 2 pillars or 3, and suddenly the voids are bigger at some point? I mean, it's again being flexible. We all, and I'm the first one in doing that thing, we are so rigid when we think we have found something great, and then we have to jump and then question every single step we took at every moment. So
yeah. I mean, just to pick up on Javier's comments with a kind of, I don't know, example I think we'd all know is it's really interesting to look at the diagrammatic plans of, say, the Villa Savoye, the grid and the square and the cube versus the actual column locations, which are like enough to imply the grid, but actually aren't in a grid at all. It's like totally deviated. And I think that's what Javier is getting at, the notion of like, you can love the affect of the grid. Like the perception of the grid and the grid are not the same thing. And especially when you get into building systems. Olivia, I think this is a great project. Despite the fact that you don't have a sense of what the perimeter of your building is, I think there's really nice things to it. I really love the sort of jungle gym thing as a sort of passageway. The fact that you build the whole framework that's holding up nothing, but I think it like makes a very powerful statement. I love that you did it green. I think there's a lot of good sensibility in this as well. I think there's one thing, and this is going to sound like picayune to make this comment, but there's an implied in your, it's nowhere in your diagrams, but there's an implied symmetry of your 2 massings that make your 2 entries come in here and there. It's never part of your argument. And I think what it does is it makes this entry like remote from this stairwell. So like, I think these on the park side have a very good relationship. But on the north side, that entry is sort of stranded. It's on a diagonal away from it, but it's sort of stranded. And then you also have to do this sort of funny thing for the handicap accessibility. I think it would be better if there was somehow the entry were here next to the stair instead of doing this diagonal. So instead of entering here, you enter here and there. And then you could even bring in your handicap accessibility there, and then the stair doesn't quite connect to the building. I think somehow moving them to this diagonal, which isn't part of your argument, I think creates all sorts of problems with circulation and fulfilling the diagram. And I think it could be kind of wonderful, because then that jungle gym thing becomes like the open canopy through which you understand all entry. Because I just think on the north side, it would be very, you can enter the building, it would work. But I think to have like that stair with the framework is such a gesture of entry. And then to have you enter on the opposite side on the north, I think is not confusing, but like not architectural in the way that I think so many of the other parts are.
I think that right now it's time to pull and push your volume in order to understand that you are inhabiting a kind of a forest. And imagine that those boxes of program that you have set in this position could move in order to find out the best position. I think that's a wonderful exercise to do right now with your project. It's about, again, diluting the like, I don't know how to explain that, like you have to make it smaller the volume, the appearance that your building has into the city, and that's like trying to understand that this is not a flat surface facing the streets. It could have voids and massive elements. So again, it's nice because we are talking about possibilities, and that's the best thing that could happen to any project that you have done here. So congrats in that sense.
Thank you.
Yeah, very nice, very nice.
Lexi?
Hi.
You
My
ready?
my camera isn't working, just for reference, my laptop.
Okay.
Broke.
Okay.
Does that look good? Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Alexis Sager, and this is my proposal, KC Eats. Beginning with the island condition of the downtown loop, highlighted is the highway system circling downtown, creating what is known as the moat. Also highlighted is Troost Avenue, the racial dividing line between East and West Kansas City, and 8th and 12th Street, which act as parallel activators connecting the master plan proposal to downtown. Highlighted here is the area my partner, William Trotter, and I decided to use as the base of our master plan. It is bordered by a park on the east and west edges and 8th and 12th Streets with the north and south. The master plan proposal has three main goals to it. The first one is to create an urban green that connects the east and west via a third landscape. And this concept of the third landscape creates a strip of wild vegetation that's grown to buffer the east and west underneath the land bridge and surrounding the highway. The vegetation both helps with stormwater management and it acts as a sound buffer, absorbing the traffic noise. And then here's a section from the master plan proposal that shows the cut through the highway and the land bridge and the vegetation surrounding it. The second main goal is to use a grid that is created by the typical Kansas City block. And this is incorporated in both our master plan and the Resilience Center proposal. And third is to activate the edges. And we decided to do this by creating 3 community centers that each had their own focus program. So it's kind of fitting for this project. So moving into those in the northwest space, the proposed focus program there was around youth and education. So it has a art school, a playground, a library, a daycare. And then in the southwest corner, we have a cultural arts museum and art studios, so including music, arts, dance. And then in the East Community Space, which is where my Resilience Center proposal will be, is rehabilitation. So really focusing on that through the lens of training, job training, and then of course through housing. And then here are some renderings from the master plan proposal, just so you can get a sense of those spatial conditions. And then here's the master plan itself. And then shifting into the proposal for the Resilience Center, the bridge originally was very narrow. And since the community center is going on that east side, I found it fitting to widen that up so it can reach a wider range of area. Sorry, one second. Yeah, so there is a wider range of access points. And then continuing on with the master plan, this is that grid derived from the city block that was used in goal number 2. And then it has been extended and rotated 90 degrees to create both horizontal and vertical grain. And then the grain that this produced allowed both clear access for horizontal circulation and vertical circulation, including the egress. And then the grid also shaped the form of the building itself, creating 2 wider bars of program sitting perpendicular on top of 2 thinner service program bars, including storage, stairs, bathrooms, elevators. And then connecting them is that horizontal circulation. So the focus program was based on Massimo Bottura. He was a chef in the 2016 Rio Olympics, and he saw a lot of food waste going on. So he built a community kitchen restaurant and hired local chefs and trained them. And during the day it worked as a restaurant, and at night it worked as a soup kitchen. So those profits were turned around. So it both helped with the rehabilitation and training them, helped feed the community, and helped with the food waste from the Olympics. Now we're finding into more specific blocking of the program. The form and program are both shaped from that grid, and then that allows the circulation to be established. So there's the egress, the horizontal circulation, and then that the actual program itself kind of like mends around that. And then moving into plan, the ground floor is a simple series of paths and gardens focused on the grid. The ground level houses a lobby atrium with seating. So all of the focus is being put on the southern dining space and kitchens. Surrounding the perimeter of them is a series of food gardens that service the kitchen. The second level is the first of a 2-story auditorium with the remaining space being open exhibition. The southern buildings are double height, and there is an extension of the exhibition that acts as a bridge that looks down into the kitchen. The third level houses the second level of the auditorium and an open library space with nooks for meeting, reading, and studying. And then the fourth level returns back to the focus program, and it houses the job training and classrooms. And then there are balconies on each side that have gardens and picnic tables and places to act as an outdoor classroom or just as a meeting space. And then moving into sections. So this one is cutting through the kitchen on the right there, and then that dining hall. And then this one is cutting north-south through the cooking classrooms and then through the atrium, the central atrium there. And then just moving into some perspective view. So looking at that bridge straight across the atrium and the exhibition space. the section perspective showing that bridge. This is the view from 8th and Truth Street. And then this is the view looking off Truth Street. Thank you.
I mean, I like the massing a lot. I mean, I have to say that the sort of motif of the curved windows, I think does a lot to bring it together. I'm curious about, maybe this is a Tulane thing. Do they not have sidewalks in New Orleans? Like everything seems to be like set into the wilds in ways that I don't quite understand. Can you tell me out, Lexi, what there's a vision here that you're trying to portray.
Yeah, so
Can you talk about that a bit?
Yeah, so there actually isn't like a sidewalk within any of this project. So I know I breezed through the master plan pretty quick, but I did touch a little bit on that third landscape. The big concept with William and I's master plan was just a large green park, minimal hardscape, just very much so as much green as possible.
Sure.
And I think that really ties into here with there are pathways, yes, but hardscapes such as sidewalks just don't really fit into like that urban green.
I don't want to have no, fair enough. I don't want to have an argument about sidewalks, but I think there is some, I don't know, there's a logic of hardscape that even in a natural terrain, and I would say that like arch clarity of your building and its surfaces, I think would allow for some amount of like, I think the design challenge, this is like the same thing Javier was saying about the grid. Making a natural terrain for your site doesn't mean the terrain is natural. And so fitting in a sidewalk or something in relationship to it by some means, I think is what ultimately becomes the challenge in a way. Because I think it has to do with like frontage and approach and like how you address those things. So I don't want to go on about it, but I think like, oh yeah, I think the challenge is to figure out how to do it and make it not feel like every other sidewalk you've ever been on. Not to say like there's no sidewalks.
Yeah.
Anyway, just as a thought.
Could you sorry, go ahead.
No, please. No.
Oh, I was just could you Lexi go back to your ground floor plan when showing the connection over the bridge and your ground floor? That one. I mean, that one is okay. This one is better. I think there's like two different hands working on the same project. For me, the ones that draw or thought about the traces of the buildings are one team, and the other one is the one drawing the connection or the bridge or the paths. Let's say the paths over the ground. And I think one of those teams have chosen the wrong scale. When I say the wrong scale is that if you compare the paths that you are drawing when connecting the two sides of the highway compared to your building, it's like huge. And I think that is something that even if you have tried to solve when changing from the very first bridge to this final solution, I think you can still work on it. It's a question of a scale, and this is the most difficult. I think it's the most difficult part of our work, which is understanding what is the right scale of things because this is not a building, but it's an infrastructure. And if you understand that the infrastructure that you're building, which is the bridge, has a building close to it, then suddenly everything works on the same scale. Again, this is something that you will learn when studying architecture and when practicing architecture. But I have to say that this is something not good at all in this relationship between these two parts. And going back to your building, I think you have great moments on your floor plans because you understood that the position, when you position the vertical cores and you understand that the program are bars that go around that central core, I think they work pretty well. And the connection with the ground floor and the green areas that you develop in this floor plan are really good. But again, they are like disconnected from the rest of the city, and maybe that ground floor plan could have more connection with the rest of the urban fabric. But this is and again, we all think that developing a building, an object, is the most difficult part, but it is not. I think for me, the urban scale is very, very, very much more difficult than building a single object, because when you do that, you find out that the multiple layers that you have to live with, and that is very, very, very tough. So, and just one more thing, talking about the facades, I think again, even if I don't know why, but I do like the language that you have chosen for those openings. I think for me, they are not at the proper scale. Again, they are too big for the building that you're building.
Yeah, no, I think that's right on. Lexi, I really do like the masking, and I like it in this site plan. For me, it's sort of like a kind of straightened out Bauhaus, because if you look at the Bauhaus, it's got it's tower element and its wings, and it sort of becomes a complex. And I think the way you sit this in the site, where it has like a street frontage and that it addresses those arms across, I think that's a really great attitude. I think pedagogically or developmentally, the thing I would point you to is scale. And I would say this, following Javier's comments, the scale in the building, and if we could go to like one of the floor plans, any of the floor plans, I'm just not sure about the relationship of what I'm seeing as an elevator to what I'm seeing as a stair. Like, I think for me, it reads in a couple different ways, or even the doors in a relationship to the kitchen. I think there's a kind of like scale issues in the drawing for me, that it's well done, but it also sort of like fluctuates between, like, I read it, it's either twice as big or half as big as I think it is, depending on where I look. And so that's something that I think is just a sort of check on yourself to work through. And I say this as an encouragement, because I don't think that's simply like a sort of coordinating the set. But I do think, like, in addition to the urban scales and the landscape scales, it just seems to be like throughout the project, the sizing of things seems to be something that we come against again and again. Does that make sense, Lexi? Is that?
Yeah, definitely. No, I think that's a very fair critique. That's definitely something that I have struggled with since the beginning. I remember making that first adjustment in the land bridge and then realizing how large it was. And it just kind of has been like a push and pull about, oh, if I knock this many square feet off this level, it looks too small.
Right.
And just like trying to find that balance in the short amount of time of this project. But I completely agree. Sometimes
fair
when I
enough.
was drawing it, it was hard to tell, like, if it was right, because it did look, so small.
So,
big,
I mean,
but-
just at the level of methodology, I do think one thing is the presentation where you talked about the graining and the grid. I'm not so sure I bought all of those things, because in the end, you just get vertical and horizontal striations. Like once you read the city at that level of orientation, I'm not sure the module helps. But I think like scale figures can work in plan as as anything else. So like if there's like putting a person in the drawing, or even putting like something quite well, like a tennis court, and that would let you measure as you draw, I think that's wildly effective. I think these things are super abstract otherwise. So I don't mean to be patronizing, but I think that could be a helpful thing to think about.
I definitely did start putting in scale figures in plan a little too late. I will say that I put them in, and I actually did have them in here originally, but it was just so illegible because of the like massive scale.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
But I think the massing and the attitude, and I think also like this is a bit about the master plan, but this is the most viable version of the land bridge for me that we've seen yet, in that it deals with the spanning in its thinness as opposed to its thickness. So it like you've made these little tendril land bridges that cross the highway, and you know, not to disparage other schemes and make bigger ones, but I think like, oh, well, that one you could actually do with some like thin shell concrete and some dirt fill and sort of catenary system that would make it work and would be sort of beautiful and would get you out of the problems of like ventilating the highway and all these other things. So I think it's quite nice.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Lexi.
Okay, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Ian.
Sorry, could you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Ian Shaw, and this is an urban.
Ian, we don't see full screen.
Can you see it now?
No, not yet. I see the tools, the commands.
I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on. Usually if I click share the screen.
But I think that you need to make full screen before to share your screen.
Right.
Okay. Didn't work this time.
No.
My computer's not letting me like access Zoom once I go into full screen mode, so that's kind of where I don't know.
Try sharing your desktop and then go into Acrobat and share it full screen.
Okay, can you see this?
Perfect. Yeah.
Awesome. So my name is Ian Shaw, and this is an urban scheme that I developed with Bennett Mark, in which the community center will be situated. So our first goal for this project was to revitalize the site to the same degree of activity and life that the site may have had in the 20s and 30s before it fell prey to the needs of the automobile. And so shown here are the current buildings on the site. And by contrast, here's the site from 1939. And this photograph of 1930s Kansas City shows how it may have felt to walk through the city during this time. So our second goal was to remend the gap in the urban fabric created by the highway. Next, reinstating the dense streetcar network that at one time used to connect downtown to the neighborhoods throughout the city. And lastly, expanding the bike route network. And shown here is how the proposed streetcar and bike networks engage the site. Strips of built mass frame each of these corridors and host a mix of residential, commercial, office, and hotel space. On the interior of each block, these strips of built mass frame corridors of forest. And then shown here is an axon of these built forest and transportation strips. And then here it shows it in section. And then this diagram is exhibits how program within each of these built strips might be arranged. Program assignment was intentionally loose in order to place trust in the power cities have to grow naturally in a way that best suits the needs of the residents, rather than one person deciding what is best in this room. So shown here, or sorry. So the vitality and energy of the transportation corridors contrast greatly with the quiet forest corridors. This juxtaposition is best experienced by traversing the development in the north-south direction, where openings have been created in the built strips in order for pedestrian paths to flow through. The next, special amenities are scattered throughout the site and were placed into two categories depending on whether they're found in the forest corridor or the transportation corridor. Amenities within the forest corridor are more related to hobbies and activities that require contemplation and focus, while amenities within the transportation corridors generate social interaction and community growth. And then shown here is a sketch of the forest corridor on one of the paths that traverse it in the north-south direction. And shown here is a sketch of the streetcar transportation corridor. And then that same corridor with showing like an outdoor market and the dimensions. And so once again, here's the plan. And this is where I propose to place the community center. And again, here's where I propose to place it in section. And then just a quick sketch showing that same sketch and section drawing with the city in the background. And I'm just showing these sketches because these are kind of the original impressions I had for maybe what the building might look like, kind of feelings I had about it. So there's that, there's an updated one. And then this is kind of, this is the front of the building. You can see there's a gap in the vegetation around the streetcar where there would be a streetcar stop. So right when you exit the streetcar, you can enter this building. And so now I'm going to talk about kind of the main focus of the building, which is technology. And specifically how technology is used in our free time as a means of leisure. One goal that will be achieved through focusing on this is that many of the activities that we all spend our time doing by ourselves in our houses or on our, on our computer and on our phone can become more engaging and social. And the motherboard of all this activity in the building will be an app on your phone or a website as shown here. And through this app, you'll be able to view live updates of the specific activity happening in each room. And through looking at the app, you can tell exactly which room you want to be in before even entering the building. And additionally, this system can work to attract people who have similar interest because if someone's watching a certain show in, say, the Netflix room, you also enjoy that show, you can join them in that room. And so, sorry, all of the activities are controlled by the visitors at the community center rather than by the community center's administration or someone in power. For example, if you see on the app that the Netflix room is vacant, you have the complete freedom to either reserve a spot or walk in and watch whatever show or movie that you like. And then others will see this on the app and choose to come join you. So quickly, I'll just go through each of the floor plans. This is the first floor, second floor, third floor, fourth floor. So closed rooms and open platforms alternate throughout each of the plans so that maximum amount of adjacency between closed and open spaces can be achieved. And then occasionally, as you can see in this floor and the floor before it, these segments can increase or decrease in size in order to accommodate program requirements. And then here's a roof terrace using the same pattern that was exhibited in the floors below it. So within the grid established by these cells for the activities and the platforms that access these activities, there are two nodes of vertical circulation that increase porosity in the vertical dimension. One of these nodes is instrumental in bringing people from the transportation corridor, as I mentioned before, from the streetcar stop on one side of the building, while the other node at the bottom shown here is instrumental in fostering connection with the forest corridor, which is adjacent to the building on the opposite side. And then shown here is a section cutting through the kind of courtyard that hosts the vertical circulation for the streetcar. You can also see how these cells alternate as you go up in the floors. And this is a diagram showing the program assignments. While technology is the main focus for the entire building, there is a special focus for education on the fourth floor, auditorium spaces on the third floor, administration on the first floor. But throughout each of the floors, there's the emphasis on technology. And here's a section a perspective view showing what it kind of looked like on the inside. One of the program requirements for this community center was to have exhibition spaces. And so in compliance with the technology theme that I was going for, these exhibition spaces are displayed within the patio spaces that circulate the building and take the form of screens where maybe local businesses or people can promote themselves through Instagram accounts they might have or other profiles they have on the internet. And that's all. Thank you for listening.
What's the relationship between the lower right plan that you're showing there and the things you just showed us a moment ago? Like they seem like, I guess I'm trying to find the rooms in it. Maybe I have to look closer. There's some walls, but they almost seem like partitions, but those represent the rooms.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know, Javier, jump in anytime. I mean, I'll say one fundamental irony, or maybe it's not an irony, but like you made a strong point about saying, well, I'm going to master plan a typology. The city's going to figure out how it's going to be programmed because it's entirely flexible. And I'm just wondering how that relates to what you in the end do. You give us a programming plan, but it's sort of like, do we read your programming plan as arbitrarily as your master plan would vis-a-vis program? Like,
so I think kind of the main focus of the building, like just back to the technology, the way it relates to this kind of letting program develop naturally at the hands of the people who are using it. The way that relates to the technology is that each room is like everything that happens in each room is completely based on what the people of the community want to be doing in each room. And that's able to happen through the app that I talked about.
Yeah, no, I understand. I guess I just feel like there's an opportunity to think about an array of difference as opposed to an array of similarity in the design of the building. And so I appreciate what you're saying. offering 20 rooms of exactly the same size seems like an art concept. Like, program doesn't matter, we can fit it in anything. But I think if there was like a differentiated set of scalar rooms, that would just offer more possibility. Like, I want to do something with 20 of my friends, or I want to do something by myself. You could still use, there still could be a programmatic sifting, but I don't think there needs to be more, I would say, more difference in the system to like distinguish between types of uses. They don't have to be programmatically specific, but I might suggest scale might be one way of starting to introduce difference into what you've set up. And so instead of having 30 rooms the same size, there might be some gradations of scale in a way. Because for me, right now, it seems like a proof of concept argument with the similarity of it. I think the perspective is really nice. I think it could be quite open, but I feel like it has a funny argument vis-a-vis digitality and technology, in that you want to argue we want to make these things as interesting spatially, but it sort of gives up on spatial difference as the means by which that could happen. So I don't think you have to totally give up on the argument of self-selection, but I feel like there are a range of things you could do in 100 square feet that are markedly different of what you can do in 1,000 square feet. And I think that's where the para-architectural logic could come in.
Well, Ian, let me tell you something. I have loved your presentation, the very beginning of your presentation, the way you understood the urban layout. For me, it's been wonderful. Believe me, I would love to see your proposal built, because it has understood very, very well the scale of the city, of that city, not any other city. And for me, that's the most amazing thing of your work. Having said so, could you go to any of those first drawings showing the full perspective of your urban proposal? Let me see. Not that one, not that one. Back. That one, for instance, that's okay. No, the other one.
Was it this one or?
No. The floor plan, the next one. I think it's the next one. Next.
Here.
This one is perfect. I think that you have found, let me see if I can draw something here. I think what you have found in here and the way it is opposed to those straight lines, for me, is the key of your project. So once you have understood that the city has the possibility to grow inside those green corridors, then you jump and you say, okay, my building is going to be, I don't know where is it, but I think it's like in here. And I say, okay, why don't you try to develop one of those elements? I know that's too much for this moment, but I have to say it. I have to say it, and I'm gonna say it. And then you propose this thing. Okay, I create a system that talks about these small elements that are rooms that can be fulfilled by the people whenever they want. So why don't you try to put these rooms in here in order to create a system that could be applied to any part of your new city? So imagine that your building could have been something like this, like a more, let's say, common building, and suddenly you add these pieces. That could be the part that you have talked to us when explaining your project. But suddenly, the idea of your project is extended to any part of the city. So I know that's like too far away from your proposal, but I have to say it because I've loved the way you understood how a new typology could create a new way to engage the community in a city, but then you have to go back to your urban proposal to understand that your new community could be attached to the existing building typology. You don't have to create a new one. You can update the existing one. And that is something for me that is a huge potentiality of your project. And for me, it's the best idea in your presentation. So try to think it a little bit more about it, because I could go inside your building, but that's not the point, because when looking at your plans, you have this course in here, and then like a messy stuff of voids and rooms. But for me, that's not the point right now. What I'm trying to push you is to understand that this system, it is not a system of a building, but a system that can change the city at the scale of a district, which is this, from here to there. And that is something that you have found, understanding what is the 21st century and what has been the city up to now. So I have to say congrats.
Javier, sold. He's ready to buy in. I'm taking investors in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not as enthusiastic, but I really respect Javier's enthusiasm. I mean, I still think for me, it's a kind of like the assignment's the assignment. So the assignment's to do the building. So I think there's some part of that. But I also think what Javier is pointing out is like, I see it as like a reciprocal relationship. Like your visioning of the city, the building is a scale model of your visioning of the city. And to follow Javier's lead, it can go back out again. I kind of like the notion of the building as a place where you can like see and understand the logics, even as it like, it's basically an instructional site. That's not its purported program, but it's an instructional site for you to understand the new relationship you have to program in the city and these things. So I think there could be a architecturalization of it. Like even where you put it is sort of like at the head of the master plan. It's where you go. It's not, you don't go there to learn how to use the city this new way, but that's its result. And so I think there could be still a building and this other part. Yeah.
Okay, time's up.
Thank you, Anne.
Thank you.
Can we take a 2-minute break for
Sure.
discrete
Yeah.
reasons? Okay, I'll be right back.
Yes, okay.
The reviewers have been fantastic. It's been great. What a
Yeah, I'm
day.
enjoying it, yeah.
Yeah, what a day. I think it's great for the students after putting in that much work to get people to buy in or not buy in. And yeah.
Okay, so are there a lot still here?
Looks like-
38, oh, that's great, yeah. Yeah.
How you doing, Jose? Tired? Tired. A little sleepy.
Well, I can manage. But the thing is that I was teaching in the studio 2 hours before starting this this session, so it's been like a 5-6 hour on a row.
What time is it now?
And you still have ideas, Javier. You're unbelievable.
I don't even know what I'm saying, so don't take me so serious.
So you have late studios in Spain, huh?
We have we have one turn in the morning and another one on the
In the
evening.
evening? It sounded tough, yeah. And then aren't you on another review at Tulane?
Nope.
I saw your name somewhere. Oh, I think that was a mistake, yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, but you are with us tomorrow, right?
On Friday, yep.
Oh, sorry, not tomorrow, Friday, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, great, yeah, great. First half, yeah.
So is Yasmin here? Yasmin, are you here?
Okay.
here.
Okay, great.
So Jasmine, you can really gear up.
Let me share my screen. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, so John, are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, great.
1 second. All right. And the screen is showing up okay?
Everything's
Okay.
fine, yeah.
Great. Hello, my name is Yasmin Parker, and I will be presenting my presentation, which I've titled Kansas City Connections. So first, I want to sort of locate the site, just for those who aren't familiar. So Kansas City kind of lies at the convergence of the Missouri River and I believe the Kansas River. And it's in the Midwest area. And the population size is pretty like mid-level for a bigger city. So that's just a little bit of context of the overall location. And just a closer look into the site. It is really close to the river and is in what's called the Central Business District. And it actually lies in between two different neighborhoods, which is something I chose to kind of focus on when I was kind of going through my design process. So it lies in the East Village District and also in the West Paseo District. And I have an image of that. So here you see outlined the Paseo District in black, and the red the red line is the road that is called Paseo. That's why it's called the Paseo District. And this district is more of an artsy type of region. Think creative, youthful, and I chose to focus on that and a little bit just because since my concept is focused on bridging and connecting to the city, and I wanted to put those aspects into my project. So just put a note of that. And here you'll see the East Village District. Honestly, it's a very blank slate, and there is a lot of flexibility here. There are really loose zoning codes. Like, for example, there are no like height restrictions. So it's really like the ideal location to design. But I guess the question that like was in my mind is, how do you design something that exemplifies like the type of urban environment that is both wanted and needed? What is the future for Kansas City, and how can we as designers utilize architectural tools to solve the pressing issues in our society? So I may not like have the answers for that, but I do hope that I have like some good prompts and a good start with that. And then here's a really close-up look at the site that we chose to do our master plan on. And the biggest thing I want to point out here is that there is a lot of parking lots in Kansas City. So just for a little bit of context there, I think that like it's one parking lot per person. And just in this site alone, there's 30 buildings, but there are 28 parking lots. And that's just like that includes parking garages as like one number. Like there's a lot of parking lots and parking spaces here on the site. So now getting into the master plan, our main focuses were to first densify. So here's an image of before the building footprints, and here is a image after. And one of the other big concepts was to liven up the green space in Kansas City, and to reach out further in the fabric of Kansas City. So we decided to connect to northern Kansas City through a sort of high line or pedestrian bridge that goes all the way across the river over to through a couple different parks and over across the river. And also the other concept that we kind of came up with was this, the existing streetcar line has recently been brought back, but it only goes north to south, as many people have mentioned. So we decided to also create a connection that goes east to west and then goes north to south again and connecting to the Jazz Museum that is on 9th and Vine, or 18th and Vine, my bad. And something else that's great about this is if you look at this first node here, there is actually like the oldest fountain in Kansas City is there. And with Kansas City being the city of fountains, that's pretty relevant. And this is just a closer up look of the master plan itself. And we also, the biggest change with the master plan is that instead of bridging over the highway, we had a radical concept of excavating it into the ground 40 feet. So the highway is no longer visible. It is in a tunnel that's 40 feet under the ground. And in that spot, there would be a park that would act as a central hub for the city to revive it. And then here is a more of a perspective look at that pedestrian bridge that crosses over the city. And a lot of our focus was on connecting everything to green space and keeping everything really porous, which kind of resulted in the way our buildings are shaped. So just a quick rundown. Here's a few of our sections. So I do want to just show a few of my process images. So these aren't exactly the project I have today, but I think process is important to show like how you got where you were. So honestly, the modeling exercise that we did was very important because I was a little lost on like how I should, what form should I translate my building into? How should I translate my ideas into a concept kind of? And when we started doing the building modeling, I realized that I was really interested in playing around with the topography that's in the park because there's a 30+ foot drop in slope there. And then I also was playing around with materiality with a little bit of some raw renderings. And oh, this was a sketch I had done for this park area where the highway used to be. And it's supposed to kind of be more of like a memorial to the highway that divided the city in a way. And now we've left that scar, left that topography, but it's become a beautiful park where everybody can peruse and go through the gardens, go through the art walks and stuff like that. And now just getting into my biggest inspiration for the project was a building built in Brazil. It was a very small project, but I loved the atmosphere of the building, and that's where I got the idea to excavate further. So then in terms of where the site was located, I decided to put the site or put the building by the streetcar and also in the park and right on the outskirts of the master plan. And here is it located on the bigger plan. So the form derived from, first, once I located the site, I wanted to excavate into the ground 7 feet just to separate it from a space that's the park to make it its own space. So I did that. And then I made the decision to extrude, but leave space for public space. And then porosity, again, was a big theme in the master plan. So I continued to keep the building porous in the building design. And then I scaled everything down to optimize views. So here's a couple of the plans. Here you can see more of the details of the building. We have just a museum and the top space. Everything on the top is supposed to be dedicated to arts and culture, and everything on the bottom is supposed to be more dedicated towards learning and growth. And here we have also an auditorium space and a library space. I have a program diagram that would explain all of this better, but just a quick walkthrough. And here you can see the streetcar traveling in between the two structures. And this is a roof plan of the building. And also, this is the basement level. So the auditorium does seep into the ground, and the exhibition space has a video auditorium room underneath. And here is a section look of the bottom building, so the building that was towards the southern side. So here you can really just see the concentration of the vertical cores I put here. It was important for me to make vertical cores that were like made with fire rated glass, because I wanted to make sure that it was a spacious and welcoming experience. And here's just an explanation of the connections and the cores and the walkability and the program. So again, there's a church and a daycare and a museum at the top, an exhibit space and gallery, music classes and art center, and a library, kitchen, classroom. And I think that was this is the last slide. So it's just a closer look at the section in the plan. Not the whole thing, obviously, but I can go back if you want me to.
Do we ever see the full exterior of the finished building? Like, I really appreciate the plans in the section. We don't see that.
No.
We don't know what it looks like. I mean, I think there's parts of it, like, I wish I could see that. I'm just going to say my high points. I think splitting the building is super smart. Like, we haven't seen that today. There's no reason we have to have continuity between, I forget how you divided the program, but like, I think it's great, because then you sort of get two sides of the street. So you create a little mini district of the community center district, as opposed to the one thing. And there's no reason why you wouldn't want to do that. So I think that's great. And I just, as a personal preference, I love the colored sketch. That was really amazing. And you should go back to that well a lot when you present and explain ideas, because I think it's really clear. And I think it could be read by a wide audience. And so I think that was just like a stunning representation. I'm going to say, I'm confused by the topographies of everybody's projects. So one of us has to go back and work on our cut and fill diagrams. Maybe it's me, but I just don't quite understand where all the things are going. But I'm at the local site, I understand what you're doing with it, and I think it's good. The one thing, this is totally a minor problem, but you have a retaining wall for your auditorium next to the retaining wall of your video gallery. They're like 6 feet apart, but you've made two walls, and that would just never happen. You would build one wall and you'd make one thing a little bit bigger, as opposed to excavating two things next to each other. But that's just like a B-Tech thing.
As I started making more and more sections, that thought hit me. And if I could go back and start the project over, I think my biggest critique on myself would be to create more connections between the individual extrusions. So
yeah, I just mean at the level of building construction types. Like, there would probably be a elevator that would have to go to the basement because it's public, and there'd probably be one retaining wall. But that's just so that scheme completion.
Hi, Jasmine. Well, congrats for the project, but I'm gonna give a different point of view of the strategy of splitting the building into two parts, because I think you took a very brave decision when excavating one floor below the street. And if you go, could you go please to any of those floor plans when you showed both parts of your building, and then the tram going, this one is okay. I think that brave decision you took, let me see see if I could draw something. Let's see. There is this part of the street, like in there. Whoa, that is nothing, right? Well, when I say nothing, it's ground, right? It's below the street. And then you suddenly go up, if I draw a very short section, which is like this, right? You have one floor below the tram goes like here, and then you have like 3 floors above. I could imagine, and then you say that you step these buildings into different levels in order to have views, right? But I was wondering when you were explaining this project, that what could have happened if your building was like this, and this was excavated, and then suddenly this looks into the river, this looks into the river, and all this program somehow, I don't know how, but could be below the tram. The closest program that you have could be in there at the lower level. And then, I mean, this is because you have created this outside in here and this other outside in there, right? And for me, this is a great thing that you have found when going down one floor below the ground. But if this could happen like this, then suddenly your building, I mean, I know this is another project, but this is something that comes, I know, but this is something that again happens when someone puts on the screen and one strategy. And for me, the most powerful strategy that you show to us is going one floor below the ground floor. No one told you that you had to do that. But when doing so, then you try to solve your project like another one that is on the ground floor, over the ground floor. And that is something for me that is not so clear. So if you decide to go below the ground floor, then do it with all the consequences. And if a tram has to go above your building, no matter, it's okay because you have decided that. But again, I know this is another project, and I don't want to go further with this idea, but it's just to clarify again that when taking one decision, you can push it harder or further, sorry, in order to understand what it does imply to your proposal. But again, I know you have solved, I think, pretty well the 2 volumes that you have done. Stepping those heights, it's again a very nice solution in order to understand what is the relationship with the urban block and the thing that is on the right side. So I think that's okay, and I have to say okay with that. But for me, as you said at the beginning, you have too many questions and you don't have all the answers, but at least you have a clear position in order to understand what a pure strategy could give you more to your proposal. So keep thinking about it. It's okay. Your proposal is okay. Your exercise is okay. But I think you have found something. So please keep that in mind. So it's just that.
Okay, thanks, Jasmine.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you guys all for your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, great. Okay. So hi everyone, I'm Jessica Seidel, and this is my master plan and community center proposal, Functional Wetlands, an urban scenario focusing on a linear system that emphasizes 2 major avenues to connect neighborhoods and reintroduce residents into the city. The process for the proposal began by analyzing the existing street systems and defining the 2 major streets intersecting the site, 8th and 12th Street. These streets hold a majority of the significant program throughout the city, including civic infrastructure and district court. Analyzing the existing streetcar system, the stops are limited and only run along one street.
The master plan proposes that this system extends to those two major avenues and Truce Avenue, which borders the site. And then again with the bus routes that don't significantly pass through the site. So hoping to extend those routes to border and intersect the site. Finally, looking at the site and plan, we were able to identify 8th and 12th and the boundaries of the site. Clipping the plan so only the site was in view, it was then we decided to introduce this linear system where East and West streets were maintained while North-South orientation streets were removed. Closing off 9th, 10th, and 11th Street to vehicles was pivotal so the center would be pedestrian friendly. These new east-west strips were then thought about as function strips with commercial and public functions on either side of 8th and 12th and the residential functions in the center to provide a sense of privacy. Here you can see how those strips become increasingly private towards the center. Going back and realizing that there does need to be an etched path in the north-south direction, it was decided to reintroduce the existing Charlotte Street as a pedestrian path going through the site and leading to the Missouri River in the north and further downtown to the entertainment district in the south. Kansas City receives 42 inches of rainfall annually, above the United States average and similar to New Orleans's 60 inches of rainfall. It was pivotal to use this rainfall as an influence in designing the site, as rainwater is difficult to ignore. Therefore, the ground of the site is made up of 3 different porosities and material, each with a different absorbency to water. The first, softscape, which has a high absorbency. Hardscape, a medium absorbency. And lastly, these plazas placed throughout the site that retain a low absorbency to water. With the combination of the ground materials and the different street systems, we ultimately arrived at the final design. And here's a look at that in Axon. It was then that we had to choose a site for the proposed community center. To do that, I took a look at the program of the master plan and knew it was evident to place the community center in the residential area. So it was decided that the center would be placed along this strip. Then fixating on the main path and a secondary path nearby, I knew it would be a good boundary for the site. Zooming in, we see those 2 paths, the pedestrian streets, 9th and 10th Street, surrounding the area, and then a grid system that would influence the design of a tree canopy and a man-made wetland backing the site. It was evident then that the community center would be situated in the square between those elements. And finally, the master plan with the community center, tree canopy, and wetlands included. Designing the community center. The layout of the center was influenced by 2 main systems, the structure and the cores, one to influence the boundary of the building and the other to influence the circulation. The ground floor is made up of a series of programs containing the lobby, gallery, and cafe extending outdoors. The second floor is a library with partition walls and bookshelves dividing the space and bubbles to create study rooms and classrooms. The auditorium is situated on the 3rd floor, boxed in to suppress light. And the 4th floor with labs and office space. The rooftop holds 5 cisterns, 3 of which contain column-like systems that move collected rainwater throughout the building for cooling and plumbing use, and then to the ground floor to transfer the water to the wetlands and the tree canopy. Here we can see those 2 main systems as well as the partition walls that influence the circulation. In section, 3 things are constant: the water collection of the cisterns, the white dashed lines to represent the water going through the systems in the building and providing water for the wetlands, and thirdly, the triple height library all around. Again, in section B, you can see the cistern on the right with the column extending to the 4th floor. And lastly, the cistern in the middle where the column extends to ground level, which provides water for the vegetation and tree canopy.
Jumping scale, you can see a section perspective with scale figures for reference to the height adjustment of each level. Lastly, a few perspective views to get a greater feel for what the community center could look like. Here is the library on the second floor, where the bookcases and partition walls are used as dividers for space throughout the floor. And far back on the left, we can see one of the columns from the cistern. Here's the first floor with the art gallery and the central column that extends to the ground floor. The columns, along with the cisterns, contain these small pockets to be able to view the water that's collected. And here on the rooftop, we see those pockets again. The height of the cisterns gives the rooftop a maze-like feel for visitors to explore. And finally, a view from that main path along the site, which contains a separate bike lane and ample space for residents to walk around. Behind the path is the community center with the tree canopy shading the cafe to the left. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed the functional wetlands urban scenario. Please let me know if there's any slides you would like to return to.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you. First, I have to say that I love your graphics, especially the ones when showing the urban development. I think you have found a great balance between lines. I think I love them. Believe me, you have found the way you have to draw these kind of plans. So congrats on that thing. And
thank you.
Going into the building, could you go to the slide when showing the section, the one that goes from the bottom to the top? This one, exactly this one. I think there you have again a great opportunity, which is this, which are those elements, right? This, like these huge columns. And when you go to your upper floor, I don't know exactly the position. It is something like this. I don't know, maybe like that, right? So I was wondering if those elements could go, not just this one from the bottom, from the top to the bottom, but the three of them, or even more of them, and then they become the structure, the main structure of your building. And what if your building is made of this kind of elements, like this, another one like, let's say like this, and suddenly each slab of your building is hanging from those pieces, right? There is something that you can solve the whole problem of your building without having to add any other structure or something like secondary elements, because this thing is such a powerful thing that if you understand that as the main organizer of your project, then suddenly each floor plan could have something like this. And then any of those other elements, those are the main cores, right? Mm-hmm. So suddenly your floor plan becomes something really free. And this is something that, again, you have found with this strategy. So I just wanted to point this out, because for me it's again a powerful discovery, and just to keep that in mind, that again finding this thing could give you I mean, other ways. Again, your project, I think your explanation was really consistent, because you explained very well how you moved from the urban scale to the way you developed your building. And then you have some kind of concept, again, about sustainability and resiliency, which is the main theme of your of this subject. So congrats on that.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we talked about like the columns of the cisterns influencing kind of like the walls of the floor plans. However, it was like a little too late once we talked about that, and there wasn't enough time to like perfectly I guess do that. So moving forward, I would love to like reimagine the building in that way.
Great, great, great.
Yeah, it's sort of be disappointing. I think I just like mirror everything Javier just said. I mean, I think the reasoning of the master plan is really concise and convincing, and you move us through. And when you finally locate your community center, it makes perfect sense. I also appreciate that, like, you respect the binding box of the master plan. Like, so many times I feel like once you have to follow your own rules, people change the massing. And so I thought that was all like super reasonable. I also think that the cisterns are the building. And I put in the chat a write-up on Toyo Ito's MediaTek, which works structurally different than what Javier is saying, which I think is a better idea, but it's a similar notion of sort of mega columns orchestrating the space. So that would be an interesting one for you to look at, I think.
Yeah, I use that as a reference multiple times throughout this project. I didn't follow it exactly, but I definitely looked at it a lot.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. But I think the main point is, for me, even you see it in the sections, the cisterns seem to not go all the way to the ground, which makes it for a heavy, overstructured building to hold up the water. And once they go all the way to the ground, then you're in that MediaTek territory because you have to deal with those volumes. And so I think that for me was I think buildings are strategies. And so I think that was the moment where the strategy to bring those down would have forced so many other things. So I think that's just something to think about. I'm curious about the location of the auditorium, not on the top, not on the bottom, but on the third floor. And so I'm just curious, like, what put it there?
Well, it felt like the auditorium was going to be this like special place that was just like, looked like it was floating in the building.
Okay.
And I didn't want it on the top because I wanted those labs and offices for the water sustainability to be in there. And then those other two floors, like the library, I mean, felt like it was going to be the second most used space, if not the first. So that's kind of why I placed it third, because it's a more private, and it's not, but yeah, it was just a more private space.
Yeah, no, I think that's all reasonable. I think there's a potential there because I think maybe there's this sense of the space, like, that you could use its hoveringness. So that makes me feel like, I don't know where these walls would be, but I think you definitely want to look down and feel that space spilling over in some way. That would be one argument. I'm going to use it as like this deck in the building, which would give us a way. And I think it's beginning to look like that in the section. But, again, these are more things to think about, like moving forward, like I would say the auditorium and the cisterns at different levels of importance, but are both big organizational moves in the building that you then have to play out their ramifications. So you're going to put 3 cisterns. Those cisterns have to be supported. Once you support them, then you're going to do certain things. Once you're going to lift a closed box of an auditorium, then like, well, how do I take advantage of that? And I think that's where I feel like, just developmentally, I like the building and I like its exterior view, but I think like continuing the sort of, it's not ruthlessness, but the sort of clarity of motivation that you had in the planning, I feel like needs to like continue into the building a bit more, because I think you're really good about rule sets and coherence. And I feel like in the building, it's not quite as, I don't know how to say it, not as convincing, like it's not quite as tight. And that might be time, or that might be some other thing. So I think for you, like, to reflect on, well, how does the master plan work? Not as a scale and not as a set of intentions, but as a kind of rhetoric or argumentation. Where do I like hold myself to the fire? Where do I let things go? And try to understand that is not so dissimilar from what might happen in the building. It sounds really negative, and I think it's just because the master planning is so clear. Like, I could put you in front of people with that master plan and everybody say, yeah, okay, we could do that. I mean, I think it makes certain claims, it's because it's actually pretty radical. It's not very reasonable. You get rid of all the streets and you make everything pedestrian, you make it into the world's biggest super block. Like, it's kind of, I'm not sure it makes a good space, but it makes a space that's worth trying, because it's so clear and well documented. And so I think that's the sort of power of working through a kind of, coherence of the rhetoric or logic of the building.
Yeah, I definitely, I
Not a
had the
problem.
help. Oh, I had the help of my partner with the master plan, so I do have to credit her on that. We worked on that together, so I think that's why it was like so rigorous and rigid. And
No, of course, but that's also collaborative. I just say this as like ways to like think about the process, think about the production. Partnership always makes things better, I think, but then also to learn from what that experience is.
Yeah,
that's all.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Jessica.
Thank you. Sorry.
So Brittany?
Hi, my name is Brittany Crawford, and the idea behind this master plan proposal is the solution that Black plus white equals green. For this design proposal, there are 6 key goals. Of these goals, the more prominent and pushed are neighborhood connection and ecology promotion. The proposal of an urban forest connecting Paseo West and East Village makes way for both of these elements. Paseo West and East Village are the 2 focal districts that cover the site. When zoning in on the demographics related to these districts, it can be seen that there is a clear divide between the white and Black population within the area. The white population is more dense in the financial district, while the Black population resides more in the Paseo West district, located on the opposite side of Highway 90. To achieve the elimination of this distinct division an urban forest was implemented, connecting the 2 districts of the city. The forest runs from the Illis W. Davis Park through the Margaret Kemp Playground to a park that divides Paseo West and the Eastern District Forgotten Homes. By exploring the lot lines of Kansas City, it was made possible to create a system that allows for the arrangement of programmatic elements onto the site. The cadastral lines shown are the blueprint for how the site was developed. The grid system is made of blocks measuring 118 feet wide and 58 feet in length. The massing highlighted in Black is the chosen building for this proposal. Special program for the community center is shared with buildings throughout the rest of the forest. These elements are made of farmers markets where fresh fruit and vegetables can be found, fruit trucks that serve various ethnic foods, vegetable gardens, outdoor yoga, outdoor learning, and much more. And those spaces are highlighted in green. This model shot allows us to understand building heights of the urban forest in relation to the proposed community center, as well as buildings outside of the urban strip. A prominent focus of this project was vegetation. Because a forest is being implemented, it is important to consider the native vegetation of the land. The basement level of the community center houses the auditorium, while the first floor presents occupants with 2 exhibition spaces and a grand garden that rests on the roof of the auditorium. The second floor is filled with activity spaces for working out, arts and crafts, and much more. The third floor is filled with office spaces and meeting rooms, while the 4th floor is made up of reading spaces, study rooms, and a library. Floor 5 is packed with classroom spaces, and the roof is entirely a roof garden with a void, the same area as the auditorium, creating a beautiful opportunity to see all the way down to the ground floor. Going back through the program, starting from the ground, I would like to highlight Hince's special program incorporated within the building. The Citizens Advice Office is used for assistance with legal rights and financial planning. And the classrooms highlighted are primarily used for multicultural learning, vegetation and ecology learning, topics related to race, recycling, healthy eating, plant care, and much more. The roof garden is considered a piece of special program because of its ability to serve as a space for planting and growing. The sections highlight the relationship between voids across the building. And these perspectives give us an idea of fluid relationships as well as spatial relationships within the building. And that's it. Thank you.
And some of the rooms have like a hatching or yeah, what that signifies.
Let me go back. Are you referring
not
to
the
these?
color coding? Yeah, like the fitness center.
Yes,
like there's
that's
certain.
I'm
Please
sorry.
go ahead.
Oh, that was just to show green space, but in black and white.
But what does that mean, green space?
Anything with, I guess, grass. That's what I was thinking about when I would say green space in this project, just a place with grass.
But like green space, I don't know, like a lawn is green space, but those have walls and a door. So what does it mean to have an interior green space in a room? Or am I misunderstanding the drawing?
No, because they're not signified in these drawings, but if I go to the first here, to this first floor drawing, like all of the windows can be open for open air. So that was kind of like, yes, they have doors, but you can also have cross ventilation opportunities with vegetation, grass.
Sure. But like the center's open to the sky, right?
Yes.
But then I'm just trying to understand. I'm not trying to catch you on something.
No.
The fitness room, it seems like, well, if it has walls and it has doors, we can open those. There might be like, yeah, like a sanatorium from the 30s when they'd have like for tuberculosis patients. They might open the doors and they might put the beds out and you might get fresh air, but it's not green. So I'm trying to understand, is there a proposal about like, those are actually outside decks or are they another thing? For me, they hover between these two things. So there's one version where you say, no, they're outside space. They're just like big balconies and the exercise bicycles are outside and they've actually have planting and it's sort of like a terrace. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody help me out. I feel like I'm confusing the issue as opposed to clarifying it.
It's like a glass terrace.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm going to ask another thing. And I think this has happened in a number of schemes. I think this is very nice. I think I like the planning of it. I think the rendering seems dark in a way. It seems like more, I feel like there's a lightness to the plan that I really appreciate. But then there's this diagonal symmetry that happens with the entries, like the cores have the diagonal symmetry from one side, and then the entry goes to another. And can you just talk a little bit about like what that does? Like that's a big part of the building's organization. How do you think that?
A while back, when I looked at a precedent, they repeated the floor plan of each floor. So that's where I got the idea to repeat my vertical cores. I was trying to also repeat the program, but then it just became a little too tricky with the floor area requirements. So I definitely— Can
you go up a couple levels, please? Sorry, I'm just moving the things up. Because I think your handling of the various floors is quite good. Like the auditoriums in the basement and the little cutouts around the courtyard move around the building and create like opportunities at different parts, and something we sort of asked for all along. So I think that's really great. I guess for me, it's more about, it's not that it's wrong. I'm just trying to understand, like, entries are here and cores are there. Cores are always going to be vertically stacked, but it's just more about like what that does in terms of like moving through the building or having two entries. I guess I'm looking for something more like responding to the street or responding to the park or some kind of logic like that. I do want to say though, like in the development of the plan, I think for me, one of the strong parts is these kind of moments, and that it migrates around the building at different levels. And I think when you talk about things being consistent, some things have to be consistent because it's a building, but I think moving that little balcony thing around widens out that circulation around the courtyard in ways that I think is super positive.
I think, Brittany, the answer to that question should have been trying to see to see it drawn on the ground floor plan. You see, when I look around your building, I only see trees on every side. The ground levels in here, but we don't understand what is the relationship of your building with the surroundings as a building. I think it could have been like this or rotated 90 degrees or whatever, and it would have been okay too. But in order to be not just okay, but very good, we should understand why the entrances are where John is saying, or why. I mean, it is something that, like, if you developed the building outside the urban plan, and then you drop it, we don't know where. And that's the key point, that you should know where. I know you know where, but we don't understand where. And that's the main issue.
I think I would put it like, I think that's exactly right. Knowing like where the street is or where there's sort of circulation, because I think you do it so well, like in this zone where you have like this office. It's actually better where you have the kitchen and the classrooms, but you create these little opportunities of adjacency, and we understand what makes that possibility happen. I think it's that same thinking on the outside. Now we've gone through so many people's projects, I can categorize them as types of issues. I think it's similar to what we were talking about with Lexi and her building being in the middle of the grass. Like there's some claims about like hardscape, which basically creates a dress. Like, where am I coming to this thing? How am I getting out of this thing? Where am I moving? That I think the pure landscape model, which I think like obscures. If that makes sense.
Yes.
Maybe, can we see some of the other plans too? Just so sort of move through the.
Would you like previous or?
No, I just want to see, because I think the plans are really great, because it's a consistent diagram, but the way they motivate around, this is also bringing up some of the things Javier's talked about before, his desire to break the box. I'm still not sure we've closed the matter on the green, not green space, but they are proud of the box in these different ways. And as they migrate through, I think that's like super successful. Like here, they stay within the box, but in other times they actually break it. And so I think the flexibility of the donut diagram, as you've articulated it, is the strength of the project.
Thank you.
For me.
And for me, that's the key.
I think I'm just marionetting what Javier's been asking for all day.
No. It's because I think you went a step further from some other schemes we have seen, and that's wonderful. I think when you all work together in this studio, you should walk around and see what your peers are doing in order to catch what they are doing and you are not doing. And when you work together, suddenly you could learn from one another. And these sessions are so good because you understand perfectly when watching other presentations where or how you could improve this proposal, not changing it, but improving it from other of your peers. So I think you all, I love these sessions because because we don't have them here in Spain, and they are very, very useful. Believe me, they are really useful because you see the full work of your peers and you can learn from one another. So again, you are lucky with those things. So
it sounds like you're ready for summarizing comments.
Yeah.
John and Javier.
Yeah, no, I think that's reasonable. Congratulations, Brinia. It's a very nice project. Yeah, I'll go first since I've been here all day, Javier, and you can. I think great day. Super interesting. So much. Like as I look at the master plans, I'm like tested in my credulity. One about topography, which I've gone on and on about, but then also the sort of like, how we're going to put a streetcar here and we're going to do this and we're going to go 12 miles this way. And like, there's a kind of like bravado to the master planning, but I think it's a kind of exercise in imagination of that scale. which I sort of understand as I go along. So I think they're, for me, like at the level of pragmatism, like, oh, that's sort of like too much. But I think as I see them and I sort of understand the genre of the project, it's a kind of, imagining what it is to design in the city as a kind of first run at it. And in that sense, I think they're really like quite imaginative and interesting. I also think it's like then a huge step to go to the building. Like what I'm saying is that there's a lot involved. And so I think most of the stuff that I've been asking about is sort of that in-betweenness that I would say at some level is unfair to ask for, given all you guys are doing. Like I want the master plan to be more pragmatic. I want the building to be more resolved, and I want sidewalks, and I want all this thing. And I think it's because it touches on so much in a way. And so I just think it's a super impressive effort that you've got so far on both of these things. I'm not ready to sign the check for either one, frankly. But I think they like working on that reciprocal relationship between a large scale vision and something we would call a building. I thought was really fantastic. And I think the scales in between for me for a question, but I also think it's an outcome of the methodology to do that. And so, super exciting day. And thanks for having me, and congratulations to everybody.
Yeah, I would say good job, congrats. And how do I say it? I mean, you all did by yourselves a work that probably should be done in an office by a team of 10 people in 5, 6 people in 4 months. And you have moved from the urban scale to trying to understand what a section of your building is. That, believe me, it's very, very difficult work to be done by a student. But again, I think you all have like highlight moments, and you all should be aware of where you succeed in this process, because some of you did a better job when working at the urban scale. Other ones work better with the section, which is something that is really a very difficult part when developing a project. And suddenly some of you understood that the scheme of a plan could solve many, many things. So I think you all have some points to keep working on them. And when I said so, is that when studying architecture, sometimes you find out like themes, like research themes, and then you can have them in mind when developing future projects, because you learn when you develop a possible solution. It is not, I mean, I want to say that this project has not ended yet. You keep working with all the tools that you have learned in this subject. So forget about the building. It's about the strategies, the tools, the scales. And when managing those in better ways, then you are growing as architects. So congrats, because it's a very, very difficult course, and you all did a great job. So congrats. And thanks for having us here, for having me here, and for this opportunity. So thanks.
Yeah, thanks, John and Javier. So I think it's a studio that doesn't necessarily guarantee or have a, how should I say that, like a perfect outcome. I think the idea of that studio is to have challenges and to discover where things don't work. Or so it's not, we're not looking for the perfect outcome. I think it's actually suspicious when there is a perfect outcome. I don't know. That's probably a stupid thing to say, but in a way, it's great when you discover problems. It's great when you discover inconsistencies. Or,
I think that's kind of what we were trying to get at. Like the scales of the endeavor are humbling, and so the pedagogical achievement seems to be the possibility of correlation between the vast, the huge, and the scale we operate architecture, which is like it's a whole lifetime of trying to figure out that relationship. So that's what I feel like you could see that in the work, the beginnings of an understanding of how those things might relate, or what those, and a lot of sincere motivation to work at various scales in the city to like articulate new possibilities. I thought that was very evident in the work, and to be committed, and very exciting to see.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay,
Yeah.
bye. Have a
Yeah.
good holiday. See
Bye.
you.
Nice to see
Bye-bye.
you, John.
Thanks, John. It was a
Bye.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Nice to
Bye-bye.
meet
Good
you,
to see you
Javier.
guys.
Bye. See you on Friday.
Bye.
Bye bye.
See
Oh
you
yeah,
Friday.
yeah,
Yeah.
Friday. You're
Bye.
back.
Bye bye. Bye.
Bye. Everyone else, so I hope you all come on Friday also, even when you're presented today. I mean, I really, really love these reviews. And so it's like Javier said, I didn't have that when I studied in Germany. We just slipped our proposal through the door into the department where we did our project and never heard what they said about it. Never got our grades. That was it. And so, well, you had no idea. And I really loved it when I moved to America and studied there. It's intimidating being in front of, it's very humbling to be critiqued. But I mean, you do it throughout your studies. So it's kind of a gradual adjustment to it. But it's a wonderful system. And as Javier said, it's just great. No matter which side you are on, maybe it's not so great when you have to present. But once you're done and they talk about your proposal, I think then it gets great. And especially once you have presented and you just sit back and listen to the rest. And then with this new situation where everything's locked up in the computer, nobody knows what the other one's doing. So actually, I mean, that's why we have pinups and reviews. So it's also almost the last time, where you see the projects of everyone else. And you wish you would have seen it before, right? Because you might have discovered something. So anyway, yeah, I'm looking forward to Friday too. Also because it's over, but to just have this I'm tired. I have to admit, I'm very tired.
We're on live, huh?
Yeah.
We're still on live. Huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. Also, maybe I can turn YouTube off, right?